Welcome to moistcritikal's compilation to fall asleep to relax. Time to let your brain clock out and your body settle in for serious snoozing. Grab your premium slumber gear and prepare for a lady tier drowsiness. If this helps you drift off to dreamland, drop a like, subscribe, and comment goodnight below. Sweet dreams, you beautiful sleepy souls.
I'm just gonna get this out of the way right now. My voice sounds like a chain smoker who swallowed a bag of rocks, and there's not much I can do about it. But there's something I really want to talk about today. Nobody hates Nintendo fans more than Nintendo themselves. Every year, sometimes multiple times a year, Nintendo will lash out and just attack YouTubers who make videos about their games, like the biggest fans. And if they're not attacking YouTubers, they're attacking grassroots tournaments. It's foul. Nintendo has some kind of grudge against people that like their products. They view them as enemies, like terrorists. How dare you enjoy our products this much that you're willing to make content or have tournaments around them? We're putting the kibosh on it. And that's exactly what they've done again to a massive YouTuber named Penguinz0. Oh my god. What the fuck? Nintendo even sent an assassin after me with Io here with that jump scare. Jesus. That was terrifying. It's good to see you though, Io. You heard me talking about Nintendo and just wanted to come in and chime in on how shitty they are? I respect it. Yesterday, Penguinz0 posted this video where he talked about how Nintendo is not only taking down a ton of his content, mainly Breath of the Wild, but also striking his channel for it. For those that don't know, there's a couple different levels of severity here, a couple different DEFCONs you can go through on YouTube, where one of them is a video gets claimed by someone, which means they then take all of the AdSense. Another level is they block it and take it down, but you don't get a strike, you just no longer have the video up. And then the third most extreme level, this is when the air raid sirens are sounding, going nuclear, striking a channel, which takes down the video and issues a strike to the channel, which is debilitating. And if you get 3 strikes, you lose your whole channel, it just fucking vanishes. And this is usually supposed to be reserved for the most egregious of offenses, just severe violations of the rules, like you're trying to punish Dirty Dan for getting a little crazy on the platform, then that's when the strikes were supposed to be used. It's because it's basically like capital punishment here on the platform. But Nintendo uses this willy-nilly. They're very loosey-goosey with issuing strikes. This is their first strategy. They don't reach out or try to play nice. They immediately just start rolling around in the pig pen and spitting and shitting on anyone who's covered their content, it seems. They throw out more strikes than a professional bowler, and that's exactly what they've done to Penguinz0. They've issued 2 strikes on his channel. I'm going to play portions of his video here where he talks about it more in detail, but it's so fucked up. Nintendo is such a scummy company. I cover all of their L's because I love their products, but I hate their company. I think they're still learning what an email is. They don't know what video content even means. The internet is this mysterious boogeyman to them. They don't fucking get it. They're out of touch. They're delusional, and it shows. They do this so often, and they've done this for as long as the internet's been around. Even back during the dial-up era, I'm pretty sure Nintendo would have tried to lobby against the internet's creation in the first place. They view it as an evil tool used by the devil, because it showcases their games. It makes me fucking angry, and they've done it once again.
Listen to what I have to say and consider reversing the decision to claim these videos. I make videos playing games, sometimes in strange ways. But for today, it's important for you to know that on occasion, I modify the games I play and explore what happens when the game mechanics are a little different. I have never encouraged piracy of Nintendo's games. The mods that I've commissioned are not being sold, and all of the code is custom, meaning that they are free of Nintendo assets.
Penguinz0 explains that the purpose of the video is to hopefully get Nintendo's attention to the issue and reverse their decision. Something Nintendo's never done in the entire fucking company's history, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they've ever listened to anyone ever, not even like their own kids. Like, there is no one Nintendo listens to, and I don't think they've ever walked back a decision ever. If they even loosely heard from the community, Nintendo Online wouldn't be such an embarrassing pile of dog shit that you have to pay for, which is still just an absolute war crime to even be charging for how bad that service is. But anyway, I'd love to be wrong here and someone at Nintendo actually has internet access and watches this video and has a heart like, oh wow, yeah, maybe this was overkill. But I just don't see that happening, though I would, again, love to be pleasantly surprised. Point Crow lays out that he makes videos and does a lot of content on Nintendo games, and in some of that content he mods them. He modifies the games to be goofier, and the content is fire. So he needed to explain that when he modifies the games, he's not encouraging piracy, he's not stealing anything from Nintendo, it's all custom, and it is in line with their own content policy that they themselves published.
On April 6th, 1 week ago, Nintendo decided to block all 4 videos that I put up on YouTube playing the multiplayer mod. I appealed their decision, as I'm very much in line with their content guideline policies. We'll go over that in a moment. Nintendo then escalated and issued a copyright strike against my YouTube channel. Not once, but twice. Rather than bundle the videos all into one copyright strike, Nintendo issued a copyright strike for one video, and then bundled the other 3 into another strike.
That's deliberately evil. That's malicious. They could have bundled them all together for one strike, which would have still been an absolute load of fucking horseradish, but they decided to go even a step further to the dark side and divide them in order to issue multiple strikes. That's so fucked up, but a very classic Nintendo move. Just another huge L from this company.
Deliberately putting my channel in danger, but not taking it down completely. I was able to get an email address for Nintendo and sent a message asking that we discuss what's going on and try to reach an amicable resolution that would make both parties happy. I heard nothing back so far. Here's that email if you would like to read it.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure Nintendo has cobwebs on their email address. I don't think they know how to log in. Maybe they forgot the password. Maybe they just forgot it existed. Point Crow does have a legal team giving him advice here, and I think he's handling it in all of the right ways, but Nintendo is just completely unresponsive to anything from anybody. Like, you could actually have fucking Joe Biden send them some kind of presidential message or whatever, and if it doesn't get there by carrier pigeon, they're not getting it regardless. Again, I've said this before, but you would have better luck reaching Nintendo if you wrote your message on a rock and threw it outside of your window right now. They'd stand a better chance of seeing that than anything else, like a fucking email or anything. They truly just don't give a shit.
So the next day, Nintendo claimed 24 more of my videos from my channels. Most of them are modded content. A lot of them are Breath of the Wild. But not all of them are. This is key. They also claimed videos containing footage from Super Mario Odyssey, the Pokemon series, and Wii Sports Resort from my channel. The most surprising one, though, was a claim from one of my first videos back in 2019. Marrying Sidon and a bookshelf to create Hyrule's first car. It's just a regular vanilla gameplay video of Breath of the Wild.
The belief I and many others had going into this video, seeing what he posted on Twitter, was that the reason they're striking these videos and taking down this Breath of the Wild content is because their upcoming game, Tears of the Kingdom, is right around the corner, and for some reason now they're going around fucking feeding knuckle sandwiches to anyone who's made Breath of the Wild videos, I guess. And they've always had a real thorn in their side about modding. That's just a rock in their shoe that makes them very upset that people mod their games in order to have more fun with them. They don't recognize that the people modding those games are literally their biggest fans and making a ton of content around it, which only helps spread the game further in a positive way. Point Crow's mods weren't malicious, he wasn't selling them or anything like that, and as you can see from what he just showed, it's not like they were only claiming modded videos. That video from 2019 is just vanilla gameplay. It's not fucking modded out the wazoo or anything. They just very much viewed him as some kind of, like, bad guy and started blasting him as hard as they could. They fucking claimed the vanilla gameplay video of Breath of the Wild. That is so far into degeneracy. It's nuts. And the cat's out of the bag here. It's clearly not Tears of the Kingdom motivated because they also hit other videos from him that were on completely different games.
These takedowns aren't exclusive to my channel either. Over the course of the next couple days, Nintendo is taking down videos from other channels as well. Croton, another very prominent YouTuber, has had at least 10 live streams and 2 videos removed. Importantly, one of those videos is simply a challenge video, detailing how the game would be played if the player decided to explore Zelda with certain restrictions the player has imposed on themselves. These takedowns may have started with modded content, but they have spiraled into something else entirely.
Yeah, they've spiraled into lunacy here. They're not just targeting modded content, though I don't think there's any real justification for what they've done, even if it was only modded content. Modded content isn't some affront to God for these companies. It is players modding your game and making content around it and just enjoying it even further. Now, maybe there are some mods that are bad news, but I promise you it's not the ones you're striking down from these YouTubers. It's just further wiping their own ass with their already awful reputation and staining it even further. But again, they don't care. Purchasing a Nintendo game honestly feels fucking horrible because you're buying something from a company that doesn't respect you and actually just fucking straight up hates you. It's like buying clothes from your high school bully. Like, damn, the clothes are fire. But god damn it, the person behind it hates me and literally spits on me every chance they get. Like, it just sucks. Like, Nintendo makes such bangers, but the company is just actual trash.
So now you know what's happening. At this time, my channel has had 29 videos taken down, 2 copyright strikes, and Nintendo does not seem to be stopping the removal of videos from other creators on YouTube. They've shown that they're striking down regular gameplay videos as well. It's sporadic, and their enforcement of their copyright is incredibly uneven. The thing is, without even considering fair use, all of these videos are very clearly in line with Nintendo's own game content guidelines for online video and image sharing platforms.
Nintendo is going insano style right now, absolutely purging YouTube of all types of different content out of nowhere. Like, all of it's pretty nonsensical. It's not just modded content, it's actual just normal gameplay videos, like playing Breath of the Wild with like a challenge run and shit like that. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they start taking down speed runs or even just general walkthroughs. Like, it's absolute madness. It's chaos. And there's just no way of defending this behavior from Nintendo. Pointcrow explains that all of this content fits within their own content policy, as well as, of course, being fair use. They state that they encourage creative input and commentary for content around their video games, as well as like Let's Plays, video game reviews, which it doesn't really seem like they are saying that with a smile on their face, considering they're now just taking down all of these videos that have creative input and commentary. The things that they highlight that they don't allow are the obvious things, right? Where it's just like, you know, full Nintendo trailers or all of their soundtrack and shit like that. Things that other companies also don't encourage either.
You might argue that modded content is in violation of these guidelines, but historically that's not the case. The terms of service for The Legend of Zelda says you cannot modify the game, but it also says that you cannot stream it, you cannot make videos of it, and you cannot otherwise broadcast it. Nintendo's game content guidelines changes this, though, by providing a license on top of the existing terms of service, which modifies the terms of service for content creators. All of the videos that they have taken down are in compliance with their own policies.
A lot of games in their terms of service actually have similar statements, such as like no making videos or streaming the game or anything like that. But like Pointcrow mentions, there's extenuating circumstances. There's like an overarching branch of it where they do modify that for the content creators and content that is made around their products. Because obviously in this day and age, any game is going to be like streamed or have videos about it. So a lot of companies encourage it, and Nintendo claims they also encourage it. They even talk about like how touched they are when people make Nintendo focused videos, which is the biggest fucking lie ever told. Like, my god, what a fucking fib. No shot. Every video made on a Nintendo game makes them angry. I feel like they view that as lost dollars, potentially. Like, oh no, a potential customer may have seen this video and now they're never going to bother getting the game because they got the whole experience from watching this one guy play Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild by killing all of the trash mobs. No, we lost somebody. They've ruined us. Take them down. It's just something that has existed for a long time, right? No streaming the game, no making videos on it, but that's just not the way it's worked historically on the internet for a long time now. And Nintendo has understood that up until recently, where I guess they got hit by a fucking stupid beam and are now taking down videos again. Completely innocent ones.
In fact, what they've demonstrated here is that they will ignore their own policies and licenses to selectively enforce their intellectual property. So, if you've uploaded any video that features any Nintendo content, no matter how transformative or directly in line with their published guidelines, you are at risk. You mentioned in your content guidelines that you are humbled every day by the loyalty and passion for Nintendo's games, characters, and world, and respect that we want to be able to express ourselves creatively by sharing our own videos and images using content from your game. And if you truly respect us and are humbled by this community, don't take this creativity away from us.
Overall, I think it's an extremely strong video from Penguinz0 here, which once again highlights Nintendo's out-of-touch delusion, and it serves as a great open letter to the company that I have no doubt will go completely radio silent on. I don't think they're going to see it. I don't think they're going to care. They're going to most likely continue to take down completely innocent videos and maybe even whole channels that have covered Nintendo products or made Nintendo-focused content, all because they're just fucking evil. Like, I really don't know what it is anymore. This does nothing to help them. This just puts another blemish on their reputation. This doesn't get people excited for Tears of the Kingdom. This just makes more and more people afraid of Nintendo. And for a company that's supposed to be like all about family fun, I don't know why they want to be feared so badly, ruling their property with an iron fist and allowing no room for creativity or imagination in their worlds from the people that love them the most, like Penguinz0 mentions. It's just shit. It's just an actual pile of dog shit. And I wanted to talk about that. I'm wishing Penguinz0 the absolute best here, navigating these 2 strikes on his channel, because Nintendo is a fearsome foe. So I really am hoping for the best for him. He's a great guy, and Nintendo is anything but a great company. They're trash. That's really about it. See ya. I'm sure many of you have started to notice that my hard, intimidating, masculine exterior shell has begun to crack a little bit over the last month or so. It's almost like a Gundam, where this peak masculine body is being piloted by a more sensitive Charlie on the inside. And on stream, I've been getting kind of emotional, very nostalgic really, remembering and ranting about the golden glory days of entertainment. And without fail, every time the conversation immediately turns to Attitude Era Wrestling, WWF, WWE, and also, of course, by extension, Backyard Wrestling Productions. I lived and breathed wrestling when I was a kid. So when I get in my feelings about getting older and reminiscing about things that I liked when I was young, I always make sure to mention or pull up clips from old school wrestling moments. Iconic stuff like Stone Cold vs. Booker T in a grocery store, Mankind McFoley getting tossed off Hell in a Cell, Shawn Michaels with his sweet chin music where he goes backstage and super kicks like 5 innocent dudes, all of whom just eat shit on concrete. It is amazing. It was just such an impactful part of my childhood. I'm actually pretty sure my first celebrity crush ever was Stacy Keibler, though I'm sure every man on the planet also had that same crush during this era. And it wasn't just, WWE and all that. Backyard wrestling, I got very big into. I used to get like these bootlegged VHS tapes of backyard wrestling performances. They even had a backyard wrestling game that went to the Xbox at one point, and that game had a like behind the scenes moment where there was like a vagina that got shown for a split second, and that was the first time I ever saw a pussy in my life. Point is, wrestling was very big for me in my formative years. And I've been wanting to recapture that magic. I've been watching some WWE, some AEW, and while I still like both of those, there's just something missing. And I thought, why not combine the old Attitude Era wrestling with backyard wrestling scuff goofiness? So we thought, let's just fucking let it rip. So the title's not clickbait. The WWE is in huge trouble because we've created our own wrestling league, the Moist Wrestling League, the MWL, and we've already filmed our first episode. And I've got to tell you, it's a masterpiece. If this doesn't win awards, then the entire system is flawed. It's all rigged. It's corrupt from top to bottom. Because this is true art. This is why video cameras were invented, to capture what we did about a week ago. It is an amazing, amazing pilot. It goes up tonight at 8 p.m. EST, and I wanted to make this video just to kind of announce it and explain why, because dropping this bad boy cold turkey into the wild would just be a disservice to the craft. So our first match is between Chainsaw and Dow Jones. Now, I want to make it clear, I am a fan of CZW, Combat Zone Wrestling. I am very familiar with it and have been for quite some time. I know for a lot of people, when they hear backyard wrestling, their mind kind of defaults to CZW and the brutality of it. And that's just a little too extreme for us right now. We don't have the capabilities of doing what CZW does with like fucking flaming sledgehammers and like blasting ass the way they do. It's not going to be like CZW. For those that don't know, CZW is like actual fucking death matches. Like this is some shit out of Mad Max. Like it is still like wrestling, but they use like weed whackers and actually just hit themselves with it. They fly through glass, do like atomic pile drivers from the top of buildings onto concrete, onto beds of nails, hit each other with baseball bats of barbed wire. It's fucking intense. It's hype. But that we can't really integrate into the Moist Wrestling League. And also, it's not us wrestling. It's not like me versus Matt or anything like that. We actually got real local wrestlers to participate, so they're actually good at it. So it's not like super embarrassing with us doing like geriatric maneuvers. It's like wrestling. So we wanted to kick off the MWL with a very simple plot line and characters for our pilot episode, though we do have a lot written and brainstormed for future storylines that are deep and outrageous. Like it puts Game of Thrones to shame with the complex narrative we're weaving here with the MWL. Now for episode 1 here, we've kicked it off with a grudge match, Chainsaw vs. Dow Jones. Now as the name would have you believe, Chainsaw is an angel. He's a soft-spoken sweetheart who's just an all-around upstanding citizen and just an invaluable member of his community. He donates to local shelters. He only shops at local businesses. And he's even a frequent volunteer at the soup kitchen because he just wants to do his part to make the community a better place for everyone. But unfortunately, Chainsaw was dealt a bit of a bad hand. He lost his wife and his house in the 2008 recession, and he's never fully recovered from it. Chainsaw fully blames the stock market for everything that went wrong in his life, and unfortunately, he doesn't subscribe to forgiveness. So he has no mercy for the stock market and is looking to finally avenge all of the loss he suffered at its hands in 2008. And last week, we gave him that opportunity, where he'd go toe-to-toe with the stock market itself, Dow Jones. Dow Jones is a cocky man. He's a bad guy. He's absolutely the heel here, and they duked it out. It's a very standard match in a ring, but we do plan on branching this out into wackier venues and shit. We do plan on doing things like the WWE used to do, where like, you know, Vince McMahon's in a hospital bed and Stone Cold is pretending to be the nurse and then starts wailing on his broken leg, shit like that. I'd love to get to a point where we can go to just crazy places and do wild little matches, like go to a real prison and we have like two bad dudes squaring off, fucking Megor versus Thorgor. And it's a death row match where the loser gets thrown into an electric chair. So they're like fighting each other around the electric chair. And instead of a pin, they're like flipping switches. So like 1 flip, 2, and then 3's the electric chair. Like just outrageous shit. Obviously it wouldn't be real electric chair, life or death or anything. But I just love the idea of just getting outrageously wacky with it. The beauty of Attitude Era and backyard wrestling is it's just anything goes. Like anything could work. If we did that electric chair thing and we play off like, oh man, Megor is dead. Well then 2 weeks from there, like a Royal Rumble, we could have a necromancer come in and bring him back to life and work him like a fucking puppet in the ring or something. Like, I just love the freedom of just going absolutely hog wild with wrestling. And that's the entire design of the Moist Wrestling League. And we wanted to start off small, of course, so our first production, our first match that goes up today, is very bare bones. We ran it very skinny, but it's only going to get bigger and better from here. Hopefully you all like it. We're extremely excited about it and had a ton of fun putting it on. We'd also like to eventually tour with it if we get to a point where it's like actually popular and people get excited about it. So yeah, this is just kind of my brief little Shark Tank pitch to all of you about MWL, the Moist Wrestling League. We've got quite a few more matches planned out in our heads, as well as general ideas on other wild shit we can do with the concept. So yeah, just hope all of you enjoy it. Again, it goes up at 8 p.m. EST tonight, so about like 5-ish hours from the time this video goes up. So yeah. And since we're just here shooting this shit, I'll also announce one more thing that I keep getting asked about. When does issue 3 of Godslap release? It comes out on March 8th. So issue 3 of Godslap is coming out March 8th. Per usual, standard cover, 2 variants that'll only ever be a limited supply. So once those are sold out, they're gone forever. Issue 3 of Godslap's right around the corner. So March 8th, mark your calendar on that. It's just 5 days away for that puppy. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya. All of you know I like to collect shiny trading cards, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering. There's just something about a holographic card that just activates all the neurons in my tiny little primitive smooth brain and makes me clap and have a smile on my face. Now, I've collected cards for a long time, and Wizards of the Coast has produced a lot of the cards I've collected, early Pokemon sets and Magic the Gathering, for example. And what they've recently done to another collector is unforgivably cruel. They unleashed the fucking Pinkertons to go to this man's house and scare him and his wife and confiscate some Magic the Gathering booster boxes that he had recently purchased. That sounds like the plot to a Breaking Bad episode when someone didn't fully compensate Tuco for the drugs they bought. Now, the reason there was an issue with his purchase is because the YouTuber made a video showcasing the boxes that he got, and it turns out the boxes he received were not the ones that he actually ordered. He had ordered a booster box set called March of the Machine, but what he received was March of the Machine, The Aftermath, which was an unreleased set, and he unveiled the cards a month early. It was a leak, and it was a problem with the distribution because the names are so similar. He believes what happened is the person he tried to purchase March of the Machine boxes from accidentally sent him the unreleased boxes because the names were so similar and they got confused. But he didn't steal the product or anything like that. He didn't knowingly purchase unreleased product. He just got sent the wrong thing. But Wizards of the Coast, they took this as an affront to God. I'm sure all of you have heard the name Pinkertons before because they were literally the bad guys in Red Dead. Like, they have existed for 170 years. I had no idea they were still around. I thought they went extinct like fucking 100 years ago. But they still currently operate today. And Wizards of the Coast dusted off the old hotline right to their desk and ordered an operation for them. I'm not here to do a deep dive on the history of the Pinkertons. They engaged in a lot of terrifying shit a long time ago, and I don't know to what capacity they still operate and do business today, but just their reputation enough is horrifying, and the fact that Wizards of the Coast used them as their first means of communication with this YouTuber is frightening. As far as I know, Wizards of the Coast didn't make any attempts to directly communicate with the YouTuber to resolve the situation without making a big hoopla out of it. It seems they just immediately, slapped the Pinkertons on the ass and told them, "Get out there, sport. Time to engage Operation Pinkerton Pain Train," and then sent them right to the man's doorstep. And when I was reading about this story and watched the video the content creator posted about the situation, I immediately pictured Wizards of the Coast higher-ups donning these dark cloaks put over their head, kind of like Darth Sidious in Star Wars, sitting around this giant table like an Austin Powers supervillain lair, brainstorming on the best course of action to reclaim the stolen goods, even though it wasn't stolen. And then they came up with the scariest option they could at the time. They treated this YouTuber, his name's Old School MTG, they treated him like Cobra Commander, and they were sending the G.I. Joe after him, all over a fucking trading card leak that the guy didn't even mean to engage in the first place. Yes, he did film the opening of the Aftermath box, which was a leak and it was early, but they could have just asked him politely to take it down and even ship back the product, and they would maybe just give him what he meant to buy. This was clearly an issue in the distribution, not with the YouTuber himself. He didn't mean to buy this set because it wasn't out. He just wanted some March of the Machine boxes, and it became a big deal, so much so that it escalated to Wizards of the Coast sending the Pinkertons, which is just wild. You know, the title's not like a joke. The Pinkertons, and this is news to me, are still real. You know them as the bad guys in Red Dead, but they are like a real firm. So basically, in a nutshell, there's a YouTuber, I believe his name is Old School MTG, I'll pull up his channel in just a moment. He ordered a set of boxes for Magic the Gathering called Wrath of the Machine, or March of the Machine. And what ended up happening is he got an unreleased set of boxes called March of the Machine Aftermath. And he publicized that he had it, and this was a big leak for Wizards of the Coast. And they responded as if he had just stolen the Krabby Patty secret formula. They threw the wood at him. They contacted and hired the Pinkerton firm to go to this man's house and reclaim the merchandise, claiming that it was stolen goods. So on his channel, I'll pull it up now. I believe it's Old School MTG. Yeah, Old School MTG. So on his channel in this video, he discusses exactly what happened. So the Pinkertons show up and he's describing them as heavy hitters and scary and made his wife cry. They were apparently talking about like jail time for stolen goods, and then they confiscated the March of the Machine Aftermath boxes. Old School MTG explains that it was just a simple misunderstanding. He didn't know the products were stolen. He doesn't even think the products were stolen. He thinks what happened is somewhere along the way, the guy that he was buying them from is not a Magic guy. He says he's more of a Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh guy. Didn't realize there was a difference between March of the Machine and March of the Machine Aftermath. So when he made the purchase order for March of the Machine, he accidentally sent him Aftermath. So like a very big, honest mistake from the way it sounds. It's not like Old School MTG went in there like it was fucking Ocean's 11 and had some kind of grand heist to steal March of Madness Aftermath boxes. It was actually just a fuck up. But Wizards of the Coast took it very seriously and hired the Pinkertons, which is beyond scary. Like the Pinkertons. They actually had a lawsuit because of the reputation that they have. They had a lawsuit with Red Dead Redemption. I don't know if you guys remember this. Because they were tired of their reputation of being the bad guys. Well, here, this is a follow-up to it. But basically, they didn't like that they were still being portrayed as bad guys. So they engaged in a legal battle over their portrayal. Trading card mafia. Yeah, this was such an overreaction from Wizards of the Coast. I don't know what's been going on over there, man. They have been like cracking down on everything with an iron fist, much to the reputational damage of the whole company. It's crazy. All the D&D shit, it just doesn't stop. But what's also wilder, by the way, is the thing he had access to, March of the Machine, the Aftermath, which, you know, he opened on cam. Big no-no, big leak. It's not even like it's that deep in the future. It's like 3 weeks away. So we got it 3 weeks early. It's not that big of a fucking deal. But yeah, they confiscated all the boxes and everything, intimidated him, scared him. But he's like super, super generous to them in this video. I don't know if it's out of fear or what, but what they did to him is beyond wrong. Like, this man got done dirty. And in the video, he talks about Wizards, like, very positively. I don't know if they had, like, a gun to his head or what, but he was, like, really charitable. He was like, yeah, after the Pinkertons raided my fucking house, they gave me a contact at Wizards, so I called them, and they were super nice and super apologetic, even offered a potential reimbursement with some product. I was like, when I was listening to that, I was like, man, this guy's got a heart of gold, because what they're doing is they're panicking, because what they did is, quite frankly, beyond disgusting. I don't even know if it's fully legal. To hire a private security firm to go reclaim material that you don't even know for sure is stolen? Like, what do you mean? Because this guy didn't fucking steal it. They apologized to him. Not publicly. Only over the phone. Like, the personal contact, he said, was very sweet. And I imagine that they were really trying to sugarcoat him so that way they could maybe avoid a lawsuit if he decides to, like, actually look into this situation. Because, again, I don't even think what they did is legal by sicking the fucking Pinkertons on him to confiscate his shit. Why not just ignore the Pinkertons? Brother, you have not played Red Dead. Now, he didn't have to give over his goods, I don't think, because, again, I'm not, I never passed the bar, but it doesn't seem like that's actually something that they could get away with legally. But you're not going to just, like, ignore the Pinkertons. He described them as, like, heavy hitters, like, scary. God, it really does sound like a mission out of Red Dead, though. I come out and the wife's answering the door and it's the Pinkertons. Fuck, man. But yeah, I saw a lot of people on Twitter. For some reason, it's always Twitter that has, like, the dumbest takes, like, I don't think they sent the Pinkertons, that wouldn't make any sense. But then Wizards themselves did confirm that the Pinkertons were part of the investigation. And then, of course, they just go silent after they're confronted with, like, the reality that they were wrong. It's like, why should we believe this YouTuber? He's probably lying. Did he record the Pinkertons? But to be fair, it does sound like unbelievable that a trading card company, well, I mean, there are a lot more than that, but over trading card disputes, they'd hire the goddamn Pinkertons. But yeah, here's his explanation. Somebody screwed up, sent out the wrong cases to the gentleman that I bought the boxes off of because when he sold me the stuff, he said he was selling March of the Machine collector's boxes, not Aftermath. He didn't even really know what Aftermath really was, I don't think. So like I mentioned, he believes that it was just something along the distribution chain because the names are so similar that someone got confused and sent out the wrong thing. Are Pinkertons a crime family or an organization? Yeah, the line's kind of blurred if you look at the Pinkertons historically, but they are a detective agency. But they've been around for 170 years. They've got a wild history. During their height, they had more armed men than the U.S. Army. Really? That's interesting. I didn't know that. It's not a very intimidating name. I disagree, man. That name actually sounds straight out of the Wild West era of just lawless, wild shit. I don't know, you hear that name and you're like, oh wow, those are some loose cannons that don't play by the rules. I really do feel bad for the guy because he seems super wholesome and genuine. In his video, he's also just really nice to Wizards of the Coast about everything that happened, even in spite of them sending these heavy-duty lawman Pinkerton agents to his house who also mentioned jail time and scared his wife. Like, that's crossing a line when they could have reached out in other methods to talk to him and clear up this incident. But they went with the scariest option immediately to, like, intimidate and scare him and reclaim the stolen goods. Now, I don't know if the Pinkertons had a warrant to, like, search and confiscate his shit. It still, to me, feels like what happened here isn't fully legal, which is why when Old School MTG called Wizards of the Coast representative on the phone, they were so nice and apologetic. They probably don't want him to think too hard about it and consider a lawsuit, because to me, and based on the little bit of reading I've done around situations like this, it doesn't seem like this was fully within the rights of Wizards of the Coast to do. This seems like it's in a really weird legal gray area here, and a pretty fucked up situation regardless, even if it is fully legal. It was just unnecessarily aggressive. So I wanted to talk about this situation a little bit, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. It actually happened, and I'm as shocked as you are. YouTube actually reverted one of their bad changes they've made recently. This is more rare than winning the lottery. In November, YouTube made changes to their monetization policy, which overnight slapped a ton of channels and demonetized a large portion of their catalog, with no warning whatsoever that it was coming. Pretty much overnight, a ton of channels had their income drastically affected, which led to fear and outrage, naturally. They decided that it was time to really sterilize the content. No more of those naughty sailor sentence enhancers. Welcome to Weenie Hut Jr., bub. So they punished a lot of channels, and today, they actually announced that they're reverting that change on the bad words. So they're no longer going to be treating all curse words equally. There's going to be tiers to them, because fucking obviously there should be. Not every curse word's the same. You can't argue that hell and damn are on the same level as a fuck. The original policy said that all bad words are going to be equal in the eyes of the algorithm. So it was a big problem that now they've recognized was a problem, so they've dialed it back. They're also being more flexible on the harshness of the language you can use in the content and still be monetized for. Not only that, they're finally showing us how the sausage is made and is no longer just making it vague statements. They are making it very clear what is and is not going to trigger different levels of monetization, what is and is not allowed for full monetization, what will result in limited monetization, and what exactly will result in no ads. They finally laid it all out plainly and clearly, so there's no guesswork anymore. Overall, this is a very surprising announcement because I can't even recall the last time YouTube reverted a policy change. The only one that even tickles my noodle is when Google Plus still existed and you had to sign up for Google Plus to comment on YouTube videos. But I feel like the only reason that got taken away is because Google Plus got taken away. That got buried like a fucking dinosaur. It went extinct. The service ceased to exist. Thus, it could no longer exist on YouTube as a commenting feature. And it's been like 10 years since then. God rest the soul of Google+. I know all 3 people that used it are probably still very distraught about it. May time heal those wounds. But I feel like I'd remember if they actually reverted that change before Google Plus's collapse. And I don't remember any announcement like that. I think they were stubbornly going to ride or die on Google Plus, and then Google Plus died. So not even that really fully qualifies, I don't think. I actually just can't think of another policy change they've ever walked back on. I really can't. This is truly a unicorn here. It's super refreshing, and I'm thankful that they're, going back on this change. So now you can, again, say your fucks. You can then say, whatever other colorful language you want to include without fear of your livelihood being threatened for it or anything like that. But I am admittedly confused that this is the first change that they're publicly eating shit on, saying that this was too far, too Insano style, it wasn't how we wanted it to be, and we've listened to the feedback, so we're going to revert those changes. I'm just surprised it's this one as opposed to dislikes. They removed dislikes a long time ago, and people still are very vocal about how awful of a decision that was, and people are still very much wanting dislikes to be re-enabled on the platform. And I feel like that's a pretty easy one for them to do, because dislikes still exist, it's just not publicly accessible on the platform without an extension. So they could easily flip that switch back on, and it'd be a slam dunk to showcase that they actually are listening to feedback now. I think this is a great first step, like, hey, don't get me wrong, I'm happy about this. Hey, we heard you, we're reverting this change, it wasn't a good change. But why not also extend that to something like dislikes? And also, they haven't made any mention on that violent content policy that they updated at the same time as the cursing policy, where a lot of channels were also hit by that if they were playing a video game that was a little too violent. So there is still room for improvement, but it is a good first step that I'm thankful for. So I just wanted to at least point out a couple of other things that I would like them to address as well. Of course, the biggest being bringing fucking dislikes back. Now, there's one more pretty important thing that I'd like to talk about. They actually put out a video going over everything and explaining it in greater detail with an actual face to the policy. This is their lead monetization guy, and I half expected this to just be like a fucking android or robot or something, but they actually have the real living, breathing human being that's behind these monetization changes and these monetization policies coming forward to explain it.
This November aimed to improve the clarity and enforcement of our advertiser-friendly guidelines, and to make it easier for creators to monetize brand-safe content.
I don't really get how the November change was supposed to make it easier to monetize brand-friendly content. It didn't seem to have any effect on what was already considered brand-friendly, so that seems like kind of a nothing point. And I'm also not on board or subscribed to the belief that it was done with the intent of clarifying their policies on, cursing and all that, when it was just a full overhaul of what is and is not allowed in regards to monetization. So changing, like, the first 15 seconds, you can't say anything that's even somewhat naughty and shit like that, and treating all curse words equally. That's not really providing clarity, that's just completely changing what's already been established. So I'm a little confused on what the actual goal was, if the goal itself wasn't to make it a more strict environment, which it seems like, from what he's saying, that's not what they were intending.
Since then, we heard concerns from creators about the impact of this change. Upon reviewing our own enforcement data, we found the profanity policy resulted in a stricter approach than we intended. As a result, we are making the following changes to better reflect the goals of our initial update in November.
Again, that statement has me scratching my head like I've got fucking lice. I'm very confused. How could you not have foreseen that this profanity change makes it a more restrictive environment? If that wasn't the goal. Like, it seems like the goal was to change the profanity policy in order to make everything cleaner for people that, rely on AdSense for their livelihood on the platform, right? I don't understand exactly what the goal was if the goal wasn't to change that policy itself, because he seems to insinuate that the belief was it would make things easier. How? In what fantasy world would that have actually been the result from the policy change? It just makes everything a lot more tough and harsh to create in.
We are no longer treating all profanity equally. Usage of moderate profanity, words like bitch, douchebag, asshole, shit, at any time in the video content is now eligible for green icons. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue. Usage of stronger profanity, like the F word in the first 7 seconds or repeatedly throughout the majority of the video, can now run limited ads. Under the November update, this would have received no ad revenue.
When he really spells out the November update, you can truly hear just how fucking brutal it was. So it is fantastic that they're walking it back. That is great. And it's also lovely to hear this guy say things like bitch, asshole, and douchebag, and he even says fuck, too. He referred to it as the F word here, but he gets a little loosey-goosey with it in a little bit. He just straight up drops a fuck in there, which is pretty cool to hear.
Content using profanity, moderate, or stronger words like fuck after the first 7 seconds will now be eligible for green icons, unless used repetitively throughout the majority of the video. As was the case before the update in November, use of any profanity, be it something like shit or the F word, in titles and thumbnails will receive a yellow icon.
I really do appreciate his matter-of-fact way of presenting this. He just lays down the brass tacks and he does it in 4 minutes. It's pretty concise, it's bite-sized, so that way you get all of the information you need and you'll know exactly what will result in what monetization status. So I actually think it's a really great thing that they've done here. I don't know if they normally do this and I've just been missing it, but if this is new, I hope they continue it because it leaves no more room for vagueness or misinterpretation of policies. I think that's nice. I also think it's a good thing that they have the head honcho here of the department being the principal actor here in the content, so that way he can be the face of it the way that it should be, since he is the one that leads the policy monetization team. So, overall, I am very appreciative that they have reverted these changes. I'm not going to play the rest of the video where he goes more in depth on more of the profanity changes. You can check that out yourself so that way you have more clarity on it as well. But overall, a great change, and it seems like it's going back to the way it was before November. And actually, from the sound of what he was saying, it seems even better than it was pre-November. But maybe now I'm just not remembering exactly how the policies used to work. Regardless, though, it is a good thing. This is a rare YouTube W on this situation. I'm happy for it, but I think there's still more work to do. I do hope they continue this. I hope this is the start of more transparency, a willingness to listen to the community in regards to changes that they make. I'm hopeful that this won't be a one-off decision that they make, and we can start tackling some other problems, like the dislikes being hidden still. But anyway, I just wanted to keep everyone updated on this situation. That's about it. So yeah. Another day, another disaster in the esports industry. Today, we have to mourn the loss of an esports icon, someone whose passion for the industry as well as their non-stop involvement in the space is something that's very powerful and special, something I think we can all learn from. I'm talking, of course, about Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg, as you know, is one of the founding fathers of FaZe. He's been with the company for about a year now, and honestly, it's probably what he's most known for now. Aside from all of the other success he's had in his career, FaZe is probably what Snoop Dogg is most known for, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to hold a funeral service for him now. Not because he's like actually dead, but because he's dead to esports. He has resigned from FaZe. According to their SEC filing, it wasn't due to any disagreements between Snoop Dogg and FaZe Clan, and it's only been a little over a year since he joined in the first place. I'm of course kidding. I imagine most of you didn't even know Snoop Dogg was part of FaZe Clan because they made this big hoopla one time when he signed up, but he couldn't even be bothered to show up to the announcement in person, so instead all they've ever done together is have a picture of Snoop Dogg holding the FaZe Clan chain. That's really about it. That's about where his involvement in FaZe stops. He took one picture with their chain, and that's it. He said, "All right, my job's done here. Thanks for the shares and the payday, I guess. Glad to be here." And he just kind of rode that for over a year. Just a severe case of goofball brain here with the decision to bring Snoop Dogg on to FaZe as part of their board of directors as well. This isn't a decision that is exclusive to just FaZe. This was actually a trend in the esports space where a lot of mainstream celebrities that have never touched the video game in their life all started being brought on board as kind of the face of organizations. So Snoop Dogg, that was supposed to be his role. And the idea is these mainstream celebrities open their brand up to new viewers, new potential customers, which will hopefully allow them to make more money because those new customers now might buy merch and help them actually generate a profit in an industry where profit is a forbidden, illegal word to use because it just doesn't fucking exist. In esports, profit is like finding a leprechaun's pot of gold. It's impossible. There's no such thing. There's very few orgs that turn any level of profit. It's very rare. So they all got desperate and thought this might be the play. Grab celebrities like Snoop Dogg and hopefully we'll get some new customers that'll help us get in the green. And it clearly has not worked at all. I think the idea, like the logic behind it, makes sense, but you'd need a celebrity who actually knows what the fuck is going on in the industry, or at the very least plays games. Snoop Dogg streams occasionally, but for over a month he couldn't even be bothered to turn audio on. He streamed completely muted, and he never noticed. He'd go over a month, with just a completely fucking muted stream, like you were sitting in a fucking sensory deprivation tank when you had a Snoop Dogg stream on. I guess maybe it was good for, like, sleep aid. That, might be a real argument you can make, but he is clearly not someone who ever understood esports to begin with. This was just supposed to be like a desperate Hail Mary to hopefully get new audience to, buy into the FaZe brand. And we can really see how well that worked for FaZe in particular here. The proof is in the pudding. This is a recipe for home runs. They can't stop winning here. Look at this fucking stock price, absolutely crushing it. So the point is, it's not something that FaZe alone is struggling with. All of esports is kind of imploding right now. The bubble has finally burst. In addition to Snoop Dogg making his grand departure from the space, CLG yesterday announced that they're pretty much folding as well. I believe they're being purchased by a different entity, but overall their operations are ceasing. They're halting all of their esports spending. I think the only thing they're keeping intact is their league-related arm. All the rest are being flushed down the shitter, so there's been mass layoffs, ton of people banished to the Shadow Realm overnight here from the CLG closing of their doors, and it's a huge surprise to everybody. Especially because even just like a couple weeks ago, they were making new signings. Like they just signed 2 new Smash Brothers Melee players, and now, not even a full month later, they're like, actually, company's gone. We're completely changing everything. So a spokesperson has apparently said that they're trying to, better position their company for long-term success and, looking at alternative business strategy. I guess that strategy is give up and roll over, because that's what it really feels like. Hoping that someone will purchase the, remnants, the skeleton crew of CLG. And it's not like I blame them. Like I said, the industry is just not generating money at all. Esports does not make money. And that is a lesson that everyone is now learning in that space. And it's something that myself, Ludwig, Matt, Danny, all of us knew beforehand when we made Moist Esports. We knew that this industry was held up with fucking imagination, like SpongeBob and Patrick in their box. All it was imaginary valuation on all their shit and hopium that eventually they'll be able to somehow make money. And that's not the reality of the situation. So we knew going into it this was going to be losing money out the wazoo, maybe forever, and we're fine with it because it's a space we are genuinely passionate about, but all of these other companies don't have the same luxury that we have. They do need to make money in order to continue to exist, and they really can't right now, so all of their business strategy over the last 5 or 6 years is eating them alive, which is why so many of them are experiencing these massive layoffs or just completely vanishing. Like another one, United recently had to fold as well. It's just been a really tumultuous period in the esports scene. I don't think esports as a whole are going to die, like competitive gaming isn't going anywhere, but these orgs they're having to swallow a very tough pill and learn that they've been making terrible decisions for years now and it's not working out. So CLG is the most recent victim here. But again, them and FaZe, they're still not alone. Even earlier this week, TSM, one of the biggest names in gaming, had to announce that they are going to have to be making changes as well. They're pulling out of several titles as well as just kind of pumping the brakes pretty hard on a lot of their other ventures that they were pursuing. It was even reported that they were considering selling their slot in the LCS, which is almost blasphemous because TSM's been in League of Legends since the fucking start. I mean, that is crazy. And of course, most of you probably remember that they had a huge deal with FTX, a $200 million deal that was also included with naming rights, so they were TSM FTX. But we all know how FTX, turned out, that fucking fairy tale ending. Absolute disaster, which of course was a huge hit to TSM, but they did make a statement saying that they were strong, profitable, and stable following the cancellation with FTX. But now I've got to question if that's true, or if that was just a load of hooey. Because, Jesus Christ, This is a huge deal. Selling an LCS slot, especially for an org like TSM, is a crazy thing to even think is right around the corner potentially. Now, I understand LCS itself is kind of dying. It's treading water. Let's just call it like it is. We don't need to be huffing any copium here. The LCS itself has not been doing great. League overall has been fine. Like, other regions have been doing great in some cases, but the LCS in particular, not so much. Viewership is not looking amazing. People don't really get excited about it, so that is also something to consider with the TSM situation here. Like, maybe they just feel like it's in their best interest to sell it, because they want to ensure that they can remain profitable and stable. So they could be doing this as a preventative cautionary measure to make sure they don't bite off more than they can chew down the line should the esports industry continue to get worse. So maybe they aren't as bad as it initially appears here, with them like halting a lot of things and pulling out of some titles. But either way, it's still at least alarming because the industry itself, all of esports, is just not healthy at all. It is held together by fucking toothpicks and glue. It's like making those old like spaghetti fortresses like back in science class where you're supposed to like make a little spaghetti building. Like, that is pretty much the entire esports space, and right now that spaghetti building is really wobbling. It's sad to see, but it was also the most predictable shit ever. I don't know how people didn't see this coming sooner. Like, even on the outside, I know a lot of viewers are like, man, how the fuck are these esports orgs even profitable? And the answer was always, they're not. But for some reason, the orgs themselves never had this eureka moment, this, flip of the light switch to like, holy shit, this is going to be bad pretty soon. We're not able to actually recoup our costs. And now they're panicking, they're folding, and it's chaos, pandemonium. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because obviously I'm in the industry with Moist Esports, of course, so I see a lot of it and I have a lot of information on like the back end of what's going on with other orgs, and it's always just so surprising to hear that this is something they didn't foresee and didn't plan for accordingly. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over this whole topic, and once again, it is sad to see Snoop Dogg leave. I know most of gamers out there looked up to him as a hero in the esports scene, as kind of their inspiration behind the drive to compete in esports, and now he's left FaZe, so that's rough. But anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I have just got to give an update to the wackiest trial that's ever been broadcast. It finally concluded, and goodness gracious, geez Louise, I tell ya, what an adventure. Since the invention of video technology, we've been building up to a moment like this. This is why video exists. To capture this public trial, Gwyneth Paltrow versus Terry Sanderson. It's a legal battle where Terry Sanderson insists that Gwyneth Paltrow hit him on a skiing slope 7 years ago, and it left him, debilitatingly injured, like a brain injury, turned him into a shut-in, this and that, and he was looking for $3 million in damages, which got thrown out pretty quickly. They wiped their ass with that whole case, saying that, this wasn't a hit and run. But then he came back for round 2 looking for the sloppy seconds and came after her again, this time for $300,000 in damages. And this time it made it all the way to court, and thank God for that because we got to watch it live. In response, Gwyneth Paltrow was countersuing for $1. A single dollar. Like Mr. Krabs with me millionth dollar. She was coming after him for a single buck. One clam. Though I do think he'd also be responsible for covering her attorney fees. So realistically, it's more than $1, but the damages she was pursuing was $1 single. The verdict is in. I don't want to spoil anything from this anime, but I would like to show you a couple Terry Sanderson best of moments real quick, just to give you like a brief appetizer to wet your whistle on just how crazy this trial was.
Do you recall saying that you agreed that saying I'm famous was a crazy thing to say? Agree?
Absolutely, it's not me. I don't buy into that.
But it was you, right? Just to be clear. When you say it wasn't me, it was in fact you.
It's the other personality that's inhabiting my body right now.
And you blame Gwyneth Paltrow for that?
Yes. No question.
This case now turned into a demonic possession type deal going on right now. Terry's got spirits inside of his body that sometimes take control of it, I guess. Because it wasn't him that sent that email about, I'm famous. It was Well, there's a different personality living with inside Terry right there, working him like a fucking puppet, I guess. Terry does deliver some very important entertainment to the trial. However, the real stars of the show are undoubtedly the lawyers for Paltrow and for Terry. I'm convinced that this had to be some kind of social experiment conducted by the Impractical Jokers, and they were using actors for these lawyer roles because, Jesus Christ, I really felt like they were just feeding them these questions. The lawyer for Terry, she was pretty much a huge Gwyneth Paltrow fan and was just asking softball questions and conversation starters, literal small talk that you'd see from like Ask Reddit advice on how to talk to like your celebrity crush. And then the lawyer for Gwyneth Paltrow, that man you saw at the end of the clip, that guy I'm pretty sure didn't even know where he was half the time. It was a complete circus. But I want to focus mainly just on Terry, and you'll see why in a little bit.
This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
Denial.
this is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
This is really Terry's most iconic moment here, referencing Epstein's Island and putting himself as like the hero that could stop all of this if he only wins the lawsuit against Gwyneth Paltrow, basically. He hypes himself up like the fucking Batman who's standing up to her to put a kibosh on her hitting people on the slopes, as well as like, you know, not letting it spiral out of control where kids start getting molested on an island. Now, like I said, I would wager a guess Gwyneth Paltrow has probably flown on Epstein's airline. Half of Hollywood has. Bunch of fucking evil weirdos out there. But it also has no relevance to the case at all in a fucking skiing accident and figuring out who was at fault. Now, I mentioned at the beginning, Terry was claiming he suffered huge injuries from this thing. Traumatic injuries, you know, debilitating stuff that, you know, made him a shut-in because he was afraid to go outside now after experiencing such pain. Well, that got called into question in a big way. I'll just give you a little montage of all of the pictures that Terry took over the last few years since the incident of him traveling the world and doing pretty intense things like fucking parasailing. So they start poking holes in that claim of, you were so injured that it turned you into a shut-in, yet literally, you know, not even a full year later, you're already back skiing, you're parasailing, you're riding mopeds, you're going fucking hog wild.
After the collision, up in the ski resorts, or what is this?
Yeah, about a year later. I think I was just walking up in the hills above my house.
Okay, page 63. Is this you skiing after the collision? Is this you on a camel?
It is.
What country?
It's Morocco, because the Kia had Morocco heritage.
Let's go to 84. Is that you in front of something cool?
Yes, one of millions of temples in Thailand that...
Is that you?
It is, yes.
Poster boy for fitness at age 75. Would you agree? Driving range, right?
Yes.
80. Is this you? Are you in this river cruise, river boat?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Page 81. Did someone you were with or you go parish sailing?
This was in Switzerland.
It seems Terry has traveled more than Jackie Chan did in Around the World in 80 Days. Terry has been everywhere and done everything, fucking parasailing. You know, all of that's super cool, but you have to keep in mind, this was post, you know, Armageddon here, where he claimed that ski accident with Gwyneth Paltrow was debilitating, changed his whole life, turned him into a shut-in, left him with permanent injuries, and yet he was still super active, doing like physically demanding things, like going skiing again not long after the collision, fucking parasailing. That's a little interesting. So they kind of grilled Terry, and I want to make it clear, it's not like Gwyneth Paltrow did an amazing job either. It's not like her team was like fucking crack shot ace detectives, and it's not like she looked like some kind of genius saint up there or anything. But surprisingly, she looked sane in comparison to the rest of the circus around her, which is crazy because she fucking founded Goop, which is literally one of the stupidest goddamn things on the planet. I will still never get over her, this smells like my vagina candle scam. Very fraudulent, bad business practice there, because that smelled nothing like pussy. And certainly not hers. Absolutely not. But again, she wasn't amazing, but compared to the rest, she did enough. I'll go ahead and show you the verdict now.
Paltrow at fault? No. Was Gwyneth Paltrow's fault a cause of Terry Sanderson's harm? Oh, skip that.
There's just no response there.
Okay. Was Terry Sanderson at fault? Yes. Was Terry Sanderson's fault a cause Gwyneth Paltrow's did Terry Sanderson's fault cause Gwyneth Paltrow's harm? Yes. Comparative fault. What % of the fault do you assign to Terry Sanderson? 100%. Damages. What amount fairly compensates Gwyneth Paltrow for economic damages? $1. Signed March 30th, 2023.
I love how if you listen closely, you can hear a subtle whisper when she says awarded like $1 in damages. Someone goes, nice. Which is fucking cute, I guess. Yeah, Gwyneth Paltrow won the case. Shocker. If you watch this unfold, I think you knew this was coming. This was one hell of a trial. Like, wowee. What a ball game. Now, don't be upset, Terry Sanderson fans. After the trial concluded, he was interviewed outside, and he was in very high spirits. He was even asked about a reality TV show, if he'd be open to something like that. Which, of course, being the humble, not narcissistic gentleman that he is, he said, oh, no, I don't think so. I don't think I'll do a reality TV show. No way. Get out of town. But I'm not too sure. We might see more of Terry Sanderson in the limelight after this whole debacle here. But anyway, I just wanted to give a little update to all of this because this was so silly. This was so fucking silly. And yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Pardon my sweaty grease. I just got back after playing pickup basketball. I was an unstoppable force of nature on the court, a three-point machine, and also my drives were second to none. I was a wheelin' and dealin', squirtin' and squealin' animal out there. But anyway, that's not what I'm here to talk about. I just wanted to explain why it looks like I just took a bath in a vat of cooking oil. What I want to talk about today is E3, and even more than that, gaming conferences in general. E3 used to be the biggest name in gaming that everyone would look forward to every year. It was a huge convention that'd be held where they'd show the latest and greatest from the industry, trailers, they'd even have playable demos and everything out, all these booths set up where you get to meet people in the industry, and just a really big celebration of things, and some unforgettable moments have happened at E3, some huge announcements, and of course, who could forget the iconic time that Ubisoft brought out Mr. Coffee, who used to do this. So E3 is something that used to be beloved, but now is kind of just this fossil. Most gaming studios just hold their own conferences now where they play their trailers. You have like the State of Play for Sony, Nintendo Direct, where they talk to you like you're actually lobotomized, but they always get out all the information they want to. So it's kind of just obsolete to have E3 in the modern landscape. And even still, there is Jeff Keighley who hosts something very similar. He hosts multiple productions that are kind of similar to E3, like the Summer Games Fest, where he gets a big bunch of developers together to, do world premiere trailers and stuff. And he kind of dances on the grave of E3. He has stepped in as like the savior of these kind of gaming conferences. He streams them all and he crushes it. But E3 itself just can't find its footing anymore. Most people just don't care. It was supposed to be coming back around this year for the first time since 2019, but a few hours ago they announced they're going to be canceling it yet again. And the reason for its cancellation isn't surprising, but it is pretty sad to read. They're canceling it because they said there's just not enough interest in it. And that's super true, but man, reading that it feels bad. Because this used to be a titan. E3, I mean, even non-gamers had heard what E3 was and probably even watched it still. It used to be so big. And obviously it went away for a while because of COVID. They couldn't have these big convention spaces to be holding E3, so that was the reason why it was gone for a couple of years. But, since then, they just don't have the interest. And since there's not interest there, it makes it pretty unreasonable to try and do it anyway. That just feels even more pathetic if they were to do it and no one really cared or showed up or watched it. So I do understand it, and I just kind of wanted to talk about it a little bit because where did it all go wrong for gaming conferences? It's a question that nobody is asking because we all know the answer to it. The reason gaming conferences have kind of died out is because there's just no reason for them to exist anymore. Everyone has unlimited access to information at all times, at every hour of every day. And it's actually probably just more beneficial to just drop the trailer yourself, or do it at like your main developer conferences that they all now do, like, you know, Sony with the State of Play again, for example. There's just no reason to wait for E3 to do the grand reveals, because you don't really stand to gain too much from it. Back in the day you did, because that was the event that everyone would watch. You couldn't really just stealth drop your trailer on, you know, E-Bomb's World or anything. You know, no one would fucking see it. So you'd wait for E3 to roll around to get people hyped, get people interested, and reveal your projects. But now, you just don't need to. It's unnecessary. It's redundant. In the emails, they said that the 2023 version simply did not garner the sustained interest necessary to execute it in a way that would showcase the size, strength, and impact of our industry, but they remain committed to the advocacy work, but it doesn't mention that they're going to undertake the show again in the future. So they don't make a mention like, all right, this year was a bit of a stinker that kind of flopped, but next year, 2024, E3's coming back with a vengeance. They didn't say anything about attempting it in the future, so maybe this really is the end of them trying E3. Who really knows? But again, E3 has kind of become like YouTube Rewind. No one really cared about it and just kind of fizzled out. In fact, YouTube Rewind went out real sad as like the most disliked video on the entire platform, and then they canceled it then. But it was something that was already kind of like on its way out in terms of public interest anyway. They continue in the email saying that it was a difficult decision because of all the effort that them and their partners put toward making the event happen, but they had to do what was right for the industry and what was right for E3. So they said, we appreciate and understand that interested companies wouldn't have playable demos ready, and that resourcing challenges made being at E3 this summer an obstacle that they couldn't overcome. And for those that did commit to E3, we're sorry we can't put on any showcase you deserve and that you've come to expect from ReedPop's event expertise. So again, just shedding more light on it. They didn't have the interest, and as well as a couple other obstacles, it just didn't seem worth it for them, and I think they made the right decision canceling it. I probably would have still watched it regardless, just because of the nostalgia. It has been a long time since it's come back around, and I would have liked to see, you know, if they brought out the big guns. You know, they announced fucking GTA 7, right? Like, they go crazy. Maybe they finally show something from the new Elder Scrolls. But apparently that was not going to be the case. They also didn't have playable demos at the convention center ready or anything, so it looked like it probably would have just been a weak event if they did try. It probably was the right call not to. And I think the obvious big reason why this was never really going to work out well this year for them is because when E3 was announced, Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation all said, nope, we're not going. So taking the wind out of their sails immediately, and then Ubisoft apparently also said they wouldn't be going either. So they already just didn't have huge players in the industry going, so the lineup wasn't going to be strong regardless, which is just, you know, that's rough. You can't really make that work. Like I said, it really is pretty sad that no one gives a fuck about E3 anymore, because I remember how cherished the event used to be and the prestige that it used to have. So it is, you know, just a little upsetting to see where it's ended up, but it's for the best. It really is. The times have changed a lot. It just doesn't offer anything special anymore. There's no real reason for them to keep trying. Jeff Keighley's kind of put the stranglehold on big gaming conferences outside of the developers. So it's just a tough space to compete in now. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I know a lot of people watching this probably also used to love watching E3. So I wanted to give you the latest from, you know, the fallen behemoth here. And that's really about it. See ya. Tickling girls. I'm not even going to scroll over that one. Ah, here's Demonologist. The Phasmophobia-like game. Got all the good gear. Cool, cool, cool. How do I, Oh, I have to interact with it first. I don't have enough money for an EMF? What the fuck am I supposed to use? My sense of smell? How am I supposed to know if there's jinns and demons and ghosts? Oh, okay. This is a crazy little device, so I zap it. Man, I got some wild gizmos here. What the fuck is this? Can you hear me right now, or do I have to talk into this? Hey, hello? Hey. Hey, hello? Hey. I'm gonna set down a toy real quick if you want to play with it. I don't know what this does, but I'll just leave it there, I guess. I'm gonna go get a flashlight. Someone just walked by me. Or floated by me. Okay, how do I talk to you? Hey, hello? Oh, ghost nearby? Hey, hello? I had a little ghost icon. Hey, hello? What are you? Where's my clues? Which one of these whisper... It's very talkative. Hey, can you shut the fuck up for a second? I'm trying to learn about evidence. Oh, it just lit... Oh, it lit something on fire. Okay. That's gotta be big for me, right? Okay, so it lit that on fire. That's good data. What does this thing do? I have like a little cockroach here. How does this help me? So this is a 2 on the bug scale. What was that? Where's my little toy? Oh, did that kid steal it? No. Still down here spinning. Okay, it's moving. It's in the TV. I think it's a poltergeist, right? Don't these things like move shit around? No, it's doing some Mongolian throat singing. Go to the room with the book stand and say Victoria. What is that, like a cheat code? Where's the book stand? Victoria. 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 No, it's not Victoria at all, brother. What, why am I saying Victoria? In the dress room? Victoria. Okay, I got pranked. Did the ghost leave? Got bored? Still think it's a poltergeist. I'll just keep it out. I'll just ADS the whole way. Oh, there's a basement. Hey, Everett. Is your punk ass down here? Still no silhouette. Tons of chairs, though. Oh, here we go. Definitely this chair. Hey, Everett, can you sit in this chair real quick? Oh, he's killed people. Oh, it's even got his wiener out. Oh, Everett, have some class, brother. Oh, it's yucky. Hey, Everett, I saw you close that door. Stop playing pranks. Can you go sit in that chair? No, he does not want to sit down. I thought we'd have a little, like, Blue's Clues moment here with Steve in the chair. Guess not. The ghost sitting in the chair isn't a real chair. It's a ghost chair. Oh. Or maybe I just won't bother completing this optional objective. Oh, I gotcha! Now what? Oh, you can't do that part until you finish the optionals. Oh. Do ghosts actually attack in this game, and can they hurt you? I imagine they have to, because they mention hunting in the journal. So Everett must just be a pacifist. I don't know what to tell you. That ghost sucked. Did I get it right? Find the correct ghost? Nope. What was it? It was an Iblis. Whatever. Tomato, tomato, kind of the same thing, really. This time it's Dawson Orion. Oh yeah, this guy's bad news. I know that name. But he was also an avid painter. He loved the arts. I'll get my bug out. Was this chair here last time? Okay, so this ghost is laughing. He's happy. Which type of ghost is typically happy? EMF 4, he knocked over a spray bottle. He's running? Wait, hold on, let me get my canvas. Maybe he's running to my canvas to paint. Is this a better version of Phasmophobia? I don't know about better. Literally nothing has happened yet except for some moving shit. So go into the photo and say Magna 3 times. Magna, Magna, Magna. I imagine I need the walkie-talkie, right? Why are people just like telling me nonsense, like saying Victoria to this dress and shit? Doesn't do anything. Oh, hey, what's up? Okay. I didn't have my EMF reader out. That might have been like a 1 or a 2. Like a soft 2, maybe. Did she run over and paint something for me? That bitch. Hope you're ready to tinkle in your britches. Because we got an EMF 5 out here. The bug's going crazy. So now what? Is he gonna paint for me? I guess not. Mark it down the evidence. Magna. 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 Maybe I have to do it Bloody Mary style. Spin in a circle. Magna. 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 Nah, it's trash. That doesn't work. Doesn't do anything. Hey, yo, Dawson. Victoria. Oh, light's flickering. That's evidence, right? You have to get closer to the painting. Okay. This is as close as I can get. Magna. 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 So it's just the same lady from the Victoria room? Nice. Does she do it every time? Magna. 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 Oh, now he's chirping. Dawson! Calm down. Speak to me, Dawson. What's on your mind, buddy? Just say it into the radio. I'm listening. I just don't have a whole lot of tools of, like, gathering info. The only other thing I can do right now is, the black light and look for... Oh, hey, the bookshelf thing's missing. Is this you inviting me in, Dawson? Do you want to talk? Dawson? Also, what is this thing? I haven't quite figured this one out. It looks like a ghost defibrillator. Why is Dawson such a bitch? Paint for me? Pop out on this thing for me? Jesus, it's something. Oh no, you have to place it on the floor. Okay, I'll place it in the hallway where the EMF was 5. Oh, he liked that. Oh, there. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, he liked that. There you are. Okay, so we got 2 pieces of evidence now. And completely redecorated the house. Okay. Is that another piece of evidence? Interior design? Someone said there was ectoplasm on the wall. Is that right? Was there? Oh, I blew up my... Damn it, I blew up the light. How embarrassing. Sorry, Dawson. He's not gonna like that. Or she. Okay, if I missed ectoplasm, I'll just trust chat. That means it's a Yuri. We did really well on this one. But these ghosts are so passive, they don't hunt. A certain ghost starts hunting if you use profanity. Hey Dawson, you bitch. An immediate reaction, he started running to tell his parents on me. Hey Dawson, you piece of shit. Hey, fuckface. Bastard. Little weasel. Oh, that's not that last one wasn't even profanity. Oh, yeah, you don't like that? You weasel. Yeah, where's the ectoplasm chair? Or the silhouette? Shit, Lord. I feel like I'm just being lied to by chat. Does he really hunt if I just call him mean names? Only certain ones. Well, what about Yuris? Are they known for, like, politeness or something? They only speak the Queen's English? Hey, fuck you, Dawson. Dawson sucks. O'Doyle rules. Asshole. Oh, he really doesn't like that. Maybe you're right. Man, fuck Dawson. Dude ate alone at the lunch tables. Dawson sucks. Boo, Dawson, boo. Boo, Dawson. Did I get it right? Let's go! It was a Yuri. But we'll try. Where's the camera? Candle is 600. I can buy one candle. And the camera's 1400. I can't afford that yet. I'll need to take out a loan. Fucking paranormal loan. Is it a goop candle? 600 bucks? What the fuck? Yeah, I guess so. It must be goop. We're looking for Yusuf Lester. It only answers when you're alone. Well, I came alone, Yusuf. Just you and me, brother. But it said it only answers, which is good. That means it'll talk to me. We can have a conversation and try diplomacy, and he can just tell me what he is. Yusuf, I'm entering the premises alone. I also forgot a light source. Yusuf, I forgot to bring a flashlight, so it's even scarier and more personal. Hey, Yusuf Lester. You bitch. Okay, this one might not be a profanity hall monitor. Okay. Dawson did that too, and then he stopped speaking. Man, I'm so tired of that happening. Now I need a flashlight, otherwise I won't be able to fucking feel my way around in here. But I'll try it anyway. I think I made it. Light switch. There we go. Man, can you stop pranking these fucking lights? Holy shit. I can't see anything. There we go. Hey, it's Victoria again. She even opened this up for me. Hey, Yusuf, you want to hear my goofy impression? Gorsh. And I've had 0 EMF activity. So he's using fucking Call of Duty perk Ghost. Avoiding my UAV here. I'm getting no intel. This is supposed to be a speed run. Oh! What are you counting down? What was the countdown for, Yusuf? We counted down and then did nothing. I thought I was gonna, like, at least try and jump scare or something. Hey, yo, Yusuf, what was that countdown for, buddy? Okay. Is that what it was? Countdown for baby moment? Any ectoplasm? Fingerprints?
Anything at all? Let's try it. What's happening? Is that you, Yusuf? What the fuck happened to him? He's like a little slug. No wonder he's not responding. Play with my ESG.
Get out of here now.
Why? Oh, is he hunting? Am I finally being hunted? Oh. That was instant. That wasn't even Yusuf. Okay, I finally got to see what a hunt looked like. This week I saw something so baffling that it's really genuinely making me question if the human brain is devolving, becoming smoother, less wrinkles. It's the case of the TikTok giant. For those that don't know, there was a TikTok creator who filmed a giant, mysterious figure on top of a mountain. Was it Sasquatch? Was it the Loch Ness Monster? Perhaps Goatman? No. He claimed that he had seen a giant. And TikTok absolutely ate that up. They devoured it like it was a full course of spaghetti and meatballs. Not only TikTok though, it then expanded to Twitter, where even more people started to believe that they had just seen irrefutable proof of a giant, because there was something on top of a mountain that was big. This whole thing is like a child believing the tooth fairy's real because when they put their tooth under their pillow, there's a quarter there. It is easily debunked and has been multiple times now, but then they just throw away the truth that's facing them because they prefer to live in the magic of there being giants walking amongst us here. It's a beautiful delusion, albeit very sad too, because people are also convinced that not only was this proof of a giant, it's proof that the CIA murdered the guy for filming the giant. I think people are at this point where they are legitimately believing everything as if we're back in the actual early ages of humans. I saw on TikTok and Twitter, this blew up. The TikTok giant. God, what was the guy's name though? There was a guy on TikTok who took a video of a mountain and there was a big figure on top of the mountain. It's like, oh shit, it's a giant. And then people believed it. They're like, we've seen the proof, the giants are real. And now the person behind the account's not posting. The person's gone missing. So they're like, the government must have got him and killed him for exposing the truth. It's so fucking crazy how, I actually think there have been irreparable damage done to the human brain because of TikTok. These are people, adults, actual adults. Why don't I just pull up the Twitter account that was talking about it? Talking about how it's the truth, there was really a giant there, we've known all along, and now that this guy blew the lid on it, the CIA got him and killed him. And then the guy leaned into it, he made this video about how it's all fake and it looked like a hostage video, and they're like, oh my god, irrefutable proof, you can see that the CIA is making him say these things. Where's the original post? Here's the video in question though. Andrew Dawson, thank you. Oh, it's a giant!
Person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over.
I knew they were here. I've known all along the giants existed. They called me a fool. Also, it's dangerous to scroll in the comments, but I'm pretty sure, I'm not even gonna bother with the Council of Cock being down there as a possibility. Someone went on Google Earth. They went over that mountain. It turns out it's just a tower. It's just legitimately just a tower. But that didn't dissuade the believers. So what they're saying is they must have built the tower after this video came out in order to hide the truth that there was a giant there. I shit you not. That was their explanation for it being a tower over there. They said that they made it. They put that tower in place in order to obfuscate. But this is what's on the other side. I think the top comment on this is still,
The government put that there in order to hide the truth. I'm gambling, but I think I'm right with this. Okay, not the one. You, another person that's trying to keep information no one cares about hidden. Everyone knows it was a giant, everyone still doesn't care. We care about the man being murdered for discovering it, though. We don't trust you. Isn't that crazy? They think the government killed this guy because he caught a video of a giant. That is the human brain in 2023. He did exactly what I told you guys I wanted to do with this whole gullible TikTok brain rot. Remember when I was telling you guys my plan of doing like haunted videos around the warehouse where like chairs move on their own? He did that with this. So after he got that video, he made this video where he leaned into it, exactly what I said I would do in order to farm.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just fake. They're just strictly for it.
So, he leaned into it. He made this video like, it's all fake, you know, this and that, and he made it look like he was under duress. So people are like, clearly the CIA got to him. They're making him say these things. He did every single thing I said I would do with my farming of these fucking idiots. And they believe him fully. They believe he found a giant up here. And then the government killed him. It's so good. We live in an age where everyone has access to a video recording device at all times. Pretty much every nook and cranny of the world's been explored. And a fucking giant would be one of the hardest things to miss. And somehow, this is a confirmed giant. And it's just a coincidence that there happens to be a tower on the other side of this. Wholeheartedly believe it. This isn't even the biggest Twitter thread about it. There was a thread by this lady who's in her early 30s talking about how the government can't be trusted because they're killing us for finding the truth of things they don't want us to know about, citing this video as an example of the giant. And I believe the same woman also started talking about how they're killing people who are finding gnomes. But I may be getting her confused with someone else that was talking about it. People legitimately are believing in fairy tales again. We're going so far backwards. Charlie working for the government. I'm trying to keep you guys from the truth. You're not ready for giants. Those fucking bastards. Filthy monsters they are. I'm doing you a favor. You're not ready to... You can't handle it. Now, looking into it, there was an obituary posted for this individual from a local news source. So it is possible that he did pass away in early 2022. But people are attributing that death to a mysterious circumstance, and it being the CIA that took him out, like it was fucking Jack Bauer on a vendetta to kill this man because he had seen a giant. Why? Well, I don't know. That's not a question that ever gets asked in these situations. Just going through any natural thought process here and breaking it down, what would the government have to gain from hiding giants? Unless they have some kind of secret alliance with the giant tribe, there's just absolutely no reason they'd want to shut this shit down. Put the kibosh on it. Or unless if you look at a giant in the eyes, it gives you eternal life or something, and the government's hoarding that to themselves, or their urine acts like the fountain of youth. Just nothing adds up here when you start connecting the dots. This isn't like a Men in Black situation where they're hiding aliens by going around and neuralizing everyone who sees alien activity, where the excuse there is they don't want people to panic. When it comes to giants, that'd be the hardest thing in the world to keep the lid on. Like the cat would get out of the bag so quickly, because it's a fucking giant. They're huge. They're enormous. This one, assuming Patient Zero here was truly a giant, this one was spotted on top of a mountain fucking 40 miles away. So you'd have a real tough time. You'd have your work cut out for you to keep that under wraps. It just, like, and even if there were giants, the existence of them probably wouldn't cause a panic on the same level as, like, aliens or anything. There's absolutely no reason for the government to be hiding the existence of giants. And I can't believe I even have to say that. I feel like I'm having a conversation with, like, the D&D club at a middle school.
I think that's that same vehicle from... Hey!
Now let's break down this little humdinger here. People use this video as proof that the CIA was hunting him down and stalking him because he made this video. He's very clearly leaning into it if you ask me. But let's do a basic thought experiment here. How likely is it that this is staged? Very. It got millions of views, so there's real incentive to play on it. How easy would it be to fake? Extremely. All you need is your friend to sit in a car outside and then drive away when you come out and yell at them. Like, just look at the video. There's just a random car out there with their lights on. So if they're stalking, they're doing a terrible job. They're just sitting right in plain view outside of his house with their lights on. That'd be the worst tale ever. They would be fired from the CIA immediately because they're fucking terrible at their job. Like, at that point, the CIA might as well have a sign out there saying, "We're watching you. Honk if you like government surveillance." Like, this would be genuinely the worst stalking ever from the CIA. And then the guy comes outside and scares the car away like a flock of pigeons on the beach. It's an extremely easy thing to stage. Where's the proof that that is some kind of unmarked CIA vehicle and an operative in there stalking him? The video just starts where he looks out the blinds and the car's already just sitting there in front of his house with his lights on. I think this is so clearly staged in order to play off of the success of the Giant video, because it got a lot of attention and a lot of engagement. Now, he hasn't posted on TikTok since 2022, and like I said, there is an obituary posted in a local news source, so it is very possible he did pass away, but I will tell you right now, I highly, highly, highly doubt the government had anything to do with that. Because, again, there's no such thing as fucking giants out there. Sorry to ruin Christmas, but it's the truth. It's a tough pill to swallow, but one you've got to grow up and take right now. I would love if there were giants out there. No one would be happier than me. I would absolutely be ecstatic to learn that giants really are out there and they're coming back. You know, and then they start their own sports league or something. It'd be amazing. I'd be super excited about that. I'd also love if there was a such thing as psychics and telekinetic abilities, as well as being able to form a Kamehameha ball in the palm of my hands if I focus real hard. I would love all of that kind of fantasy shit to be real. But it's not. So there's just nothing the government would do here about a man filming a video claiming he saw a giant, because giants aren't real. So they're not gonna fucking care. It's not like he actually exposed a government secret. They'd have no reason to go silence him. This is just a wild case of people believing anything and everything they see, for no reason other than they have fun believing it. And then they fight tooth and nail for it, even when they are faced with the absolute truth of what the situation is. It's wild. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Have you ever heard of Andy Owen? Well, you're about to. I'm gonna drag you kicking and screaming in front of an Andy Owen original here with this big meltdown that she had on video where she made an absolute fool of herself. Now, Andy Owen is the head of Miller Knoll, which is the company most famous for their Herman Miller chairs. They're high-end chairs, and with the way people talk about them, I have to imagine that shit is made out of, like, unicorn hide or something. Like, it is actually fucking sewn with angel's tears. It must be so fucking comfortable with the way people rant about how amazing they are. I've never seen them, I've never tried them, so I don't really have a horse in that race on whether or not Herman Miller chairs are worth their price or whatever. But all I can tell you is Andy Owen is not worth her salary because she just embarrassed that whole company. In a nutshell, she had a video come out that surfaced where she was telling the employees that they need to stop worrying about not receiving company bonuses. They need to just do the work and everything's going to be alright. They need to focus instead on hitting their company's $26 million sales goal, and that's all that matters. Fuck bonuses, who cares? Meanwhile, she's getting a nearly like $4 million bonus herself. So the employee bonuses are kaput, but hers is still just fine. And her video is just so bad. And it was so bad, in fact, that she has already released an apology. In an email sent to employees, she said, "I want to be transparent and empathetic, and as I continue to reflect on this instance, I feel terrible that my rallying cry seemed insensitive. What I'd hoped would energize the team to meet a challenge we've met many times before landed in a way that I did not intend, and for that I am sorry. Nothing will lessen the power and strength of our collective team. My appreciation for each of you is huge, and I will continue to do everything I can to help us meet our shared goals. Thank you for your hard work, your grace, and for the commitment you show to one another and our company every single day." This is a big nothing burger. This is actual garbage. Like, as far as apologies go, this is about as insincere as it gets. This is corporate PR speak. It's not like she was giving a rallying cry. She literally just started vomiting, just diarrheaing out cliches and just worthless platitudes to her employees before getting visibly angry that her employees were upset about not getting a bonus, and then even told them to Leave Pity City. So it's all stupid here. This apology is trash.
The most important thing we can do right now is focus on the things that we can control. None of us could have predicted COVID. None of us could have predicted supply chain. None of us could have predicted bank failures. But what we can do is stay in front of our customers, provide the best customer service.
Maybe I should really understand the situation beforehand. So this right now sounds like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation with axing the bonuses last minute. After telling employees to leave Pity City over lack of bonuses. Damn. Actually dropped an unironic welcome to the wambulance. How about a side of French fries? Jesus Christ. CEO of the high-end furniture company is sparking backlash over video in which she exhorts employees to leave Pity City. After some asked about staying motivated in the absence of a company bonus, Andy Owen, whose company Miller Knowles sells the iconic Herman Miller Aeron chair, along with other upscale furniture, responded in a 1 minute 21 second clip. Okay, this is all about the clip. What's like the actual situation though? So it looks like she got a multi-million-dollar bonus and canceled all of the employees' bonuses. Okay. Is there any reasoning at all beforehand? Any like prerequisite lore I need to be familiar with? Doesn't seem like it. Also, Herman Miller chairs I know are like the holy grail of comfort for people. Matt, for example, can't stop talking about Herman Miller chairs. But I've never seen nor tried one.
Service we can. Get our orders out our door. Treat each other well. Be kind. Be respectful. Focus on the future because it will be bright. It's not good to be in a situation we're in today, but we're not going to be here forever. It is going to get better. So lead.
So many
by example.
platitudes so
Treat
quickly.
People well. Talk to them. Be kind and get after it. Don't ask about what are we going to do if we don't get a bonus.
Oh, yeah, she's starting to get a little animated. She's literally just regurgitating the biggest fucking cliches of all time. Everything she said there was nothing but buzzword nonsense. Jesus Christ. It reminds me of that clip from that streamer who's like, well, why don't we just throw ourselves off a bridge? The world is dying. The animals are leaving. And that's okay because all we need is ourselves. And do you really need anything else? Or whatever. And then it goes into the Call of Duty montage. What was that speech again? That's up there with like some of the greats like We Choose to Go to the Moon. I think it was Invader Vice. I think she was the one that said it, right? Oh, here it is. The planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone, but that's okay because do you really need anyone else? And then 30 Seconds to Mars starts playing. There we go. Found it. I just didn't feel like getting DMCA'd by 30 Seconds to Mars. Jared Leto coming in.
Get the damn $26 million. Spend your time and your effort thinking about the $26 million we need and not thinking about what you're going to do if we don't get a bonus. All right? Can I get some commitment for that? I would appreciate that.
Damn, she's popping off.
I had an old boss who said to me one time,
she's getting
you
upset.
can visit Pity City, but you can't live there. So people, leave Pity City. Let's get it done.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Damn. Welcome to Shitty City, population Andy Owens. God, good lord. I mean, I think it's totally reasonable. Like, hey, can we have our bonuses? And also, why do you get a huge bonus? It seems like she doesn't even have a reason for withholding bonuses or canceling them or whatever. She's like, yeah, there's no bonuses. She doesn't understand people can't even afford to live in Pity City. True, I guess. Not without these bonuses. I also love someone in her position pretending like she's out there making the chairs. Like, alright, it's time we bring ourselves up by our own bootstraps here and start really getting to work on those chairs, alright? We don't need to focus on these bonuses, we just gotta put our head down and do it. As if she's out there with like a fucking wrench and screwdriver. I'll play the Invader Vi clip, but I'm not playing the one with 30 Seconds to Mars. That is like a fast pass to DMCA. I'm not even fucking with it. here. I'll give the OG original. Damn, I didn't realize this was like 4 minutes worth of monologue.
Faking these things, and that I'm psychotic, that I'm 88 motherfucker, even more into the blanket for it, and I think that we can do it together.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know that I can't do it by myself, because I come in here every single day, covered in glitter, covered in sequins, covered in booty shorts, covered in nylons, so that I do not violate the terms of service, so that each and every one of you can have both
Oh my god. Oh my god.
so you can have a good time listening to me, playing with me, singing with me, smiling with me. You guys, a lot from just throwing ourselves off a bridge.
Here we go, here it is.
What the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying.
Yes.
The government hates
Preach.
us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me, but that's okay, because do you really need anyone else?
And then 30 seconds to Mars. Damn, that's a crazy speech though. Holy shit, she was in the zone. That was a flow state. I've never seen it in its entirety. I've only seen that ending. But why did she say all that? I don't know, man. I still don't know where the animals were going. There's just a whole lot to unpack with that speech. There's a couple of unwritten rules when it comes to cruising the cyberspace. The first is always have an ad blocker installed. Hey, Kata. She heard the word ad blocker and she was coming in here to let you all know how important it is. I don't know what kind of monster could actually enjoy the modern internet without an ad block. It's just a miserable experience, a giant headache. But the second unwritten rule that not as many people talk about is never go on Twitch without being logged in. It's scary. Twitch has this tendency to recommend the most odd streams to you. Like streams that'll have like 3 or 4 viewers. Whenever I'm not logged in, I get recommended the weirdest channels I've ever seen. It's kind of like that whole trend back on YouTube, don't FaceTime Freddy Fazbear at 3 a.m. He came to visit. That's like Twitch when you're not logged in. Except you're always visited by one streamer in particular. Her name is Taylor, and you may have heard of her before because a couple times over the last year people have talked about what she does there because it's very weird. And anytime I make the mistake of being on Twitch without being logged in, hers is the first recommended channel for some reason, every time without fail, no matter like what computer I'm on. For some reason, Twitch is really fixated on recommending her channel, and it's not just to me. This is how so many people found her channel and started talking about it. So when I saw her name pop up, I recognized it and I got curious. This was like 3 months ago now. So 3 months ago, I clicked on her stream to see what the controversy was, like what does she do that makes people so upset? And what I found is pretty shocking.
Alright, so we're going... because they're not ready. Some people are ready, some people are not ready. Alright, so let's get this ball rocking and rolling. Alright, so let's go, guys, let's go! You're not ready, you better be ready, guys! You better be ready. We have to be ready. I thought we were ready. I think it's time. It is time. It is more than past the time. Guys, literally it is past the time. We have to go. We have to do this.
She is a hot tub streamer. However, she is a very different kind of hot tub streamer, like the next evolution, like the final form, raid boss of hot tub streaming. It's actually more like an abstract idea of a hot tub streamer. It's very avant-garde. So she'll stream for like 4 or 5 hours, but she never actually shows herself. You only ever see her arm. She stands off to the side and for 4 hours will hype up the chat like, hey, it's time, alright, enough stalling, I know I was a little long in the setup today, but now it's time to get in the hot tub, so spam 1 if you're ready to see me get into the hot tub and do some squats, spam 1. And it's nothing but stalling endlessly. I guess the idea is to prolong blue balls from the horny chatters that just want to jerk off to the hot tub streamer, and she'll milk them for 4 hours, up to 6 hours. I think her world record so far, her personal best, is 6 hours of stalling, and then I think she usually comes on at the very end for about like 10 minutes or so before wrapping. It is baffling. Now, I'm not just trying to start a witch hunt here, and I don't want anyone to harass her. I just wanted to showcase this because I found it so odd and interesting.
Alright, so, type 1 if you guys are ready to move. Alright, we're gonna hit it and quit it. There are no ads. I mean, there was ads, guys. I can see it on my desktop. Alright, so, we want more ads. No more ads. You just have to hit it, guys. We just have to hit it. We just have to hit it. It is time to hit it and quit it, guys. It is time to hit it and quit it. So, it is time. Remember, Lane Com 2023 is here. What a way.
This is footage I captured from right now. So she starts usually around like 9 a.m. EST and she'll go till like 2 p.m. without ever showing herself apparently. It is incredible. I have a couple conspiracy theories I'll share in a moment, but you can see she's already been doing this for over 3.5 hours. It's such an interesting hustle that I don't fully understand. So my conspiracy theory is that it was pre-recorded. I think she does do some streams that have to be pre-recorded because there's just no way. And the minimal interaction with chat, as well as like some subs that she doesn't thank, makes me really feel like there is an element of pre-recorded video to this, which I'm not positive on. That's of course me just putting on the tinfoil hat and speculating. I just can't fully wrap my tiny little reptile brain around the concept of this, because she's making significantly less money from the people in chat than she would if she was just a normal hot tub streamer. This like baiting for 4 to 6 hours doesn't work out super well because people are constantly filtering in and out and getting upset at her. And there's not a whole lot of sub activity from it either. So it feels like it's just counterintuitive. It's almost like it's supposed to be a parody of hot tub streams, but it's lacking the self-awareness, and she, at the end of the day, is the one that's by far the most bored by standing there for 4 hours or so, saying the same things over and over again like an NPC with only a few dialogue choices. She's clearly always trying to fill as much time as possible, and that ends with her just repeating herself constantly. Now, she does have mods, which I was very curious about because are the mods in on it? Do they know? And what I was learning from watching this stream a bit today is that the mods do seem pretty self-aware with what's going on. So when she's like hyping everyone up like it's all getting, you know, it's all coming, everyone spam 1 and I'm about to fucking go hard, we're gonna get hog wild in here, we're jumping in this fucking hot tub, and I'm gonna be fucking squirting water out of my butthole, it's gonna get wild. The mods will play into it, but then the mods will like ask her a question to derail it. And then she'll spend like 15 minutes on that derailed question, like, oh, okay, enough talking about my birthday or whatever. Back to getting into this because it's time to start. We're already late. Time to start. So it feels like the mods as well as Taylor know what the play is here.
We got this, guys. All right, so we're gonna let it roar from the mountaintops. It is time to hit it and quit it. Type 1 in chat if you guys are ready to rumble. Type 1 in chat if you're ready to rumble. Type 1.
She just left for quite some time right here, which isn't uncommon. This is a very normal occurrence. This isn't like some kind of crazy phenomenon, like an anomaly that happened in the stream. She'll sometimes just get like way too bored, I guess, of like repeating herself. So she'll go out with a bang like it's the WWE. Like, alright, it's fucking go time. It's WrestleMania, brother. Type 1 in the chat if you're ready for the fucking stream. And then you'll hear her close the door behind herself, and then it's just silence for like 10 minutes, and then she'll come back and be like, alright, sorry guys, had to get some water. It reminds me of that old shit on 4chan with Mr. Bones' Wild Ride, where it just never ends. Or that scene in The Fairly Odd Parents when Timmy Turner and his dad were on their way to a ride, but they're taking this long escalator, and Timmy says, when do we get to the ride? And the dad says, this is the ride. That's like her whole stream. And I guess it must work to some degree. Like, she is popular. I mean, 5,000 viewer average is very, very good. But I don't know if those are like actual viewers or people that just come in here for the spectacle of it and then leave. Because that feels like what it is. It's just people constantly coming in and leaving. It's just a really odd situation. But yeah, they're still going. She's up to like 4 hours, 15 minutes right now. So I'm just going to keep doing this video until she ends the stream, because I have to know how long she goes this time. Maybe I'm about to bear witness to her longest stall yet.
Alright, let it ring from the mountaintops. Yes, Nux, you know the drill. Let it ring from the mountaintops. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Let's get it rocking and rolling. Let's get it rocking and rolling. Let's get it rocking and rolling. Let's get it rocking and rolling.
Yeah, it's still going. Pretty much the same as the first 4 hours, but I feel like we're entering into that final act here. One other thing I'd like to mention is she doesn't save her VODs, because I imagine she doesn't want people to go to the VODs and realize that this isn't unusual. This is the whole stream of just like hyping people up to get started without ever getting started. Which I suppose is smart, because she doesn't want to let people in on what's like actually happening here.
How many squats are about to go down? It's going down in the DM. Just joking. Just joking. Alright, so everybody vote in chat. Vote in chat. Vote in chat. I'm only here for the chat, so.
We're now over the 4.5 hour mark, so we're reaching some pretty big milestones here. Now, she demonstrated one other thing she does a lot during her streams, which is running polls and stuff, and she'll do 10 minutes on the poll in order to fill an easy 10 minutes. So this one is how many squats should she do, and it's a 10-minute poll, which allows her to easily fill up another 10 minutes here.
Alright, we got this. Alright, so we're rocking and rolling. Let's keep it rocking and rolling. Alright, so without further ado, everybody, without further ado, chat, without further ado.
We're approaching 5 hours here, and it's still rockin' and rollin' time. I cannot imagine how she actually gets through a whole stream doing this, because that just seems like true anguish. Repeating the same lines over and over and over and over and over again. It doesn't stop. It hasn't stopped. It hasn't let up at all. Now, a lot of people call her a scammer for this, and I guess, like, by the technical definition she is, but she's scamming you out of your time and attention, I guess, which could be worse than scamming you out of your money, I suppose. She doesn't make nearly as many subs as all of the other hot tub streamers do, at least not by the numbers that I can see. So I don't even really understand what the motivation is to continue doing these like countdown streams as opposed to just doing like a hot tub stream at this point. Because she used to do like body painting and stuff, but now it's mainly this, and she seemed to have found a lot more success with the body painting stuff, so I don't know what really drove her to doing these kind of streams.
And 0.0 0.009. Guys,
we've made it past the 5 hour mark now. She did a countdown, hitting 0 and then getting into the deep decimal places. It's getting huge. The excitement is really building.
Imagine standing my whole life. I mean, I imagine. I don't know what to say. All right, so we are hopping on.
We're over 5.5 hours now. I've just been grinding Slayer and RuneScape with this in the background, and it is unlike anything I've ever experienced. It's painful, but she's making a push for the world record here. I think it's gonna go to like 6 hours, 6.5 hours till she hops on stream for a couple minutes before ending. So I should be here for the world record run she's making right now.
So, howdy. Welcome to Jurassic Park, guys. So we are gonna get this ball.
5 hours and 55 minutes for her to make her first appearance here. That's wild. We just missed the world record here. She didn't quite break the 6 hour mark. But you want to know what's even wilder? Is she only stayed on stream for about like 6 or 7 minutes and then she left. And now it's just been this iPad here for like the last, I don't know, probably 8 or so minutes. Time is moving at such a weird pace right now with this fucking stream here. It's like purgatory. But yeah, now it's just an iPad and some music. I don't feel like sticking around super long to find out if this is the end of the stream. I have a sneaking suspicion it is. It just ends on the iPad and this music and she never comes back. This is just how she wraps it up. Just hopped in there for sub 10 minutes and said, alright, that's enough. Goodbye. What a fucking wild, weird stream channel. This is what she does daily, pretty much. Anytime I'm not logged in, her channel is recommended, and it's always this. I've just never bothered sticking around for more than like 2 seconds just to see if it's different. But today I wanted to see it till the very end, and it looks like I have. I'm not going to stay for another fucking hour of just watching this iPad here. Maybe my assumption is wrong and she does come back and do her squats that she said she'd do, or do anything that she says the stream is going to consist of. Maybe she comes back and fucking body paints. Who knows? I don't really want to stick around and find out. It's already been 6 goddamn hours. I've grinded so much in RuneScape, I want a break. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. Chris is back in the hot seat, casting yet another chase. Good to see you, Chris. I also would just like to point out real quick, breaking news streaming now. They actually do treat this like a legitimate sport. Where's this one taking place? Do you even need to ask?
Road rage, you have to wonder whether the person
It's
is
LA,
in their right
man.
state of mind. Are they under the influence?
That's where like
Is it
every
something
chase
like
happens
that?
now.
Or is this a larger crime spree?
Driving in LA right now is like driving in Spy Kids 3D. It's all just like a giant fucking race. Is he going somewhere? I don't know. I don't know what his plan is. I'll wager a guess he doesn't have a plan. Okay, time to go full cam. I'll take Chris's job for a minute and tell you what happens here. I know that it's around this point. Yep. What happens is the driver slows down, leans out of the window, and fires a fucking machine gun at the police behind him. So he leans out and fires, I believe it's just like a assault rifle. That's what it looks like, at the cops. And then he speeds off again.
Rifle that just came out of that driver's side window, shooting back at those units. He just shot in the direction of those law enforcement units. That is believed to be Corona PD. I can't confirm that. That's believed to be Corona PD.
Right around a ton of just cars everywhere. Ton of very, very not good. This is not a good guy, if you can believe that.
Guys, we are dealing with, obviously, I mean, it goes without saying, we are dealing with a major criminal behind the wheel of this pickup truck.
Right you are, Chris. A major criminal indeed. I would be inclined to agree with you there. I'd even go as far as to call this guy just a downright jerk. Pardon my French. I'll say it.
Getting off. And coming at us. He's coming at us. Now he is, look at this. Is he wearing a uniform? Is he wearing a uniform? I can't tell for sure. Or it's maybe a sports jersey?
What uniform would this be? What? I don't think he's wearing a uniform, Chris. I also don't even think it's a jersey. I think it's just like a normal shirt with some kind of brand on it. A civilian uniform.
Either a sport, maybe it's a. Okay, it's just a T-shirt. Okay, I thought I saw an arm patch there. Excuse me. Yeah, it caught me off guard there. Obviously, an older gentleman with a goatee wearing a baseball cap.
Man, is that a wait? What the fuck, Chris? I think I know who this is. Isn't this the guy from Orange County Choppers?
Yeah.
Fuck is his name? Oh man, wait, wow. That looks. It actually looks like shockingly close to that guy. What is his name? I can't remember it now. It's not fucking Fred Durst. Don't be ridiculous. Fred Durst would never do this. Well, not like the Orange County Chopper guy would, though. Why can't I find his name? I'll type in Orange County Chopper's main guy. Paul John Teetle. Tell me this doesn't look somewhat close. I might be onto something here. I'm no like crackshot investigator, but I tell you there's something fishy afoot here.
With that gun in his lap.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's got a gun in his
Oh,
lap.
he is wearing a jersey though.
Look at this.
You were right about that, Chris.
Next to him, the driver rolling down the window, taking his AirPods out.
What the fuck is happening here?
With another driver. Looks like he's asking for directions. He's asking for directions. He's at Tustin Avenue, just off of the 55 freeway, and it looks like he was trying to figure out where he is or where.
What the fuck? This is real life. If you showed me that in a movie, I wouldn't believe you. Hey, buddy, how can I escape the police? Oh yeah, if you just go up right there, there's a paint shop you can park in and you'll lose all your stars. Running never works, why would he do that? Well, he's obviously not very smart. Like, you have to be pretty fucking dumb to try. And you have to be even dumber to shoot at police. Why does it still say suspect? It reminds me of what I read today, where Chris Brown picked up, or not Chris Brown, Travis Scott picked up a fan's phone and threw it, and it was videoed the entire way of Travis Scott picking up the phone and throwing it, and they still said allegedly through the phone, even though you can see it. It's verified, it's confirmed, but you still have to say suspect or alleged, which I think is very silly. It was Chris Brown? No. I mean, this isn't that important to pause it for, but no. You're thinking of something different. This actually happened twice. Chris Brown was giving a lap dance to a woman on stage who wouldn't stop being on her phone. So then after he was fucking dry thrusting his butthole on her leg, he picked up her phone and threw it. But Travis Scott was in the headlines today because during one of his sets, he took some fan's phone that was recording and threw it. It's two different instances. Cameraman better be getting paid well. Well, cameraman and Chris, they're a great team. They work really well together. The coverage they provide of car chases is like Super Bowl level.
Red light, through the light, cutting off somebody going in oncoming lanes of traffic, westbound Artesia Boulevard, coming up to another red light with lots of cross traffic, going through the red light again in the wrong lanes. He's going the wrong way on Artesia Boulevard.
Oh, you know those horns are ripping at him.
Continuing westbound Artesia
He's got to be so embarrassed.
Guys, what we don't see here
the ultimate shame.
Law enforcement yet.
Surprised he hasn't been shot by another driver.
You can't
Man, what?
He hasn't established any kind of a pattern,
why would he? It's not like they know that this guy's a criminal. It's not like they put out an APB over the fucking radio where it hijacked every car's system and just blasted, be on the lookout for a black pickup truck. Open fire on them if you can.
SUV, perhaps a different. This might be the worst time of the day to see this happening. I mean,
yeah, this is terrifying with how many people are walking around.
People getting off school, as you said, people coming home from work. The streets are obviously very busy. We have a couple of vehicles here. It's not even like a big traffic jam. He is just
yeah, he's just a fucking idiot. What was that? What the fuck was that? This guy is just an absolute maniac. I can't believe it.
Look at this.
It was the van. There was only... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Look at this. A whole group of kids crossing
Holy
the street,
shit.
School letting out here. This is the worst. This is the worst. This is the worst. Let's just...
Oh, he's going to try and fucking inch his way through.
At a slow clip here. Lets the kids cross and just keeps going. Nobody here has any idea
what the fuck
has happened or what is going on inside that pickup truck. Please just keep going. Please just keep going. He's stopping. He's stopping. He's trying to maybe...
That is... If I was watching this live, I would have been panicking.
There are a bunch of units now. There they are. He is face-to-face in oncoming lanes of traffic.
This is a fucking wild chase. He has spent more time in the wrong lane than he has in the right one.
Those units are going to... I mean, what are the options?
Oh my God.
To be taken off the road as soon
this is also one of the... Okay, hold on. I already know TOS is coming up because I know he shoots again. I know no one gets hit. I don't want to take any chances here.
Those officers.
Police should use grapple hooks. I actually said that like a day ago. They should have these kind of almost twisted metal-like vehicles where it shoots out like a grappling harpoon or something, like almost a Batman device, into the back of it, and they just reel it in. That's what I said. That shit would be incredible.
Hoping to lose those.
Because this is one of the very few chases where I completely understand why the authorities haven't been able to stop him yet. He's not only heavily armed, but it's heavily populated, the areas he's going through, so they can't pit maneuver him. They can't engage in a shootout because there's too many potential victims that are just getting hit in crossfire. They really can't do anything here. I totally get it. They can't spike trap him because they can't catch up to him and get ahead of him, and they'd probably still hit other cars in the crossfire with it. Like, their options are super limited. This one I totally get. A sniper from the helicopter. Jesus Christ. This isn't a video game. Like, that would be the most unreal shot of all time. Like, this is perfect. Look at how far out the helicopter is. We're zoomed in heavily. That shot would be crazy. You'd have to lead the shot by an unreal margin, and the vehicle's going over 100 miles per hour with fluctuating speeds. Chris could do it. Yeah, maybe Chris could do it. They should just paint fake tunnels on the walls like Looney Tunes. That'll get them. Oh, some Wile E. Coyote shit. They just paint like escape tunnel here, police not allowed, and it's just a wall they run into. Yeah, that could work. Why haven't they tried that? Someone in chat said this happens so much, but this has happened since cars were a household item. We just have live feeds of it now. That's what I wondered as well. Because very clearly, the amount of live footage of these car chases has escalated drastically over the last year or so. And I was wondering if it's always been like this in LA, or if it's just now being broadcast this often. Because I don't live in LA. I don't know how common police chases are there.
They will
Did I not go back far enough, or is it not come up yet? Did I miss it again? Oh, there it is. Shameless Southwest marketing. Don't understand why people run away like this. All they're doing is adding time to their jail sentence. Yeah, you see what you're doing though? You're already thinking, which is more than what these people do. This fucking inbred goofball not only carjacked a pickup truck, but then opened fire on officers. He'll never see the light of day. It's a miracle he didn't get executed by the cops. Like, these are not smart people. Oh, wow. So someone did timestamps of like toss moments. The next one was the 4th shooting, but they believe that actually came from the police chopper while he was slowing down. Because apparently he did, it seems like he did actually get hit at that moment because he started driving erratically. Wow. Yeah, 100%. Holy fuck, they blasted him with a goddamn musket. Jesus Christ. Obviously can't show it on stream, but just seconds ago, a giant, like, blast came off of the truck, and you could even hear it through the scuffed audio from ABC here since they're having audio problems. It actually sounded like a goddamn elephant gun.
It's coming to a stop,
Oh, actually, hold on. I don't think I can show this because apparently he was bleeding from it. Oh, wait, that's not yet. Yeah, I don't know what they shot him with. It must have been a fucking blunderbuss, though, because the shockwaves...
Newscopter has to come down. Take newscopter off.
Damn, Chris. The shockwave on top of the truck was huge. So the chatter who said snipe him from the helicopter was right. Yeah, I guess fucking so, actually.
They're all following, okay.
Oh yeah, I'll eat crow on that one. I'll eat some shit there. Yeah, apparently the chatter who said why not just snipe him from the helicopter 100% was right. They actually did that. Which is a crazy shot. Well, to be fair though, he wasn't really moving when they pulled the shot off. So they might have just been waiting for the right time. Oof! Oof! Alright, hold on. Now I know this is coming up. Damn! I don't even think that officer knew there was a chase going on. The dude was just kind of hanging out. He was like, man, today's been really uneventful. Not much going on in the department. Oh, Jesus! Jeepers! Zoinks! Alright. But yeah, he apparently gets out and there's some blood, so I need to skip past that. Oh, it's after he gets taken down is where the blood is? Oh, yeah, you're right. It's okay. So everything up till the takedown looks fine.
Right.
I'll tell you one thing. This guy was no star running back for his football team.
Running without the gun. They're going to take him down here. He's now
that
on
is
Western Avenue.
rough
Oh, my
form.
goodness. Oh, my goodness. He's on foot trying to carjack
But he immediately
somebody
goes to try and
else.
carjack someone else.
Somebody else. Whoa.
Yep. Okay, now I've got to stop. They dogpile on top of him, though. And then you can see some blood on his shirt. Okay, there's no blood here. What the fuck? Is this a... Hey. I'm not familiar with normal protocol, but do they usually do this like a... Get him up here like a wild hog wrangling? The fuck? It's like a prized fish. What the fuck? Even Chris is stunned. Open my tackle box. That was a fucking crazy chase. Knocked his ass out. It didn't look like he was knocked out, but maybe he was. It's very possible. Yeah, that would explain it.
I can't believe he didn't take the gun.
I'm happy he didn't. But he ended up being the hero. He finally stopped this madman. Actually, that was... apparently they arrest some random person at the end, so I guess we'll go to that in a second. But unironically, that officer, he's like Luigi. He won by kind of just doing nothing but being in the right place at the right time. So this right here was actual best case scenario. You couldn't have drawn this up any better. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even clip the civilian vehicle to his left. Nope. Doesn't even hit the truck to his left. Only the side of the police car and then right into the pole. Only him. Only the criminal. That was actually the best possible scenario for that. He was trying to block him, was he? Let me see. Oh, you're right. Yeah, he turned his car into him. I thought he was just in this other lane. Yeah, you're right. No, he does make an effort to turn the car into him. Either way, the man's a fucking hero. I'm not sure how much of that was calculated, but it worked out beautifully. I have no doubt that probably saved lives, too, because this guy was unhinged, just actually shooting into crowds. Well, shooting at cops around crowds. So that man really did save the day. There is a lot of drama and controversy surrounding slapping right now, and as a result, I've been wrapped up like a Christmas present in the middle of all of it because for the last couple of years, I've been seen as the preeminent expert on professional slapping. I'm like the Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart for slaps. I can hear a slap, and I can tell you who threw it. I've made so much content on professional slapping over the last few years. I love that sport more than a fish loves water. I've followed it from its humble beginnings as a circus, freak show, side act at a weightlifting competition, all the way into what it's blossomed into today, an entire industry and silly niche sport. And as a result, I've been catching a lot of blame for what's recently unfolded with Power Slap. Power Slap is Dana White's new slapping sport, and it is remarkably dangerous. And I'm sure if you've been on Twitter today, you've seen the viral clips from episode 1 with the wild knockouts that look like someone getting hit by 5 different trains from all angles. It's very brutal. And since I've covered slapping for so long, people are blaming me for bringing it to Dana White's attention, as if I'm just like his little court jester who's keeping him up to date on things like slapping. He and I aren't friends. I've never spoken to him in my life. I'm not a fan of Dana White. I think the way he treats the UFC fighters is a fucking joke. I think it's criminal how bad their contracts are. And I have absolutely nothing to do with Power Slap. But I feel the need to defend myself because for a lot of people, especially UFC fans, they're looking at me as the supervillain, like the mustache-twirling evil guy behind the scenes, the puppet master that made Dana White dance, which I actually find extremely entertaining because Power Slap flopped harder than Morbius. This did not do well for him. Dana White's invested millions upon millions of dollars in this, expecting it to be a smash hit, and the only thing it smashed was his fucking wallet here. So if I truly did influence his perception of how popular slapping was, I find that to be a great joke because he invested so much money into it only for the reality to slap him in the face. Contrary to popular belief, I don't like Power Slap. I don't like what Dana White is doing with it, and I'll explain why. What he's doing is significantly more dangerous than the slap fighting that I enjoy, such as Slap Fight Championship. There is a very strict set of rules as well as medical supervision and regulations that they follow to ensure that people aren't just getting hit with fucking frying pans and forgetting who they are and where they were. Now, of course, by the very nature of this, it's dangerous. Everyone knows that, including the slappers, and everyone also knows it's dumb. That's not some secret, it's not a deep cut. Everyone knows it's stupid. And they do everything they can to make it as safe as possible, except in Dana White's Power Slap. The whole thing is just supposed to be like a, wow, this is silly shit that I can't look away from. That's like, ask anyone who is in the slapping scene. Even the owner of Slap Fight Championship, JT, will tell you, It's just a fun, over-the-top, goofy sport. But he has a set of rules that keep it as safe as possible for the athletes. Rules that aren't being followed by Power Slap, even though they do borrow some of the best slappers in the world for the show. I want to show you the clip now that's floating around, and then I'm going to go over the key differences. Now, this is one of a few viral tweets that's floating around. This one is coming from an actual neuroscientist who's talking about the brain injury because after he gets knocked out, he goes into what's called the fencing position. It's actually a pretty terrifying thing, and I have no doubt that this guy really did suffer greatly from this. And he's far from alone. This isn't some, like, crazy accident that no one could have seen coming. Every knockout they show in the clips that's floating around are all pretty devastating, and I'm sure they will have residual effects for quite some time as a result. Now, to the untrained eye, this seems like business as usual for slapping sports, but there's actually some very key differences. The first, and in my opinion, one of the biggest problems, is the absence of the no-stepping rule. Now, to be fair, they do have stepping listed as one of the fouls, but it's not enforced in the actual show, so it might as well just not have even been written down in the first place. It basically is absent. In normal slapping tournaments, you're not allowed to step into your slaps. It's all just upper body rotation. You can't be like, you know, doing like a Happy Gilmore up to the barrel and then slapping them on the way by with a drive-by, because obviously when you're stepping into a slap, you're generating significantly more power with it. And since you're not able to defend yourself in slapping, they're taking the full force of this wallop. They're getting served a quarter pounder with quadruple cheese. It's a lot more force behind that because they stepped into it. Now you might be asking yourself, why aren't they enforcing a no-stepping rule if it's so commonplace? And the answer is because Dana White only cares about the spectacle of the sport. And in his little smooth brain, he thinks the spectacle is just big KOs. So the more KOs, the more people are going to get interested and hype and excited, the more people will watch it, which is more money in his pocket. So anything to really increase the amount of KOs, I imagine Dana White views as a positive thing. So they're not enforcing a strict no-stepping rule, which is leading to significantly more knockouts in Power Slap than in any other slapping tournament I've ever seen. Compare this to any other slapping tournament, and it's like 10x in Power Slap. And it's not just because of the no-stepping rule, they also don't really enforce clubbing. Another common rule in slapping is no clubbing. That refers to not hitting with like this part of your hand. Because at that point, you're basically just fucking punching the person. It's like a monk strike, like a monk palm strike to the face. What you're supposed to be hitting with is up in here. You know, I'm giving the anatomy of a slap right now, but this is what you're looking to actually hit someone with when it comes to slapping. You know, it still generates power, it's still nice, loud, Looney Tunes level noise with a slap, and it's still exciting, but it's not nearly as dangerous or potentially fatal as getting clubbed like this. That's very serious, by the way. There actually has been a fatality as a result of slapping tournaments where a famous strongman from Poland named Artur unfortunately passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. I actually made a video, I think 2 videos on this guy. Artur was this absolutely massive strongman. He was really cool, but unfortunately he passed away due to the injury he suffered in a slapping tournament. It was absolutely tragic, and it's why safety needs to be taken very seriously when it comes to this sport, which right now Power Slap isn't doing at all. It's like handing a loaded gun to a toddler in the dark. If you watch all of the KOs that are floating around on Twitter from Power Slap, every single one of them pretty much is a club. It would be called a club in every other slapping event except Power Slap, I guess. It is just non-stop clubbing there. So the fact that Dana White's wiping his ass with any level of rules that help the fighters not suffer life-changing injuries is pretty disgraceful. It's not because he didn't know about these rules either, by the way. He's someone who's clearly done his research on it because he's emulated and even taken things from like Slap Fight Championship. But for some reason, he's not actually enforcing the rules because he's too enamored with all of the knockouts. And there have been pretty much non-stop knockouts from Power Slap, it seems. Which isn't really something to be celebrating because these are real people that are taking this damage. So I don't like Power Slap, and I don't like people assuming that I do. I really think there's a world of difference between something like Slap Fight Championship and what Dana White's doing here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next episode they have like a halftime show where two people just hit each other in the face with baseball bats until one of them loses their entire fucking head, just gets decapitated. Like, it's just very clearly designed to just maximize the amount of knockouts, which I just don't agree with. So to all of the UFC fans that are upset at me for talking about slapping and making content about slapping for a couple years now, I really think you and I are on the same team. I don't support what Dana White's doing. Yes, I do love the novelty and the thrill of watching a slapping tournament, but one that's handled professionally, that does have the slap fighter's health in mind. Of course, I just recently made a video about one that was equally as dangerous as Dana White's slapping tournament, the one where that guy's face got like actually completely rearranged. But that one I was talking about it being extremely dangerous too. But anyway, point is, I don't like power slap. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. There's a certain beauty and a curse that comes with live streaming. If you make a mistake, there's no undo button. You can't just cut it out. If it's there on a live stream, it's there forever. And we've seen time and time again that one simple, single blunder, one little split-second mistake can cost people their entire online career, whether that's from something they say or something they do. In fact, we actually just saw this very phenomenon happen a month ago, where a big streamer named Atrioc was live and alt-tabbed, which for a literal fucking nanosecond flashed his deepfake porn on stream, and that cost him everything. Years upon years of work undone in an instant because he jump scared everyone with his deepfake porn, which revealed a lot of awful things about the whole situation and everything that was going on there. Point is, on live streams, there's no going back, and we've seen time and time again this lead to the downfall of an entire career. And we almost saw it again last night with Linus Tech Tips. Linus has built an empire online. He is an incredible creator who has done amazing work for so long now. And last night he almost wiped his ass with the entire fucking thing.
I mean, it's been kind of eye-opening. I've just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of, you know, old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor.
We've entered the danger zone here on stream. This is like Chernobyl just waiting to melt down because of something he's about to say. But to paint the picture, what he's talking about here is how not that long ago, things were more acceptable in content and media that aren't acceptable today. He's talking about how things have changed, and in particular, he's mentioning how, like, some shows would have casual gay humor, where back in the earlier 2000s, that was a very common thing. Calling something gay was used pretty much everywhere for everything. If someone got a cheeseburger that didn't have enough cheese on it, they'd say, "That's gay." If you were walking down the stairs and you missed a step and you started to tumble down the stairs, you'd be screaming, "This is gay!" Like, all the way down. If a buddy of yours asked to bring his girlfriend along to, like, the boys' night out, you'd say, "Stop being gay." That kind of shit. That's what he's talking about. And he's saying, you know, it hasn't been that long, and going back and watching shows that still have that humor in it was jarring to him.
Casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's jarring. Yeah, it's jarring now. And for
casual use of hard R.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like okay, it was an episode of American Dad. And it was just
Really?
like, yeah, it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Buckle your seatbelt because this ride's getting real bumpy now. The train is getting off the tracks. We're going wacko mode here. So hard R, as I'm sure all of you probably understand, is a very serious slur. Like, that's, you know, that's not, you know, empty calories. That's no sack of potatoes. That's a big fucking slur. And he's saying that it was used casually back in the early 2000s, and even mentions a example with American Dad. Now, with my hand on a stack of Bibles, I'll just tell you, I'm not the biggest American Dad fan. I'll just be honest with you. I haven't watched a ton of it. I'm not the biggest spectator of the show, so maybe this episode he's talking about flew under the radar. I never heard of it, never watched it, but that took me by surprise. And I really love Luke's reaction, his co-host here, because you can see him like, Hard R? Excuse me, what? What kind of fantasy land are you living in, Linus, where hard R's were casual? Because I and Luke and probably everyone else in the world can't really recall a time where normal TV shows were dropping racist slurs casually like that.
Whoa.
Right? Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? That was in 2003 or something, like 2002.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even, the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it, right? And it's funny because to me, that doesn't feel like that long ago.
As a big fan of Linus, when I heard that, I had to stand up from my chair, hands on my hip. I was like, all right, it's over. I felt like a coach who had just watched his team lose the championship ball game. Like, you take my hat off, put it over my chest and say a prayer for him, because I was like, God rest his soul, this is the end of Linus. And you can see Luke, like, he shakes his head, like, in disbelief, and then he's just looking down. And I already know, during this moment where Linus is, like, admitting to using hard R's casually, he's processing this as like, yep, back to the old grind. This is where it all ends, huh? This is the end of our run. He was just seeing all the walls around him starting to crumble, the empire burning to a crisp, all because Linus is just freely loosey-goosey admitting to using the hard R casually often. But do not despair, because not all is as it seems here.
But to my kids...
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
What? No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
No.
I think
that's
so.
That's the N-word. What are you guys talking about? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
No, the one with the for mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
Oh. Okay, either
hard
way.
R means ending
I understand.
the N-word
I
with
understand.
a hard R.
I understand what you mean. No, I'm not talking about that.
You can feel life be breathed back into the room. Like, once Linus elaborates that he wasn't talking about the N-word, he was talking about the word used with mental disabilities, and collectively all at once the whole room comes back to life. This reminds me of a very famous quote from the late great Uncle Ben, God rest his soul, when he sat down Peter Parker in that car and he said, "With great power comes great responsibility." In this case, it's with great power comes great fucking blunders. This was an amazing disaster to watch unfold with, like, the wackiest plot twist of an ending. I have never once heard the hard R refer to anything other than the racist slur. So when he just started willy-nilly admitting to using it casually, I couldn't believe my goddamn ears, and I know every coworker was panicked texting each other saying like, hey, really enjoyed our time together, it's fucking over, tune into the stream. Like, I have no doubt that was probably the scariest moment of their careers, listening to Linus just for some reason admit to using the hard R often. And then, of course, the grand reveal where he wasn't actually talking about racist shit, he was referring to something different entirely, and then this is the aftermath of that.
Okay, cool. So I'm glad that we have cleared that up.
I'm freaking Neo over here, dude. We're dodging bullets. That was bad.
Okay, yes.
All right.
Right. I forgot about the part where I said, yeah, I just like used it. Yeah, no, actually.
We can breathe. Everything's okay.
Cool. So
right.
I hope everyone likes not having a job anymore on Monday, because apparently I'm a giant racist.
We didn't lose our money in the bank crash. Bank run.
In the audience run.
What a journey we went on for about 2 minutes there with this whole section. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because this was the closest I've seen to someone just committing career suicide with a smile on their face during it. Big misunderstanding here, I suppose. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah. I have sworn multiple times that I would stop talking about EDP 445, but just like most people's New Year's resolutions about going to the gym, I'm going to have to break it. Every few months for the last couple of years, like clockwork, he will try and come back to the internet after his historic fall from grace after being caught in the now infamous cupcake sting operation that outed him as a predator. He'll come back with an almost cartoonish development. He has been on this non-stop wild and wacky roller coaster of crazy, goofy shit that he tries. He's this gift that just keeps on giving with the amount of unbelievable shit he tries. Like an everlasting gobstopper of goofs. I've compared him to the box ghost from Danny Phantom, and I think that is just the most apt comparison. He's just this silly villain that keeps popping up every now and then just for people to laugh him off the face of the internet, but he'll always come back as a cameo in later episodes. And that's why we're talking about him again today, because it's that time of the year where EDP tries to make a claim that he's innocent. And this time, he's saying, actually, it was all acting. He was only pretending to be a pedophile. He was method acting as a child molester, as part of a movie production. I know that sounds unbelievable. That sounds like I just made that shit up in a game of Mad Libs, but I'm being serious. That is the angle he's trying. He posted an entire breakdown of his defense that this was all a setup, that it was supposed to just be improv acting, but they published it as a real thing and it cost him his whole career. Now, before diving into the fanfic that EDP tries to craft here like he's working on a fucking Tumblr blog, I do want to make it clear that even though the Cupcake Doomsday sting operation was the apocalypse that brought down the world of EDP, it's far from the only instance of him talking inappropriately and sexually with minors. This was just the only one where they actually caught him in video. You know, this was no longer just blurry photos of Sasquatch or rumors. They finally had him on video, flirting with, and then even going to a physical location to meet someone he believed to be a child. This followed sexually charged conversations as well as inappropriate pictures, including a picture of his poopy in a toilet, an actual shit pic. I make sure to mention that anytime EDP's name comes up because god damn it, that shit is crazy. And following all that, he went to the physical location to meet someone he believed to be a kid, and said the reason he was there was actually because his belly was empty, his tummy was growling for a cupcake, which is why it became known as the Cupcake Incident. But this is just focusing on that video and not any of the other numerous claims and evidence about the way he talked to children and all of that. So let's take it from the top here in the timeline of events. He lays out all the lore, and it dates all the way back to 2019. So he's laying out the goddamn Silmarillion here, preceding the Lord of the Rings events that take place later on. So in 2019, he flew out to Philadelphia for the world premiere of Maybe Next Year, which he was featured in. I suppose this was his acting debut, and that's crucial knowledge here because fast forward to 2021, he received an email from Chet Goldstein, who was the person conducting the investigation on EDP at the time, and he's claiming that in 2021, Chet Goldstein reached out to him, letting him know how impressed he was with EDP's performance in that documentary, saying that he was impressed with his work from Maybe Next Year and wanted to give him a shot for a different part in a film that Chet Goldstein was working on at the time. So he drops a receipt here of an email that basically just echoes that, saying, hey, you know, your work was fucking amazing, can't believe you didn't win an Oscar, would love to have you as part of this next production if you're willing to try out for it, get back to me. EDP responds, ecstatic to take this role. This was really going to blow up his acting career. He confirms an address with him, that it's a Rite Aid location they're meeting at. Chet Goldstein says that, their cameraman will meet them at the Rite Aid parking lot, and it's going to be a random scene that they're going to act out for 30 to 40 minutes to see if he's fit for filming. He says, the scene we may ask you to act out may seem a bit odd, and I may crack some jokes and be rude in certain parts of the shoot that may seem offensive to you, but keep in mind, we have a protocol of situations we may throw at you to see how you respond and act in helping us determine if you're fit for the part. If selected for the part for the film we're shooting in Bakersville in October, we'll reach out in 7 to 14 business days from our meeting. Please message me back to confirm this date. So this is his bombshell, shocking revelation plot twist moment where you see Chet Goldstein actually was just wanting me to act, improv to make sure I was, up to snuff here with the role that I'd be required to play for his production. I was under the impression this was all part of the acting, which even upon hearing this excuse is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. No, you remember that incident from 2 years ago. Keep in mind, he's just now posting this 2 years later. I'm guessing this idea came to him in a dream recently to try this garbage. But why wait 2 years if this is all legitimate? But regardless, all of that pedophile shit. No, that's just because I was a very good actor. I actually fooled all of you. It was acting, but I'm really upset because, I was misled. I was instructed to improv. I had no idea this was going to be the result. But I know what you're thinking. Charles, he posted receipts. He posted emails right there. There's proof. There's evidence to support these outrageous claims. Sometimes reality can be stranger than fiction. And to that I say, I do not like those green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam I am. These are fucking poorly photoshopped emails that he posts. He couldn't even Photoshop or crop it correctly. Look at Chet Goldstein's name. You can still see some of the black flakes at the top where Chet Goldstein was pasted on top of whatever this email originally was, and none of it's even centered in the first place. It doesn't even convincingly look like real emails. It is awful. It is terribly done. And to go even a step further, I can literally hear EDP's voice in the Chet Goldstein text here. He caps locked respond and act, as if that's supposed to drive the point home, no, look, it's real. This is super real because respond and act. That's a key word. I'm going to have to capitalize that one so that way people know that this is key. It's blatantly fake. These aren't real emails. But you know what? I'm always willing to play ball and suspend disbelief. Let's assume that this is real somehow. And the odds of this being even remotely real are beyond minuscule, incalculably low odds, but let's assume they are. It still doesn't explain away all of his other repeated behavior with the way he talks to minors or anything like that, and it doesn't even explain away the video itself. There's nothing in there that even gets corroborated with these emails he releases. Nothing checks out, even still, with the video itself and the claims he's making. He did an interview with an AI, I guess. I don't really know, but he's doing this interview with some kind of AI interviewer using some kind of fucking voice modulator. And the way he explains it is even more silly.
He had his business card attached to the email.
Okay, and that was shortly after the movie, maybe next year or so. You put kind of 2 and 2 together and everything aligned to this actually being an opportunity for you.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so Chet emails you and tells you to meet him at the apartment complex? I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding.
Well, again, the original meetup spot was at the Rite Aid.
In what fucking solar system would someone be so stupid as to get a random email from someone claiming to be a movie producer who just reached out to you with a cold call saying, hey, your fucking performance in this documentary was superb, spectacular stuff. Come meet me at a Rite Aid where I'm going to have you play a child predator. Would you think that that's a good opportunity? So let's assume he didn't know he was going to be acting as a pedophile. The second that they start spitballing this improv at him, okay, so all of these chat logs with this child, you're a pedophile. Why would he play along with it? What opportunity did you think this was? How would portraying a child molester be this golden goose for you? You are already a successful YouTuber with millions of subscribers, but this was your ticket to the big time? This role you thought you were playing, the role of method acting a fucking pedophile? That makes no sense. That is inexplicably ridiculous.
You know what I mean? And then the camera guy, Javier, he actually walked me over to the apartment complex. So in the fucking email, it was just, boom, right here at the Rite Aid. And then camera guy is the one who walked me over to the apartment complex. This is the first time I ever seen this fucking apartment complex. You know what I mean?
This does absolutely nothing to help proclaim his innocence here. If it was at the Rite Aid or the apartment complex, it doesn't fucking change anything. The clips he's showing, the Rite Aid only comes in the frame when EDP is leaving after they're talking about calling the cops and everything. That is when he is actually making his grand getaway from this situation. He starts by going up to the apartment complex and then leaves going out by the Rite Aid.
Do you have any indication on what you're walking into, what type of scene you're going to be acting out?
He didn't tell me shit, basically. You know what I mean? He basically just said, hey, we got some chat logs here. We're going to improv this bitch. Go along with it. I'm just like, all right, cool. So... And then again, you know what I mean? It's how the fuck was I supposed to know this was a goddamn, you know, how the fuck was I supposed to know that this was a goddamn setup? Like, it's like, you know, you have fucking business cards, you have the official wavelength bullshit, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers is emailing you and shit. It's like anybody in their right fucking mind would have thought that this was legit.
I speak for every single living, breathing human being on this planet in saying that nobody in their right mind would have thought this is legit. At all. I will suspend disbelief yet again here to just toy around with this idea. Why the fuck would you even improv this kind of scene? Did you want the role of a pedophile? Did you want that to be your acting legacy? The follow-up to your magnum opus performance in maybe next year you wanted to be the child predator? What sense does that fucking make? This is the dumbest defense ever. And he doesn't even do anything to, like, somehow explain away everything he says and does in the video itself. None of this explains any of it. And this fucking email screenshots are fake emails to begin with. The whole thing is so stupid. But it is laughable that he is actually trying this with a straight face. Obviously, this is yet again another desperate attempt to prove that he's never been a child predator, even though there is overwhelming amounts of evidence, even outside of this big video that came from it. There is still so much evidence against him, and really the only reason he never faced jail time is because the investigation was done by YouTubers and not done in collaboration with law enforcement, so he was able to squeak away based on that, which is something that has happened a lot, unfortunately. So it's crazy he's not even in jail, honestly. And he still keeps trying to come back to the internet. Even after all of this time and all of this shit, he still keeps doing ridiculously goofy shit, like what you just saw there, with trying to say he's not a pedophile, he was only acting. Wild stuff. I just wanted to give a little update here and share that. That's about it. See ya. To many people, Florida is an incomprehensible wasteland, almost like something out of a fantasy novel, like Narnia, if Narnia was infested with drugs and human trafficking. But for me, I call Florida home. I've lived in this utopia for all 28 years of my life, and I've got to tell you, I swear with my hand on a stack of Bibles, there's nowhere else I'd rather live, being completely truthful. Born and raised from the womb to the tomb in Florida. Well, I guess not womb to tomb, because I'm pretty sure Florida's going to be underwater within the next 20 years, but hey, we're on a tight schedule, I guess. We're on the clock now, and that only makes the time we have with Florida even more special. What's that expression? The star that burns brightest burns out fastest? That is very applicable to Florida. It is a shining star of a state. That little hemorrhoid on the USA? That's right. That's Florida, baby. So anyway, I was feeling awfully patriotic today, and I wanted to celebrate some Florida enthusiasm by talking about a few stories that I've just been thinking about a lot over the last couple days since I learned about them because they're so wacky. Florida has a reputation for producing the most outrageous headlines ever, which is why Florida Man has been like a coined phrase for quite a few years now. Florida Man is just always referring to the crazy stories that could only really happen in Florida. And there's just some that I've really been thinking about that have happened recently. The first story is almost wholesome in its stupidity. So a man stole an electric scooter from Target and then assembled it outside the Target he had stole it at. So he was out there assembling this electric scooter for quite a long time, which gave the police ample opportunity to show up and arrest him.
What's going on, man? Do me a favor, stand up.
Huh?
Stand up. I'm gonna detain you for a second. Come here. Put it down. Yes, sir.
Jimmy Neutron's already been hard at work assembling this device. You can see the electric scooter box right next to him, so he's taking it out, he's following the instructions and putting it together. And usually these aren't exactly quick projects, so the authorities would have had plenty of time to not only receive the call from Target, but to then go ahead and stop for lunch if they wanted to, and then still show up in time to arrest this guy. He was out there for quite a while building the scooter, so the police showed up and probably were beyond surprised to see that he was still there. This was probably like a jump scare for them as well, that this guy who had stolen a scooter like 30 minutes ago was just outside putting it together.
You know why I'm detaining you?
Yes, sir.
No? Okay. Once I get these on you, I'll explain it to you. We'll get it all figured out, all right? All right.
A confounding mystery, no doubt. Why would this good Samaritan just casually putting together the electric scooter he just stole possibly be getting arrested or detained here? Something that science can't quite explain, I suppose. I just really like this whole idea here. He steals the scooter and he's like, alright, great. Oh man, I can't ride this. It's in the box. Well, guess I'm gonna have to put this shit together like it's some fucking Legos. And he just does it outside the target he stole it at. He could have taken that anywhere else. Literally anywhere else. He could have taken it to like a nearby park or even just on the sidewalk somewhere and started putting it together. But instead, he puts it together at the danger zone, the hot spot where he had just committed a crime.
Did you buy the scooter? You don't want to answer that question?
Caught him with his hand in the cookie jar with that question. He asks if he bought the scooter, to which he receives no reply. So then the reality starts to sink in for this guy. I'll go ahead and break down the story here, though it's not super interesting, very generic. Target employees saw him grab the Razor electric scooter, so then they just called the police on him, who then showed up and arrested him because he was outside fucking building the thing. What I really love so much about this one is the fact that this is actual, like, Skyrim NPC behavior. So this guy committed a crime. He takes the scooter, he steals it, and then the second he leaves the store, he must have forgot how he acquired that scooter and thought it was totally okay to just go ahead and start putting it together there. That item he just stole. The next story I want to share with you all is actually a really interesting crime plot. This one's got a lot of layers to it. This one's like almost a huge scheme. It's a $1 million plus milk theft. This is actually like a whole crime group, like the fucking Milk Mafia. They got together and hatched the perfect crime, like Ocean's 11. They decided they were going to steal a fucking ton of milk. A lot of dairy products. It actually goes pretty deep. So the 6 suspects were employees of Island Dairy, a milk distributor that worked with MacArthur Dairy, a milk and dairy products company, and they were arrested as a result of an investigation dubbed Operation Got Milk. This is already a lot to take in. So you've got a lot of players at play on the chessboard here, a lot of pieces in position. When I first saw the headline, I expected it to be like 1 or 2 Florida men that thought they could steal a lot of milk and sell it. So they stole $1 million worth of milk, and I was like, holy shit, they just made $1 million. It took me a minute to register in my fucking smooth little brain here that who in the world, who on God's green earth is going to be buying $1 million worth of milk? That's not exactly a product that you could turn around and immediately get your money out of. You'd be squatting on a massive, massive fucking inventory of dairy for years before you even remotely started to be able to sell some of it. I don't think there's like a booming black market for milk, so it's not like you're just going to immediately be able to turn it around and sell it on the fucking Grand Exchange like it's RuneScape or something. And I've got to be honest, I'll admit my ignorance here. I don't know if Big Dairy buys from random people, right? So if you have $1 million worth of milk that you have stolen from these trucks, how are you going to try and sell it to a different distributor or a different company? I just don't think they'd be buying your, trunk of milk, right? You pull up behind an alley and you're like, all right, I've got the fucking product here. And they give you money for the milk. I don't think a huge market to be able to immediately turn these products into money in their hands. News stations reported that suspects were delivery drivers and dispatchers for Island Dairy. Since 2021, the suspects systematically pilfered more than $925,000 worth of milk from MacArthur Dairy, along with around $350,000 worth of crates. So obviously we're dealing with a lot of milk here. This is more than a Morton Joe was able to harvest in Mad Max Fury Road. The men would allegedly manipulate the ordering system, causing extra dairy products to be loaded onto the distribution delivery trucks. Police said that the delivery drivers would deviate from their pre-assigned routes, meet with another individual, and transfer the extra dairy products to their delivery truck. So they even reveal the method here. They're just giving away the formula that they used. One suspect allegedly sold each stolen milk carton for $10. Let's pump the brakes for a moment. Who the fuck is buying that? Not only is the price not great,
But it's also extremely sketchy just to be buying a carton of milk from a stranger. Who would do that? That shit could be poison. It could be just fucking liquid cyanide in there. Like, what? Why would you do that instead of just going to Walmart and getting a carton of milk for like much less than that usually? It just doesn't compute. Who would treat this guy like he's their drug dealer, like their plug? Like, you know, passing out free milk cartons like, hey, come here. I've got some milk cartons in the trunk of my car. First one's free. But if you ever need your fix, you can meet me by the CVS dumpster. I got plenty more milk cartons where that came from. Like, I just can't even imagine that world. That's so wild. This was an organized crime, basically, where they are working in unison to steal products from a company, and obviously the person receiving those products was selling stolen goods. Officials told WTVJ that Island Dairy conducted an internal investigation that uncovered the irregularities and identified the potential suspects. Police were then contacted and began surveillance on the suspects. Hours later, investigators said they captured the transfer of stolen dairy products on video. So they got him. They got him. This is actually a pretty sizable theft here. $1 million plus worth of milk is fucking crazy. So yeah, I definitely wanted to share that one because, wow, what a plan to steal and sell milk, of all things. Anyway, these were just two stories I had read recently and watched, I suppose, since there's videos of both, that have really just stuck with me. I keep thinking about them because they're so goofy. So I just wanted to share that. That's really about it. So yeah. A couple months ago, one of the best journalists on the planet, who also happens to be a YouTuber, got his house firebombed due to his investigations into a large network of corruption in Australia. I really do mean those words earnestly. Journalism is in such a poor spot right now. Modern journalism has about as much respect as the bronies did during the early 2010s. You remember that community of adults that used to jerk off to My Little Pony? In fact, I would argue that people have more respect for them than a lot of journalists these days, and rightfully so. It's an industry that thrives off of just feeding shit into the mouths of everyone that happens to come across their headlines. They're either writing meaningless articles, not focusing on anything important, writing blatant lies about shit, or just generating their own controversies to farm rage bait clicks from people just to drive traffic to their site. I'm sure you're tired of me whining about this one example I'm about to use because I've used it like 20 fucking times now, but I just think it's perfect to encapsulate what I'm talking about. There is an article Kotaku published proudly where it was all about the author mishearing a lyric in a Super Smash Bros. Song and thinking they heard a slur, so they wrote a whole article attacking Nintendo for it and demanding an apology and a response. Like, that is just the perfect example for what I'm talking about. I'm already getting lost in the sauce talking about this again and ranting. The reason I'm even mentioning it is because Friendly Jordies does real, meaningful journalism. One of the very few in the field that does. He's a political commentator, a YouTuber, and a comedian, and he combines all of these into extremely hard-hitting investigations into corruption in the government, and he presents all of the information factually, with sources, with evidence, and delivers it in extremely entertaining ways. So it's palatable to anyone, even if you're not in Australia, it gets you educated and it entertains you. It is just the perfect blend of everything you could ever want from a journalist, really. And for all of his hard work, his life gets threatened. He is doing all of this at great personal risk to his own safety. His fucking house got firebombed, and the list of suspects that it could be is super long. He came back recently after a 2-month break on YouTube to update everyone on what's going on with that whole situation, and he laid out the entire timeline of events for all of the enemies he's made that could have been responsible for this firebomb attack on his house. This attempt on his life could have been made by a lot of very powerful people that Jordies has exposed and dropped very important information on over the years, and I highly, highly recommend watching his entire video going over all of it. Of course, the link is going to be in the description below. I'd like to briefly give you a summation of some of the possible suspects here in this little murder mystery whodunit. He compared this whole situation to Knives Out, and he's absolutely right. This is a wild web of fucking supervillains that are after him, potentially. He's got like the entire fucking Naruto Akatsuki hunting him down. And by far the biggest clown, but also the biggest, most powerful person in that group is John Barilaro. the former Deputy Premier of New South Wales, whom has come after Geordie's many times and even cites Geordie's as the reason he stepped down from his position, the most powerful position in New South Wales, because of their YouTube beef and Geordie's content insulting him and exposing him. John Barilaro has some very scary connections that could have been used here that led to this whole situation, and Friendly Geordie's does highlight all of these possibilities. But of course, he's far from the only one. Geordie's has exposed corruption at every level, so the list of enemies is longer than the terms of service to signing up to iTunes. But I would like to highlight two others. One of them is an extremely powerful gambling company that Geordie's has talked about and dropped very important information regarding. And another one is an organized crime ring. I'm not going to go too in-depth on those two yet. I highly recommend you watch Geordie's video talking about why these are very possible suspects in this firebombing on his residence. But I would like to show you a few clips from the video, mainly ones that are poking fun at John Barilaro, going over the history between the two, and just kind of pointing and laughing at this absolute goober. But it is a very serious situation, and somehow Geordie's has unbreakable, indomitable spirit and will. Because even though his life has been threatened, and keep in mind, that firebombing, it was twice. At first, they firebombed his neighbor thinking it was his house, but when they realized it wasn't his house, they came back and fucking firebombed him again. So, his life, very real danger, and he still is making the decision to stay and fight against corruption. There is nothing more admirable or brave. Like, he is exactly what journalists should aspire to be. And he still somehow delivers content that is so entertaining and so good. I don't know how he does it without just like chewing on his fucking fingernails in fear every day. Absolute goddamn Australian hero.
In what I now know was a premeditated attack that at best was intended to terrify me and at worst was intended to kill me.
I would say it was probably intended to kill you. Like, throwing a firebomb at the house and actually setting the house on fire is less of like an intimidation tactic and more of an attempted murder, I would say. But I feel like in his position, he's got to be very careful with the words he chooses because he's constantly in the crosshairs of every single authority in Australia because he exposes so much corruption. But yeah, this is very much a step above an intimidation tactic. An intimidation tactic is if you had like someone come to your house dressed as a construction worker, but then it was actually a lawyer serving you like a fucking lawsuit. That's an intimidation tactic. This is some like hitman shit.
The night that happened, I was supposed to be sleeping here. I didn't even have smoke alarms. So there's a very good chance that if I was, I could have ended up like the content you're watching right now. Fire. But I wasn't here because that week I was performing my live show in Melbourne and I forgot my keys while I was down there. So there, criminals outwitted. It reminds me of that quote.
He's 2 steps ahead.
Then the enemy certainly can't anticipate our future actions. So I was sleeping somewhere else that night.
That's such a beautiful line too. That's always the cliche on how they beat like an overpowered villain in an anime or some shit who can see into the future. We'll have no plan and we'll wing it. Unpredictability is our best friend.
Here, and it is too big of a jump to go from beating a cameraman in public to firebombing a house.
That is a big jump, but you're also giving him a lot of credit here with beating a cameraman. This cameraman is fending off this overgrown baby with ease. Like, this is pretty sad for John Barilaro here. He is, it's like that, like an older brother putting their hand on the head of the younger brother as he's throwing punches that are missing. And he's holding like a 30-pound camera on his shoulder.
John Barilaro had this palatial multi-million-dollar estate that he Airbnb'd as a side hustle to his other gig, being the leader of a state. This is the dumbest thing you could do, right? Like, especially since the other half of the time, it's not Airbnb, that's where he lives. So we thought, wouldn't it be good if we film a video on the history of all the shitty things he's done, but film it at that Airbnb? Because as you've probably gathered, or haven't because you're that dumb, I'm filming at your estate. And I want you to be the first to know that I f***ed in both your guest houses.
Oh, Stooge, we tracked the video. It's coming from inside the
I don't know if
house.
that's true or not, but that's such a fucking flex. This guy actually sounds unbelievably stupid. Like, legitimately, observably stupid. I am believing 100% that his feelings got hurt because Friendly Jordies made fun of him, and he probably cried. Like, he actually probably did cry and then resign. That's crazy. They came on his pillows. Yeah, maybe. I mean, again, I wasn't there to watch him have sex and pound cheeks at John Barilaro's Airbnb or anything. I'm just going to take his word for it. And even if he didn't, he planted the seed of doubt in his head forever now. The guy that makes fun of him also fucked in his beds. So either way, that's a W.
John was demanding the police conduct a bug sweep of the property. Something that would cost the taxpayers $10
And a blacklight,
despite
please.
the fact we
We need to
paid
know if he
almost
actually
that
fucked
much
here.
to stay at the property. Just imagine how stupid and entitled it is to be deputy premier and lease one of your primary residences out to anyone. I never considered doing this before, but say a property developer wants a favour, they could very easily get material to blackmail you.
Hey, I want to pop in here real quick once again to drive home the absolute insanity of this situation. John Barilaro, the most powerful man in New South Wales, was listing his actual primary estate as an Airbnb when he wasn't staying there. That is levels of stupid that not even Saints Row was able to tickle. John Barilaro has the brain of a child still struggling to fit a square into a square hole. I don't know what could have even led to him believing that was a decent idea at all. Like, maybe it's 30, 40 years of eating paint chips and boofing asbestos. Like, I don't know. Like, how he could have thought in his position that listing his actual residency as an Airbnb was smart. As Jordy's does list, there was a lot worse shit that could have come from this. Shit could have been planted in his estate that would have got him in huge legal trouble, blackmail, it could have been bugged. Like, there was so much that could have happened here because he lists it as a fucking Airbnb. Honestly, John's lucky Jordy's was the one to do this because it could have been so much worse. He got off easy by the only thing scandalous happening in his estate was Jordy's slamming ham in his bed. Like, he could have found himself in much, much, much bigger trouble.
In another video, I called Barilaro up and attempted to ask him about allegations surrounding him and extramarital affairs. Turns out, John's intimate relationships would eventually come under scrutiny in a motion hearing concerning his boss's intimate relationships, but that's a story for another day. I didn't know this at the time, but these videos caused John's office to contact the New South Wales Police Force just days after their release, specifically the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command.
God, what a flex. You grilled a man's cheeks so hard that he called in the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command. Fucking Jack Bauer had to be put on your case because you bullied this guy's feelings so hard. Jesus Christ. Now I think he fucked someone that's not his wife. Now, I mean, I know nothing about him or the case, but now because he called in fucking CTU, the counterterrorism unit, now I think he absolutely cheated on his wife. He went too hard to prove he didn't. Now I feel like he's covering something up. You see, you gotta, there's a fine line between, like, a proper response and an overkill. And when you reach overkill, you're basically already guilty. Oh, no, John.
The defamation lawyers draft up this absolutely schizophrenic letter detailing all of John's grievances with the videos I made, including that I called him a greasy little scrotum. He needed to clear the record on that one. Let everyone know that's not true. Go by, and they were pretty quiet.
Seeing insults in writing on a legal document is crazy.
On behalf of a guy that we exposed and made fun of. Oh no. So we've been served. And what they gave us, in my honest opinion, is another whiny crock of shit. That was.
Does he actually have to? So he's been sued a million fucking times. Does he actually ever have to even defend himself, or does it get thrown out pretty quickly? Because this man has collected more lawsuits than I have Pokemon cards at this point, from the feelings he's hurt. Yeah, he's had to defend a few times. Okay. Because, like, I've seen the sheer number of them, and it is overwhelming. But I also know quite a few of them get thrown out. Like, even in the description of this one is being thrown out. So I was just wondering if he ever even had to actually go defend himself, or if they eventually just drop it.
Then on the 4th of June 2021, my producer Christo is walking back from uni.
Oh,
He's already
I know this
on
one.
meeting our lawyer Mark that day, so he had the document.
Yeah, this was a big clip when it came out.
They're giving away evidence and trying to run away with it. Yeah?
What's happening? They're just fighting him.
Run off with evidence. Okay? Who are you doing this? You're out with... Jesus Christ.
Film this. Make
What
sure
the
you don't film it. This is bizarre.
This is not Australia.
Yeah, it's Mark Davis.
Christo was arrested by the Terror Police, specifically the Fixated Persons Unit, charged with 4 counts of stalking and intimidation. So we're now facing criminal charges and a defamation suit.
The guy looks like he got... Well, I mean, in defense of John Barilaro, he literally did kind of get cucked by extension. Because this fucking idiot put his personal residence up as an Airbnb, so friendly Geordies went and had sex there. Like, his estate got cucked. So of course he's going to be sad forever. I'll briefly give a little context here. Geordie's producer got arrested on completely bogus dog shit by the goddamn fucking counter-terrorist unit, like super soldiers meant to actually go after like terrorists and shit, all over fucking hurt feelings, and Geordie's and his team exposing corruption. It's an absolute affront to God. It is just downright wrong and fucked up what happened to Geordie's, his team, and everyone involved here. And that clip you saw is only a brief section of that whole arrest, which was brutal. Like, they roughed him up for no reason. Like, all of it is just foul.
They end up withdrawing the application and paying both Christo and my legal costs of over $20,000.
Hey,
but Christo's
attaboy.
criminal charges still hang over him, and my defo case is still ongoing. During this time, Barilaro also decided to publicly announce his intention to resign from politics, basically saying, I forced him to resign.
The defamation case definitely playing a big part of this.
God, that's
I
so
don't know how
good.
many of you can endure what I've endured on online. I feel for young men and women, young boys and girls that get bullied on social media. I feel for them because as a
Bro, you are literally the most powerful person in the region, and you're crying about YouTubers making fun of you so much that you're quitting your job. That is the weakest, softest shit of all time. Actual 14-year-olds get bullied harder than you do, and you know what they do? Continue on and move forward. You're the fucking most powerful politician in the region, and you curl up into the little fetal position suckling your thumb because a YouTuber called you a greasy scrotum. That is wild. That is fucking wild. Holy shit. You know what? I actually don't even think it's the mean words that Geordie says against him. I really think when Geordie's fucked at his house because this stupid idiot put his Airbnb or his actual home up for the Airbnb, I think that's what broke him. I think that, like, actually broke his whole soul. I think that was just, like, this big eureka moment where it's like, wow, I'm a fucking idiot. And he couldn't handle the realization. Like, the self-reflection was too much. Overwhelming.
So my legal team launches an application
Holy shit,
to
that's
strike out
Galaxy
that
Brain.
claim, opposed again by Barilaro, who fights tooth and nail to keep that claim in and keep his special protections that prevent his own words from being examined in court. And guess what? We lose. The judge rules that it would be more unfair to deprive Barilaro of the right to vindicate his reputation.
What? What is that
Than
stance?
to make it impossible
That's just
for me
blatant
to
corruption.
defend myself. So I'm basically stuck in.
That needs to be highly scrutinized ASAP. That is so wild. Holy shit. Imagine still being bound by a 1700s ruling to protect a politician from saying something stupid in Parliament. He literally said he can defend himself, but not you. I know.
In late December of 2021, I released a video detailing that I had found an Ashley Madison account linked to John Barilaro's email address and personal details. You know the website that had the slogan,
That's so
"Life
good.
is short, have an affair." It was hacked a few years ago. I
Yes,
swear to God.
that was
as with
huge.
The rest of this saga, you couldn't make this up.
That I can't wait for the reveal, but I just have to once again chime on that. With that Ashley Madison hack, I don't know how many of you remember that. That caused like actual hysteria for maybe like a week. Like on Facebook, like the old gentlemen, they were breaking down like, how could this have happened? The internet is a secure place. My life is ruined. I can't believe it. Like absolutely having this nuclear meltdown because all of their shit was now exposed. It was amazing. It was fucking amazing. Ashley Madison was a place where married men went for cheating on their wife or something. That was the whole shtick. That was the whole basis of the site.
Him because when cameramen went to film him one night regarding this scandal, this happened.
I wonder if that was the woman he met on Ashley Madison or if it was his wife. There's really no telling. Oh, this is the cameraman.
It was a
Hey,
long
come on now.
and
Please. The cameraman wins this. John took the most damage. John was the one that hit the blast zone here. Cameraman's got 30 pounds of fucking iron on him. And he is still just manhandling John with one arm.
couldn't work for a while, so we're now using our legal fund to pay for a legal action against John Barilaro on behalf of the camera.
Let's go.
Just a quick
That's so
update.
good.
Days ago, John's charges were dropped on the grounds of mental health.
How is that an excuse? Wait, what? Does that work in Australia? So let's say assault and battery, whatever. Like you show evidence like, hey, this is really taking a toll on my mental health. Like I'm really stressed about this, and then be like, oh my god, we're so fucking sorry. Holy shit. Okay, we'll drop the case, please. Take all the time you need to recover from the mental burden of this whole ordeal. Oh my god, wow. Is that just like something you can actually do? Like obviously assault charges are going to be mentally draining, even to, well, especially to the super sensitive goofball Barilaro. But is that a real defense? Like, if my mental health is suffering from this, please drop it. And they'll be like, oh, yes. Well, now that you've said that. It's like in Pirates of the Caribbean with parlay. If you shout parlay, they just have to stop everything. No, not a thing. He's just super corrupt. Okay, thank God. I'm happy to hear that. Well, I mean, I'm not happy to hear about the corruption, but I'm glad to hear this isn't like a real tactic you can employ.
Executive Director of large Sydney property development company Coronation Property Co. In August last year, we released an investigation into this developer, which detailed never before published links between them and one of the most violent crime organisations in all of Australian history, the Alameddine crime family, who are in no way suspects in the firebombing. No, not them. I'm sure they all have very credible alibis.
Wow, that's
we
terrifying.
Revealed that Andy DeHaas, the now former enough for Clubs New South Wales to bring a private prosecution against Troy and I. So now I've made even more enemies. The gambling lobby and anyone that would use them to launder money. And Clubs New South Wales rejected him. By the way, this came out on the same day John was saying in court that he was too mentally ill to face his assault charges, but well enough to run Clubs New South Wales, one of the most scrutinised jobs in the country right now.
Well, the thing is, like, assault charges are a scary thing. That's like a mental ewy. Like, that's yucky. Like, that doesn't make me feel good. But being in charge of a massive gambling company, that's a yippee kind of feeling. Like, that's two very different sides of, like, the mental spectrum here. So I can totally understand him not wanting to go to court to face the assault charges. That is very stressful. This is pleasure. This is fun. So I get it. I get it, John.
To have me thrown in jail, the 7th richest man in Australia threatening to sue me, numerous other property developers and dodgy bears. I have a longer enemies list than Richard Nixon, so despite having my suspicions, I'm still not completely sure as to who done it. But enough of listing enemies, it's now time for my friends list. First of all, sorry to my neighbours and landlord, and future apology to whoever finds my corpse. It's going to be messy. I'm not going down without a fight. Big thank you, boy.
That's like actually fucking terrifying. Like he's making light of it, but the enemies that he has listed here are actually fucking horrifying. Like, I can't believe he's still staying in Australia, honestly. I really can't. So, for those that don't remember the situation, I'll quickly let you know. His house got firebombed, but it was actually the second attempt. So they initially firebombed his fucking neighbors, thinking it was his house. And then when they realized it wasn't his house that they fucking firebombed, they came back to try and finish the job. And like he mentioned, the house didn't even have smoke alarms, so like he literally probably would have just died if he was actually home at the time. Because it would have been when he was asleep. And the enemies he's listed here and their connections are very serious. I don't know how he's sitting here and being like okay about it and lucid. What a man's man. The problem as well is people who hear real journalism but don't like the message and reject it. See, like, I don't really subscribe to that belief, because if you look at some of, like, the real journalists that do great work like Jordy's, they are very well received by actual people, not politicians and not the elite. Like, that's how you know it's the sign of, like, good journalism. I never really see pushback when you're met with, like, a real journalist. Fine, I'll look up the German mud wizard. Robed wizard taunts police struggling in mud. What is happening here? Did he deploy a quicksand? Is this guy an earthbender? What is going on? Well, he is very powerful. What is this? Prestidigitation? Like, goddamn. Oh! There he is! The wizard has been summoned. Man, all of these police officers are like turtles on their shell. Jesus Christ. This is embarrassing. Oh, it's like toddlers when they're still learning how to walk. Are they all drunk or something? What is going on? There's no way it's that hard. This man's fighting for his fucking life. The Mud Wizard's gonna drag him back by the heels like a horror movie in a second. Man, at this point, just start doing, like, rolling. Like, it's like, oh, shit! It's like cow tipping. The Mud Wizard strikes. We're gonna need reinforcements. His tootsies are stuck in the mud. Whoever set up this trap, though, really did a great job. It's like some kind of holy barrier. Oh, no. So this is how it all ends for this guy, huh? He'll just be stuck here forever. Oh, come on! He's almost there, let's go! Oh no, it's like bowling pins. Oh, jeepers. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. There we go. That's the Mud Wizard for you. And none of them can navigate the mud pit. Oh, the Mud Wizard got him with a blast. Oh, there he is. You're in his territory now. This is his domain. His spiritual pressure is able to run rampant here. This guy is actually being swallowed whole. He's gonna need to be airlifted out here in a second. He's going really deep. He's going straight to hell. Like, good lord. They're gonna need to get the chopper and a ladder inbound ASAP. And the Mud Wizard's coming. Oh god! Oh no! Oh lord! Have mercy! It's Radagast the Brown! Man, this goes on for so long. There we go. We got him. Mission successful. He gets to go home and see his family. Close call, though. Close call. We almost lost him. Wow, that was fascinating. Jesus Christ. Someone give me the lowdown. What happened here? Was this like a concert or what? Because I do remember there was also a filth wizard at a rave a long time ago. I also think it was Germany. There was a guy who dressed as a wizard and started playing in the mud and twirling around a baton and shit. It was a coal mining protest. Oh. Does anyone remember the Wizard of Filth? Damn, this is too new, so it's overriding the old one. Where is it? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? 2 wizards, 1 cup. Well, that's not the one. It was at a rave. And there was a guy dressed in a gray wizard's garb. It was raining, it was muddy, and he was just busting it wide open. I wonder if it's the same guy. I'd really like to find the video. Does anyone know what it's called? Is it just Rave Wizard? I tried Mud Rave Wizard, but it didn't come up. Oh, here we go. Wizard Gandalf at a rave. I think this is it. This is not the one. How often does this happen? This must be a very common cosplay thing for raves. This is pretty cool, though. He was wearing gray wizard gear. I think he even had a walking stick. And he was dancing. Anyone at all? Why is it... I'm pretty sure I even showed it on stream at some point, like, 2 years ago. What the fuck? Why is this so hard to find? Am I crossing wires? Was he not in a wizard's getup? I'm pretty sure he was. Here, I guess I'll pull this up. Maybe this will jog someone's memory. This is kind of what the environment looked like. But then there was a guy dressed as a wizard, and he was throwing mud, and he had a walking stick, I'm pretty sure. What the fuck? Are you... What? And... Man, what the fuck? No, it's not the Glastonbury Wizard. What? How does this fit anything I have said? I pulled this goddamn video up on stream years ago. Thanks to Resub Filthy. Why can't I find it? Did it get taken down? Was it not as popular as I remember? Hey, I'm gonna describe a video real quick. Tell me if you guys know what I'm talking about so I can find it. Have any of you seen
Is it the Blippy video?
No, that Blippy shit video, that was so good. It was a music festival, it was a concert, it was raining, it was muddy, people were throwing mud at each other, and there was a guy dressed as a gray wizard throwing mud at people.
Oh, the one in Germany?
Yes, that's what I thought, but I can't find it. I can't find it.
Wait, I can find it.
Okay,
wait,
cool.
at the protest, you mean?
No, that's Mud Wizard. I'm talking Filth Wizard. This was like a level 99 Filth Wizard.
Oh,
Andrew,
shit.
how could you think this was Mud Wizard?
My bad.
Yeah.
It's not nothing like it.
Fuck, I can't.
Very different. Very different levels
Wait,
of magic.
How can chat not find it?
No, I pulled this fucking thing up on stream years ago. He was not the focus of the video. I will say that. The video was focused on the concert.
Wizard's a red herring here.
Yeah, the wizard was just like a pretty like small piece of it, but like he became a meme. They called him the Filth Wizard on Reddit. Messy Merlin?
Maybe it was Messy Merlin and you're thinking of Filth Wizard.
It's not Messy Merlin. Literally nothing came up with that except a beached dolphin.
Oh.
Is it Polish Golem at a rave? That's... Wait,
What the fuck? So deep.
No, God, is anyone even listening to me? It is not Polish Golem. He is not even wearing a wizard's garb.
All right, so describe the video again,
But
but
this-
like really go into some detail here.
Oh, wait, we forgot a guy. How did we possibly miss that guy?
So
Wait, we forgot a guy?
this
Yeah,
seems
he's just chilling.
This seems like a pretty common thing. So it was a rainy day. The video, it was still raining. Everything was covered in mud and filth and shit. And there was a guy in a wizard's cloak who was throwing mud at people and dancing. And I'm pretty sure he had a walking stick. But yeah,
And
this
are you
video was cool.
positive it was a music festival?
I am 100% sure it was a music festival. Unless they just do like mud parties.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, look at
Yeah, he just knocks.
That's
He
such
uses his
a good
fucking most
video.
powerful spell to root that fucking that SWAT police officer in place, and then he pushes him over.
Yeah, he casts a crazy root on that guy. The whole department honestly fell victim to the CC. It was really good.
Naked mud monster running uphill at Australian music festival?
He definitely wasn't naked. I would remember if he was hanging
Oh
on.
yeah, this
Wait,
is straight up.
wait.
He's straight up naked.
Wait, I think I found it.
What's it called?
Here, I'll just send it to you on Discord. I hope this is it. Is he like playing with fucking like light up balls?
Oh no, that's Rave Wizard.
Oh, god damn it! Why are there so many fucking wizards?
There's a lot of wizards in the
What
world.
about
You'd be surprised.
Man,
God.
Man slides into girl peeing at V Festival 2012.
Oh, that one got promised.
Last night in bed, actually.
Oh my, yeah, she's peeing on the ground and he mudslides straight under her.
Send me mudslide pee. I want to watch that on my own. Look up Mag Smrodu. Okay, last one though before doing this encounter. Actually, last one.
Alright, everybody's ready except for Charles, I think, because he's looking up a video.
Oh, the filth wizard! Yes, wait, that's it. It's in a different language. That's why we couldn't find it. I got everything right except for his cloak. It's not a gray cloak.
Put it in the raid group so everybody
yeah.
can join in.
Yeah. Hold on, let me drop that in there.
You're gonna have one message in this Discord and it's that.
Yeah, it's just filth wizard. Here, let me make sure it's not Toss and I'll pull it up on stream. I don't think it is. In fact, it's actually not even a wizard at all.
Yeah, that's just a man with a stick.
But they called him.
This was so misleading. Come
If
on.
you go into the comments, I promise you they're calling him filth wizard.
They're all talking in German.
Holy shit, that
Polish,
wall of noise.
whoever this is.
He actually only has a stick.
Why did you?
Wait, he's just drinking the mud?
Yeah. So he's not playing with the mud, he's drinking it. That's why I got confused. Wires got crossed. But yeah, this is. They called him.
Somebody find this.
I don't know. They called him the filth wizard, though. I swear to God, they called him the filth wizard.
Look at that good Samaritan coming up and saying, "Hey man, stop drinking that fucking water."
Oh, when I
What a good
translate Mag Smrodu, it translates to stink mage.
Oh!
Alright.
Jesus, alright.
Let's get started.
Yeah, staff just posted it. The stink mage replenishes mana in the tainted moon well. Let's get serious.
The stink mage and his mana potion.
The tainted moon well.
I told you that video is such a fucking banger.
This episode of Moist Meter brought to you by Godslap. Issue 3 is out right now at godslapbook.com. You can find links below in the description. Go check it out.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're taking a look at the Super Mario Bros. Movie. So, a lot of you already know, they did try to make a Mario Bros. Movie in the 90s. Most people view it as an unholy abomination. I look back on it fondly. I grew up and I actually really liked that movie. I watched it a lot as a kid. I could recognize it had nothing to do with the games, but I couldn't help myself from just getting excited watching it for like the 20th time. There was something about that film that was just kind of special. It was unique and very weird. It was like a real avant-garde fever dream kind of movie. And I get why they stopped making movies after it because it was received so horribly and is still considered one of the worst movies ever made by a lot of people. But I just wanted to get that out of the way right now, that I still have a very soft spot for that film. But anyway, I'm glad they're trying again because, as a lot of people have mentioned, this opens up the door for Nintendo making other big budget movies on other IP they have, such as Metroid, Zelda, all of that. So they needed this one to slap. And I'm happy to say that it does slap. Now, I'm not going to tell you it's like a Vasily Kamatsky style slap where it's like unreal and it's going to rock your world or fucking shake the foundation of animated films forever, but it is good. And I want to get this out of the way right now since there's already been controversy. I don't know what the movie critics watched, but it certainly wasn't this film. It had like a 46% on Rotten Tomatoes yesterday, and I don't know what happened there. They must have been boofing crazy pills. That is outrageous. This is not by any means a bad movie. I wouldn't even consider it a mediocre movie. I would say it is good. Above all else, it's very fun and captures the spirit of the games extremely well. Going into this, I was apprehensive about Chris Pratt voicing Mario. It just seemed like a pretty silly fit, and in the trailers, I was less than impressed. It honestly sounded like me delivering the lines when I first woke up in the morning. So I didn't think that was going to work, but after watching the whole film, it seems like they really just did a montage of his worst lines for the trailers, because the rest of it actually worked pretty well. I didn't have any problems with Chris Pratt as Mario or any of the other voice casts for that matter, so that was a nice, pleasant surprise because I expected that to be the one thing that always rubbed me the wrong way about it, but it didn't. The film is extremely simple, which runs contrary to one of the popular reviews that said it's totally inaccessible or hard to follow. Which I'm hung up on these reviews. They've actually got me tilted. I'm fucking stun-locked on how stupid some of the reviews were for this movie, and then calling it somewhat offensive. I really don't know what happened there. If that doesn't prove that general movie critics are pretty worthless, then I don't know what will. Calling Super Mario Bros. Inaccessible or confusing. It's... Moving on. The thing about the film is it's extremely simple and is very clearly catered towards families as opposed to hardcore gamers, right? This is an IP that's existed for fucking 4 decades now, pretty much. So a lot of the people that grew up with Mario and actively play it are adults. And this is not a film that's geared towards them, but it is a film that they will enjoy. I am 28 years old, and I had a smile on my face a lot of times in this film. It's chock full of references and Easter eggs that you'll point and be like, I get that one, and it's cute. But it is a film that is very clearly for an entire family, younger audience, as well as something parents can enjoy too. The narrative is as simple as it gets. Mario and Luigi find themselves in Mushroom Kingdom, and they get split up where Luigi gets captured by Bowser and Mario's got to free him. And through that simple premise, they go on an adventure, they meet Donkey Kong, Princess Peach, and they go to free him. I will say that I actually do have a complaint about the narrative. I don't really understand what the point was in splitting Mario and Luigi up for this movie. I feel like that was just kind of a misstep. I understand Peach is usually the one that gets captured, and if they really didn't want her to be captured here and have her have moments to shine, that's fine. Just don't have someone get captured then. You could still have Bowser cruise up in the goddamn fucking war island and breathe fire and everything, and that's still an imminent threat that Mario and Luigi would be motivated to stop to help people. You didn't really need Luigi to be captured. For the most part, for the majority of the movie, Luigi's just the damsel in distress fucking hanging and putting his thumb up his ass with nothing to do. Which I think kind of sucks, especially because Charlie Day's performance as Luigi was really good. He does have some moments, but I just really think that was kind of a weird decision to have him be captured. If you did want someone to be captured, I do think it probably should have been Peach, and if you didn't want Peach to be the one being captured, well then just don't have anyone be captured in the first place and everyone works together, fucking power of friendship like animes taught us, and they go stop Bowser for the good of the Mushroom Kingdom. That would have still been just fine. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but I did find that a little stupid to have Luigi just be totally out of the equation for most of the film. But aside from that, it really does capture the spirit of just fun Mario shit. So there's a lot of platforming moments where he's running an obstacle course, or if him and Donkey Kong are teaming up to get to a destination, they're picking up power-ups on the way, shooting the fire flower and just going kind of crazy, killing, not killing, jumping on things and blasting them, kicking shells. There's even Mario Kart moments on Rainbow Road. And it's all really fun, and I think it really captures that essence. And it's beautifully animated. The movie is shockingly gorgeous. They did not cut any costs on the quality of the animation here. That really impressed me as well. Everything in the film looks amazing. Now, the next thing I'm going to compliment might actually be something that some of you view as a problem, but I actually appreciated the pacing in that they didn't bother spending a whole lot of time fleshing out characters. The characters are super simple. Like, they don't really get much depth. For example, Mario shows up to Mushroom Kingdom. He's a total fucking stranger. He's being hunted by toads. Like, he's immediately, like, this problem that they're trying to, fucking kill and burn at the stake. The demon has entered the battlefield. But then he happens to run into Peach at the castle, and she's like, oh, human, like me. All right, great. You can join me in my cause here. And that's it. Then they immediately become best friends. They immediately hit it off, fucking fireworks falling all over the place. They love each other immediately. And they never really, bother exploring, their relationship or even, how they feel a lot of the time. It's just very surface level. And I like that because I've never played a Mario game for the story. I don't think there's many people in the world who have. It's all just about fun. So the film just being pretty short and very focused on action and platforming and Mario references and fights and fucking karting, I think is for the best, as opposed to bothering with this, 20-minute scene building up, Mario, his dad being disappointed in him, which is a plot point, but it's not something they harp on. It's something he mentions one time and then it's like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe your dad's right. Maybe you are a disappointment. And like, oh, no, I'm not. Let's drop it. And then they drop it and they don't bother really getting deep into it. And that's good. You have these little sprinkled in moments of character development, but nothing too heavy-handed because the film didn't need it. That wasn't the primary focus. So for a lot of people, I do think that'll be a complaint. For me, I actually preferred it. Because, I wasn't going to this movie for some kind of wild narrative that was going to have me tearing up. I just wanted something fun. And that's exactly what they delivered. Also, hats off to the music. It was really nice seeing some of the most famous, iconic Mario tunes come to life in this film and even fit in different ways was very fun. But this is actually something I heard Chris Stuckman mention. This rubbed me the wrong way as well. There's a lot of moments of 80s rock in here for some reason, which makes no sense. Fucking AC/DC Thunderstruck playing out of nowhere, or them running around to Beastie Boys. I don't know what the thought process was there. It really doesn't work at all. Even if you're a huge fan of those songs, seeing them in this movie, it's like, oh, that's not hype. That's just fucking weird. Almost feels like watching some kind of YouTube AMV where they try and make a song like that fit the atmosphere, and in this one it just didn't work successfully. But when they actually have the Mario music that they've composed in different ways, it works very well. So they should have just sidelined that whole 80s rock thing they toyed around with here. That probably shouldn't have made the final cut. But yeah, anyway, I just really don't have a whole lot of complaints about the film at all. Plugging Super Mario Bros. Movie into the Moist meter, I'm going to give it a nice 80%. I think it's a lot of fun, and that's all you should really expect going into it. It's nothing amazing, it's nothing that's going to blow you away, but you're going to have a fun time watching the film, and it really does feel like watching the game come to life. So I think they did a great job with it, and I'm hopeful that they'll continue to do this with other property. Most of you know, we started our own comic book series called Godslap. Everyone who's read Godslap so far has unanimously agreed that it's the best comic ever produced, and Godslap is well on its way to becoming the biggest name in all of comics, overthrowing Marvel within the next 5 years, according to recent scientific projections that I'm pulling out of my ass. It's a passion project created by myself, Jackson, Danny, and Matt, and we brought in an industry veteran named Aubrey Sitterson to help write it with us, and we're extremely proud of what we've created. Issue 1 and 2 are already out, and Issue 3 came out today, as of right now. Issue 3 is available at godslapbook.com, and per usual, this is the standard cover, but we also have 2 limited edition variants, which will only exist until they're sold out, and then they'll never be reprinted. So they're available at godslapbook.com. I'm currently involved in my biggest scandal yet, and I want to immediately just start trying to pour water on the flames here, so put your pitchforks down and let me explain. Just simmer down, alright? Hold your horses. As all of you know, today is 420, of course, weed day, whatever, but also, it's the Purge on Twitter. The checkmark Purge. Anyone that isn't subscribed to Twitter Blue has just had their checkmarks banished to the Shadow Realm. They're gone. The whole legacy checkmark system has been kaput. They've wiped their ass with it. Now that all is left is the embarrassing $8 a month being flushed right down the shitter for a useless service. Unless, of course, you're a business that's paying $1,000 a month for a gold checkmark or a politician who gets the gray one. The only blue checkmarks left are the Twitter Blue subscribers. And it's led to a lot of questions about me personally, because if you go to my Twitter, you'll notice something very yucky, very stinky. There's a bit of a blemish on my Twitter account. There's still a blue checkmark there. As my 4th grade English teacher used to say, honesty is the best policy, and man, this is a painful one. I don't have a checkmark because they let me be grandfathered in with like a legacy checkmark or anything like that. It's not like they allowed me to persist past the doomsday here. I wasn't some kind of crafty Neanderthal caveman who took shelter when the asteroid hit the Earth that took out the dinosaurs and I survived or anything. I have a checkmark because I subscribe to Twitter Blue. It is the most embarrassing thing I've ever done, and please, let me explain. I made a lot of content laughing at Twitter, and most importantly, laughing directly at the whole idea of paying money for a service as dog shit as Twitter. So, this leads to the natural question, why? With the way people have been tagging me, like, you know, with tears in their eyes, crying about, you know, why, Charlie, why have you forsaken us? Why do you still have the blue checkmark? What went wrong? Like, it feels like I just fucking stole Christmas like the Grinch. So please allow me to explain, because I have a good reason, damn it. So, like I said, I've made a lot of videos talking about a lot of Twitter goofiness, and of course one of those topics was Twitter Blue as just an idea. Like, paying for Twitter is one of the stupidest things you could ever really do. It's like paying to have someone spit down your throat every day. It's a silly idea. But the reason I paid for it is because on stream, a couple of people brought up a good point. After they popped Elon Musk's wiener out of their mouth, they texted some shit in chat that actually made a lot of sense. They said, how can you criticize Twitter Blue if you're not going to use it? How can you know for sure that it's a terrible service with nothing redeeming about it if you yourself aren't going to engage with it? And I actually thought about that for a second, and it was like that fucking Onion article, like the guy everyone hates just made a really good point. And ultimately, I agreed with their perspective. I can't fully write off Twitter Blue if I don't actually know everything that's going on with it, since I wouldn't be using it. So probably about 2 months ago now, I took the plunge and made one of the most difficult decisions of my life. Like, this honestly felt like I was about to decide, you know, whether or not to pull a family member off life support or something. It was fucking painful, it was emotional. I was nearly like crying my eyes out about to part with $8 for fucking Twitter, an actual swamp cesspool of degeneracy. But I did it. I subscribed to Twitter Blue about 2 months ago, and that's when I learned the truth. My third eye was opened. I was fucking right. I could now wiggle my finger and say I told you so that Twitter Blue is useless because I was now using it and could confirm for sure that currently Twitter Blue is worthless. It offers nothing of value at all. It is just wasting money subscribing to Twitter Blue, at least in its current iteration. And all of the memes about like this motherfucker paid for Twitter, I think that's totally fair. I think that's super accurate. You deserve to be shamed if you're paying for something like Twitter Blue right now, because there is no reason to. There is literally no reason to. It is literally a Boy Scout badge just to get bullied publicly and nothing else. You don't have access to any useful tools. You don't have access to any useful features. I'm going to go over everything you get with Twitter Blue right now so that you can see the full scope of just how meaningless it is. Maybe in the future there'll be some like implementations or changes that make it worthwhile. Elon Musk certainly seems to think so. He's constantly trying to drum a pipe for Twitter Blue, like pumping his fist saying like all of these incredible things are coming very soon, any day now. They're right around the corner. That's got to be the longest fucking street of all time if we still haven't got around that corner, because there is still nothing on the horizon. It doesn't appear like anything's coming anytime soon right now. It's honestly just kind of sad. I feel like I'm eating alone at the lunch tables with all the other losers that have Twitter Blue right now. We're just the outcasts getting laughed at, and we absolutely deserve it. You know, this is like I threw a birthday party and nobody showed up except my parents, and they gave me like a little participation trophy here present with my fucking Twitter Blue checkmark. It's so embarrassing. Now let's go over what Twitter Blue offers. As a paying cuck of Twitter Blue, I have the ability to send out a tweet and then the option to undo it, immediately send it, or wait for this countdown to finish in order for the tweet to go through. This is, I guess, if I have a lot of immediate anxiety and regret after clicking tweet, I can undo it within a certain period of time. But let's say I want to let it rip, and it's up there, and I change my mind. Well, I have that coveted edit feature, where I can edit the tweet to change things around or add to it within the first 30 minutes of the tweet being live. Now, I'm sure all of you with your thinking caps on will immediately recognize why that feature's fucking worthless. Because it's Twitter. If you regret something, or you decide you don't really want it up, or if you want to add something to it, you can just delete the tweet. It's not that big of a deal. It's Twitter. It's instant to do that. There's no penalty for it. You don't have like a certain allotted amount of tweets that you're allowed to post. Like there's no quota. You can just tweet it, be like, that's kind of a stinker, delete. No problems. Editing a tweet is fucking worthless unless you're trying to like prank your followers where everyone likes or retweets something really agreeable and then you edit it to say something really nefarious and evil so that it makes them look silly for retweeting it, I guess. But past that, there is no practicality to editing a tweet within the first 30 minutes. You could just delete it and accomplish the same goal. A lot of the things you'll find on the FAQs for Twitter Blue are absolutely beyond stupid that I'm not even going to bother talking about them, so I'm just going to focus on the bigger ones. Another one that they talk about as being a great benefit is you get half as many ads. You pay $8 to still get ads, but just not as many. And I'll tell you, as a 2-month veteran of Twitter Blue, I haven't noticed a difference in my ad volume. I am still constantly inundated with ads while scrolling through. I really feel like that claim might just be a blatant lie because it's something that you couldn't really empirically prove super well as just a Twitter Blue user. You wouldn't be like, my ad density is exactly the same, because they could always argue like, no, it's actually reduced, you're wrong. And you would have no way of proving it. But going from not subscribing to Twitter Blue to subscribing to Twitter Blue, the ads is exactly the same. Nothing has changed on that front at all in any noticeable, meaningful way. So that's fucking worthless. There's no reason to be paying $8 a month to still be getting ads, the same amount of ads. The edit button is worthless. The undo tweet is worthless. The extra amount of text that you can add to a tweet, I guess, could be useful for journalists, and really journalists alone. But even then, you still might be better off of just doing a reply, because I know most people aren't clicking expand and show more for like a large, long tweet. At least I don't think it's that common. But I could see maybe a bit of practicality for it, but not for $8 a month, and not unless you are an actual journalist whose job it is to try and like convey news through tweets. Longer videos, who gives a shit, especially since there's no video monetization right now that Elon Musk keeps hyping up, so you don't really see any return on those videos on the platform. So if you're trying to be like a Twitter content creator, you're actually just getting fucking donuts here, goose eggs, $0 in return from posting the content. Now, he does keep talking about how he wants Twitter to be a platform for content creators who subscribe to Twitter Blue, so he wants to be able to monetize that content, so maybe eventually that might be something worthwhile, but right now it's just literally not there at all. And really the only other big feature that's currently here that I've seen a bit of buzz about is the subscriptions, which is a paid thing where followers can pay to subscribe to your Twitter, which is cuckoldry, even more shameful than subscribing to Twitter Blue in the first place. I think this is beyond embarrassing and worthless. This is fucking tragic if anyone actually subscribes to a fucking Twitter account. But here's how it works. So a follower of someone with Twitter Blue can subscribe to their tweets for $5 a month, and as a Twitter Blue user, you can see what you stand to gain if whatever percentage of followers sign up for this. So on mine, it has this really misleading shit about how much money can you make with subscriptions. Well, if only 2% of your followers sign up at $5 a month, you get $252.4K per month, which is crazy. That is a huge amount of money right there. And this is like that classic, if everyone watching this video sends me $1, I'll be a millionaire type thing. Like, it's fucking stupid. This is very misleading and manipulative. There is 0% chance that 2% of any single Twitter account would ever subscribe to them for $5 a month. It's not going to happen. I would wager a guess that 0.0000001% of any account's followers would even consider paying $5 a month to subscribe to them, especially because there's no benefit to them for doing it. There is no real reason for it. This is what subscribers get. They get a badge. Whoopee! And then bonus content with unscripted thoughts, ideas, and opinions with extra tweets and personal replies. Oh, so you mean just more normal tweets? Every fucking tweet is just an unhinged, unscripted thought for the most part. And then it just says more features coming soon. They couldn't even find something else to round this out with. It's just like, yeah, and then maybe we'll think of other things. So you actually get nothing for it. 2% of your followers will never subscribe to this. It is a complete pipe dream. So I'm not turning on subscribers. Like, I don't need to actually take the plunge on that one to know how worthless it is. I'm not going to bother. Now, I know Mr. Beast has subscribers on, and they've been like really pumping out notifications to let people know that they should subscribe to him, which is super weird, but I do know there are people that are turning it on, and I'm very curious on how that's going for them, because I can't imagine it being super successful when there is no benefit to subscribing to them. You get nothing. At least on something like Twitch, you can get emotes, which build the community and people get excited about that. But even there, I think emotes are pretty weak as like something that you receive for a transaction. It's mainly just to show support to a streamer you like, which I guess you can make the same argument for Twitter, but you're still just getting absolutely nothing of value out of it. And to show support to that Twitter user, I'm assuming they have other platforms anyway that are more direct to them, that you would probably be better off showing support through those as opposed to Twitter itself. Now, this is like the last main feature with Twitter Blue that I wanted to discuss in this video here. I just think it's completely worthless right now. Even if this was $1 a month, I would say that it's a waste of $1. It's just truly not worth any amount of money because none of this is useful. But that's not to say that it can't be in the future. I do recognize that this is still very early. This is still like a very primitive build of Twitter Blue. So maybe down the line there's going to be some practicality and some benefit to some of this shit. And it might be worth money then. Like maybe then it would be a worthwhile subscription service. But right now, not even close. And everyone that does have Twitter Blue deserves to get laughed at for being financially irresponsible here because it is just absolutely not worth it. Like I said, it could be down the line, but from everything I have access to with Twitter Blue right now, it is far from a good service. So I wanted to explain why I still have Twitter Blue. I really do think it is important that if I am going to be talking about a service like this, that I need to at least be subscribed to the service to have a full understanding of how it all works. That is the only reason that I have Twitter Blue and am wasting money on it. So that way I can be as knowledgeable as possible on the subject. So hopefully that explains all of that. That's really about it. So yeah.
I'm rolling. We're gonna do a Milky Milk tier list today. I'm gonna start lowest fat and increase in fat. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. Do we just have skim?
Yeah, the big one.
So how many fat levels are there of milk? There's like
fat-free, 1%,
2%,
2%. There's whole milk. There's other ones. There's like vitamin D milk, which I think is somewhere in the middle. They all have vitamin D, but there's one specifically. There's so much.
Yeah, there's a lot of milk.
Bottoms up, boys. Give me a little cheers.
Yep. This is skim milk.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that just tastes like normal milk.
Do you drink milk regularly?
No.
I was about to say, as a kid, did you drink milk?
Yeah.
What did you drink?
Whatever mommy got me with my Mama Celeste pizzas. Couldn't tell you. Could have been fat-free, whole milk, skim milk,
Did it taste
soy
like
milk.
what you just drank?
Yeah.
Okay, then you definitely drank skim. Because I did too, and then I got to college, and the machines had 2% or whole, and I started drinking whole, and I was like, this is just liquid ice cream.
I
Like,
love
this
whole
is-
milk.
Yeah, it's on a whole nother level. I drank it as a kid too. A lot of people don't like it, but it's a solid A tier for me. I like.
I mean, yeah, this is very nostalgic. I used to have this all the time. That's probably going to be an A for me as well. It's nothing like special though.
Yeah, skim milk is fat-free milk.
Fucking woke liberals
Yep.
renaming our milk.
Exactly. This is 1% milk, or as
Rich people milk.
one. I was like, what do you mean? It's not expensive.
I don't know why I keep smelling it like it's going to have a different aroma to it, like a wine sommelier.
You gotta let it aerate.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that tastes like the exact same thing as the last milk.
You're just a little more creamy.
How about like 1% more? You think?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this just tastes exactly the same as that.
Yeah,
I
I'm
actually
gonna
couldn't
go-
discern a difference.
That one got a 90. This one got a 91. It's an A.
Yeah, this is just going to be an A too. It'd be a disservice to like for some reason slap it. It even looks the same. Can you believe that?
I can't.
That's fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
Which one? Hey, which one's skim?
That's how we should have done
that
this
one.
A blind taste
Well, you saw me.
test.
You saw me pick it up. Okay, what is this? 2%?
This is 2%.
Why'd you
so-
just give me a sip? Is it like
You want more?
toxic?
No, I
it's
just
fine.
didn't want you to get tummy ache.
Oh, true. Thanks for being considerate.
Oh yeah, do we have the thumbs up here?
That tastes exactly the same as the other ones. In fact, I'm gonna make a chimera here out of all three of these. And puke.
Oh, now you're drinking 3%. Well, no, because you got a 0% in there. They average out to 1%.
They neutralize each
Is
other.
it average or is it additive? I would think it would be additive.
It's got to be average.
Okay.
If you take the same amount of 0% and 1% and mix it, you're at 0.5% milk.
I'm with you. I think you're right.
Thanks.
Okay, that's just gonna be A tier again. It tastes exactly the fucking same.
That's an A. I think
this is very thorough, though.
We just like milk, I guess. I think a lot of people get disgusted by drinking milk straight up, from what I've seen.
I thought that was just such a normal thing to do growing up.
I did too.
Milk used to give me a little tummy ache when I was a baby boy.
Well,
Still
it
does.
is weird. We're the only mammal that drinks another mammal's milk.
The only one that drinks after we're weaned, too.
We're also the only one that drive cars, Matt.
After you're weaned, like...
True.
You're not supposed to drink milk for babies.
I'm just saying, it's got the nutrients for the babies. Why are we drinking cow's milk? We should be drinking
breast milk.
Man
breast
milk.
Yeah, man milk.
I've been telling you, breast milk needs to come back.
All right, here's whole milk.
That tastes exactly the same.
Wait. I've had a lot of whole milk. This whole milk and this skim milk are way too closely together.
They just taste exactly the same.
I mean, there's like a
That is
slight
just the
difference.
Winn-Dixie brand, because I was like, for the basic milks, let's just go basic. So
Yeah, no, this is
Winn-Dixie's like, ooh,
this is definitely 3. Does anybody know what percentage whole milk's supposed to be?
No, but I wouldn't put it past Winn-Dixie to like water down their
agree.
fattier milk to make it go further.
That is not. There's normally like a wow, that's whole milk. I've got a frog in my throat, so my voice got really deep there. It's not great.
He's killed. He's dead over there.
Want to go home?
That's just another.
It's gonna be the worst fucking tier list of all time.
Yeah, this is...
Wait, yeah, let's keep moving.
Yeah, can we just
forward.
get out of the basic milks? And
That's
just do
done
it?
with basic. All 4 are in A tier. We're moving on.
Yeah. Lactate and normal milk, since you just had normal milk.
All right, we'll go lactate.
The lactate I have is in a red container, so this blue is new territory.
Yeah, this is 2%. Yours is probably like whole.
Yeah.
Maybe.
This is real milk with no discomfort. All right.
We should not post this video.
This tastes exactly the fucking same.
It's just sweeter. I would say lactate is sweeter milk.
The concept was fascinating, I'll tell you what.
All right, lactate. Lactate is good.
I mean, it's just an A tier. It just tastes like normal milk.
Can we get an S?
Or anything under an A.
Let's go with silk. Ooh, coconut.
So silk does almond milk and it's shit, actually.
Well, this is unsweet silk coconut. I'm feeling
that's gonna be vomit inducing. Finally, something interesting.
Let's.
I liked it for like 1 week, and then my whole body changed its chemistry, and it just made me sick. Yeah,
you became allergic to almonds.
It was just terrible.
Why can I ask why your body changed its chemistry all of a sudden?
I don't know, man. Like I liked it for a while, and then for some reason I just didn't. I used to have it with my cereal, and then I guess I might have had it straight up one time, and it killed it for me forever.
You're gonna biome had a climate crisis.
All right, let's get it.
Oh, that's stinky.
That.
Okay, D. Yikes! What the
That's
fuck?
just coconut water.
Yeah, that's like coconut water, but with
like watered down.
Yeah, but
that's
also
weird.
kind of viscous.
Well, it's the coconut milk.
Yeah, that's coconut milk. I
You
feel like they
do the
took
cookie
1%
test.
milk and coconut.
Oh,
All right.
I'm not.
I don't want to waste a cookie.
I'm not
on
cookie
this.
testing that.
Yeah.
This thing's kind of foul. It's
I
not
would
an
go
F,
as far as saying this isn't milk. Let's fly through this bad boy and go almond. Let's give the fans a 4-minute tier list.
Oh, it's Chobani almond milk?
Oh, not. This is oat milk. Sorry, we're going oat milk.
Jesus Christ, they're milking everything. Jesus.
Hey, nothing
What the
is safe
fuck?
anymore. If you grow in the ground, we'll milk you.
It smells awful.
Smells like oats. That just tastes like oats.
It actually is just ground oats.
Yeah, that's
What
liquid
the
oatmeal.
fuck is the point of this?
That's fine, I guess.
Who would want that? Just get oatmeal.
Yeah.
The fuck is the point?
You can drink it, pour it, stir it, mix it. So,
Everything you can do with oatmeal.
That's just liquid.
What is the... Why would you want this? It's
Yeah,
not bad. I mean, the oatmeal milk. Wow. The oatmeal milk is like B. It was fine.
Yeah, it's pleasant.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I sometimes use oat creamer in my coffee. So, yeah. All right, let's get into soy milk. The kryptonite of Andrew Tate.
Ew.
It's a little.
Well, it smells bad.
I don't want to say it, but you can just see it and make your own assumptions. This video is gonna be good.
Oh, what?
Ooh,
Wow.
That's really sweet.
That's really like rancid.
What is soy? Is it beans? Peas?
I think it's like some kind of pea.
Oh, a soybean. I'm
Oh.
a fucking idiot.
That's an F. That's fucking awful.
Try it with a cookie.
Yeah, you know you're right.
Is there like high sugar in this? 6 grams of sugar in a cup? I don't know if that's high or not. That's not. No, compared to regular.
Had so
milk.
many Oreos today.
That's the crazy thing about milk. There's 11 grams of sugar in a cup of milk. That's so much sugar.
It's natural. It's all
Is it?
I think they don't naturally. They just like pasteurize it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 0 added sugars. Yeah, I don't like soy. All
What's
right.
next, Matt?
The Oreo and the chocolate milk. Oh, that's
Wow.
That's what made me sick.
Yep. Here you go. You're gonna get a big ol' helping.
Cool. Yeah, serve me up.
This has more calcium than dairy milk. Did you know that?
Yeah, they always hype that up, but I think it's a lie.
I don't think they're allowed to lie.
Yep. That's still some poop.
Big almond.
That's still just not very good.
That's a milked almond. I've never really enjoyed almond milk. I think it's just bland.
It is. It's beyond. Well, it's more than bland. It's almost like offensively stale. Is how I feel about it. Like the almonds were clearly kept in suboptimal conditions,
Yeah.
locked in the dark.
It's weird. Those are the same words I was going to use about this video. Offensively stale.
I disagree. I think people need to know what the best milk is, and it's not.
They need our opinions. How will they know what milk to like?
It's not as bad as soy. I'll give it a D.
All right. Let's go into plant-based Ripple milk.
What is it?
What is that?
Plant-based milk called Ripple.
How do you milk a plant?
Same way you milk everything else. I think you just put in something, squeeze, and
Like, I've never seen something that's
So you say plant-based milk.
Here, I'll
Can
read you
you
the
describe the plant?
yeah, I gotcha. So there's water,
Okay.
pea protein blend, which is water and pea protein.
What a blend.
They could have just put the beet protein in and added more water originally. Vegetable oil, which why contains less than 1% of vitamin A palmitate. I had a little dyslexic moment. Lots of it. That's it.
So just peas and water?
It's peas and water.
You
Why?
took a Venus flytrap and you shook it up till it grew.
Yeah.
Fuck me, that's awful.
Ooh,
Jesus
that's,
Christ.
that's an F.
That's like sewage.
Does it taste like peas?
Tastes
No,
like
here,
plants.
try it. Actually, just try it.
You guys want a little sip?
It tastes like when you like.
I actually want to try that.
It tastes like when you like hit the ground in football and you got
There
like
you go.
grass in your mouth. That makes sense.
This is going to be Chelsea's favorite milk.
It's actually not
I would love to eat this with my cardboard Cheerios. I don't like milk, but I'll use Ripple.
That was definitely an F as well.
Oh,
That's up
I
there with
forgot we
soy.
have
Yeah,
these.
go into the dried milk.
We've got dry milk and sweetened condensed milk and evaporated milk.
Oh, what?
Sweetened condensed milk is gonna go great.
Let's go dry milk. Make some milk.
Some chemistry happening.
Oh god, it's
There's
all
science
over me.
video all over again.
Oh god, the other worst video we ever made.
That video went so hard.
I think mine dissolved. Does that look like good milk to you?
There you go. Aaron's bringing you a
To me,
stirring
yeah.
tool.
Alright, I'm just gonna take a sip. It smells bad.
Oh, what the fuck?
I definitely did a bad ratio. This is really watery. But Let me try yours.
Oh.
You made yours better.
Oh, what the fuck? Ugh.
Yeah, that's
No,
not.
don't cook cookie in it.
No, that's a real waste
You
of a
should just
cookie.
pour the powder in the cookie and see if that's good.
That's big. It's like the ranch seasoning they made.
Oh, yeah, like milk topping. That'd be kind of good. That was terrible.
Sweetened condensed milk, baby.
That'll probably be good.
It'll probably
I
be.
just figured you guys should try another milk, right?
Yeah, I mean, hey,
I'm here to have
Do you even know what
crazy
it looks
fun.
like on the inside of that can?
No, I don't know what
That's why he's
It's gonna
saying
freak him out.
Yes, that's why he's saying he'll enjoy it.
Have you guys had like Trace Light Chase?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's what makes it so good. Is this condensed milk?
Is this something that you just drink?
Yeah, a lot of people do.
It's like
Oh.
yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do that. Just take it with your finger. Like, just go ahead, put some on your finger.
Oh, wait, why? You're just...
No,
Okay.
it's fine.
It's thick.
It's gonna be hard to drink because it's not gonna come out of the
Yeah.
cup.
Here, I'll get some on the edge so you can kind of drink some.
Okay,
Yeah,
have
what-
you had this before?
Mm-hmm. 1 second.
Okay, cool.
You're so stupid. Why would he
Are
do
we
that?
now allowed to post this on YouTube?
Well, I just don't want... My fingers are dirty. I can't reach anything.
Here, open up.
Just lick the can.
Mine's coming down. Are you ready?
Well, mine's coming down too.
All right, well, go ahead.
Mine's safer.
Do a sick milk bowl.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
a
like-
cheese pull.
That's weird. It's not even bad.
No, it's
Weird.
very sweet.
No, normal people don't eat it out of the can.
No.
Oh.
It's incredibly concentrated.
Yeah. That's pretty decent though.
I really thought you were gonna take a swig of it for a second.
No, I don't even have enough. Like all I have is like a single, like chemtrail of it here.
It really coats your mouth.
Yeah, it spreads its wings. I give that a B, like comfortably. That's pretty good.
I'm gonna go C.
I mean, it's not.
We should play a game where we have them cut out only Charlie's reactions to things, and we try and,
then rate
guess
it,
what the
yes.
rating was based on the
Because based on his
reaction.
reaction, it would have been an F. All right, we're going evaporated milk. Oh, that's a stinky one.
This is gonna be a B.
Ooh,
It's definitely an F.
that's an F.
Wait, what is it? Evaporated?
Yeah.
Let me try some.
Ooh, the aftertaste is caramely though.
Well, I think it's still just your mouth coated from the last one.
No, you gotta fight
that one
through
right there, yeah.
the bad to get to the good.
These are usually just, used in baking.
Yeah, this is for baking.
That makes sense.
So go right from the can.
Right from the can.
Yeah, just do it. Rip it.
Mm-mm-mm.
Just don't cut yourself.
Yeah, please don't cut your mouth.
Let Papa get it.
That's like salty.
But give it a minute. You get caramel after. See?
It's caramely.
That's some Willy Wonka shit right there.
This is snozberries. Taste like snozberries.
Yeah, if they could get rid of the
Everything.
before taste and just leave you with the aftertaste, that's fine.
I just disagree. I didn't get any kind of caramel. I just got yuckiness.
It smells like cat food.
It smells rancid. Are we actually posting this?
I plan on it. Maybe you can rotoscope us like Corridor Digital just did and make it an anime. So it's the anime milk tasting.
That would be sick. Also, this is strawberry
We
milk.
can fuck with the RGB filters.
They melt the
and
strawberry
make
for
it
This is Matt's favorite
like a
milk.
home video.
That's great. S tier, baby, to the moon. Here, you want some?
Yeah, Papa wants.
Yep, that's kind of
You
bad.
move so fast.
I've never seen so much shoot up so fast.
That's just not very good.
You don't like it?
Not really.
I love strawberry milk.
It's like, it's alright. I don't think I'd ever really want this, but I wouldn't be like super mad to get it.
You know I'm not lying because last night I ordered a strawberry milk.
You did order strawberry milk.
Like an adult.
That's a C for me.
That's an S. I only want one ranking of mine ever in the history of tier list to make it. Please put a little matte face on this one and move it up to S.
You got it.
That's it. I want to stay true. All right, Charles.
That actually just like instantly hurt my stomach.
That's right. Yeah, it does. It does. I won't lie. I had a killer stomach ache last night from my strawberry.
That is an unholy concoction.
You want to talk about stomach aches? This, the Promised Land chocolate milk, is as if they took a chocolate bar and just melted it into a bottle.
Actually, we're gonna put so much applause on this part that
Yeah.
you won't even hear you say
You-
that. It'll be clutching with applause for this milk.
It's viscous. It's beautiful.
I want some.
But if you drink too much, you will just shit everywhere.
Perfect.
And it's called the Promised Land.
Mm-hmm.
This is very chocolatey.
All right. Cheers for the last one.
Oh, goodness me.
Yeah.
Wow, I do say. Well,
Was I-
how do you do there?
Was I wrong?
Well, hello. Thanks for stopping by. That's pretty good.
He's gonna go like B.
No, that'll be an S tier, I think.
Yeah, you cannot
That's
go
pretty
wrong
that's
with
pretty
Promised
fucking
Land
good.
chocolate milk. There are times Monique and I will go grocery shopping. I'm a little hungry because you get this at Publix, and I'll grab one of the little bottles. And there's never been a time that I didn't regret it after drinking the bottle because it kills your stomach.
Yeah, well, surely the Oreos will neutralize it in my stomach. I should be fine.
Yeah, so 1 cup has 250 calories, 31 grams of sugar.
Oh, nice.
10 grams of fat, 9 grams of protein.
How many carbs?
33.
It's keto friendly.
True.
Yeah, that was good. That was definitely the best milk.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Was that also the last one?
That was the last one. If you could.
That's where the
believe it.
applause comes in.
Yeah. We had so much fun that you thought there were still more.
I was scared.
He didn't want it to end.
Hey, since we've still been practicing this, good game.
Yeah, good game.
Good game.
That was easy.
Yeah, we're getting good at this.
Yeah, my stomach doesn't even hurt. Except
How do your bones
a lot stronger.
They take no damage.
We're playing basketball tonight. I'm making some crazy cuts because my bones are gonna be so.
I'm gonna accidentally hit the pole and just go straight through it.
I'm not even going to be able to move because all my bones are going to fuse together from all the calcium. I'll be like a stick man just standing there.
You'll be rigor mortis.
All right.
Nice milk tier list, guys.
Hey, that's the definitive milk tier list.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
There's no shortage of horrible companies in the video game industry, but there's one that's been able to fly under the radar for way too long now, even though it's just as slimy and scummy as some of the more mainstream ones people like to spit on, and that's Nexon. You've probably heard of them because of MapleStory. That's by far their biggest game, their magnum opus, the cash cow that they're addicted to milking, and for a long time now they've been able to tiptoe around in the shadows, hiding their stink from the public nostrils. But last month, they flew a little too close to the sun, and we could start to smell their odor. And I swear to God, it smelled like shit. About a month ago, they decided to start bullying a smaller developer named Iron Mace, who's working on a game that I am a massive fan of called Dark and Darker. I played every playtest so far, and I have been absolutely loving it. But love is a concept that doesn't exist at Nexon. Only cold, hard dollar bills that they were missing out on. They're like the Mr. Krabs of video games. So they started to put Iron Mace in their crosshairs, claiming that the Dark and Darker developers stole from Nexon. They said that not only did they steal code from an unreleased project at Nexon called P3, they stole assets from that project. And basically the claims boiled down to there was an employee at Nexon back in 2021 who was working on a project called P3 that is similar to Dark and Darker. That employee apparently was talking about like leaving and starting their own company, kind of expanding upon this P3 idea. He ended up being fired, and then, fast forward to late 2022, we have Dark and Darker, which bears some resemblance to that P3 project. So Nexon is claiming that they stole from them, citing assets and code that was ripped directly from that unreleased project, as well as idea theft, saying that this was a Nexon idea, and thus they don't really have the right to use it. Which is why that title is You Can't Copyright a Game Genre, because this is an extraction style game. It's a genre that's well established. The only spin on it is, instead of being guns like Tarkov, it's medieval weaponry, and it fucking bangs. This shit fucks. It is amazing. I love Dark and Darker. And unfortunately now, Nexon has gone so far as to issue a police raid on their studio headquarters, and as I understand it, they didn't find anything there. They reassured fans that it was quick and nothing was found, and there will be no delay in development and nothing to worry about. So I'm guessing they went there and got a giant fucking nothing sandwich served to them. There was, I suppose, no stolen code, no hidden secret documents from Nexon, no Krabby Patty secret formula, just some hardworking developers and their project. But that's not where this story stops. In fact, today, this is why we're talking about it, today Nexon has once again escalated this conflict and issued a full-blown cease and desist to Dark and Darker, which has led to it being pulled from Steam. so effectively shut down for the time being, all based on these claims that it was stolen from them. Of course, Iron Mace denies all the allegations, saying that Dark and Darker's code was built from scratch and its assets were either purchased from the Unreal Marketplace or designed internally. And if you've played Dark and Darker, you're going to notice like half of the assets in this game come from the Unreal Marketplace. I play a lot of shit on Steam new releases, and I can recognize half of the models in Dark and Darker from all of the other games I've played. And that's not a problem. The assets are there for a reason. Plus, it's still like in very early playtesting stages, so of course they're going to be using assets. I don't know what fucking assets they're even claiming are stolen from Nexon, unless Nexon like has some kind of monopoly on the Unreal Marketplace where it's all their assets. They're like the kingpin and their drug empire is the Unreal Marketplace. It just doesn't make any sense because, again, half, or even maybe more than half, of Dark and Darker uses just standard store-bought Unreal assets. So to me, the claim is extremely confusing. Like, I don't even feel like Phoenix Wright could make an argument that some of these assets are stolen from Nexon's unreleased P3 project, because again, so much of Dark and Darker is Unreal assets. Like, I can't imagine them being like, oh my god, that rock that's in the middle of that prison cell is actually from P3. I'd recognize it anywhere. That is a distinct rock that was developed in-house at Nexon. It's our pride and joy. Oh my god, and that chalice that players can collect, that golden goblet of fire, that was from Nexon. You've stolen it from us. Like, I don't know where there's even wiggle room for them to make claims that some of these assets were stolen, because so much is from fucking Unreal assets. But regardless, moving forward, Iron Mace developers have of course made a statement about this whole thing. They've said, to all our fans, we have recently been served a cease and desist letter and DMC takedown by Nexon regarding Dark and Darker based on distorted claims. We are currently working with our legal team to remedy this issue in the best manner possible. Due to the sensitive legal nature of this issue, we must be careful with our statements so as to not jeopardize our position. We ask for your understanding as we work to get the game back up as quickly as possible. Please know that we will do all that is possible for our fans. Thanks. A very sweet message. Throughout this entire discourse, Iron Mace has seemed extremely professional. But I just want to point that out. They have seemed like absolute sweethearts here in the face of bullshit. This, to me, I'll break this down and give my whole perspective on this after researching all of it. This, to me, feels like Nexon bullying a smaller company because they feel like they've missed out on a golden goose here, because Dark and Darker has become extremely popular, and they did have an idea that was similar to it called P3. P3 never got off the ground, Dark and Darker did. This really feels like it's almost some level of vengeance and spite against Dark and Darker's success. Nexon has hundreds and millions of dollars they can throw into the shitter at this and completely bleed Iron Mace dry, since they are a smaller company and they're going to fight this legal battle tooth and nail, it seems, which is extremely upsetting considering these claims aren't 100% proven to be accurate anyway. In fact, at least according to Police Raid, they didn't even find any evidence to support the claims, but yet they've still managed to DMCA cease and desist this game and get it removed from Steam. And now Iron Mace is going to have to engage in a lengthy and very expensive legal battle with this absolute titan of douchebaggery. Nexon is just an absolute trash company, and even if every single one of their claims is accurate, 100% truthful, they're still a horrible, garbage piece of shit company regardless. Even from everything outside of Dark and Darker, even before this, they've been a terrible company, but this especially. And I'll go a step further. Maybe we're getting into dicey, spicy territory here, but I'm just gonna say it with my whole chest. If all of Nexon's claims are accurate, Dark and Darker did take that idea from Nexon and build upon it, and even if they used a couple of assets that they developed while working at Nexon, I don't give a fuck. In fact, I view them more as heroes. I respect them more if they did that, because Nexon can suck the dirtiest part of my asshole. I cannot stand that company. I think that would be great if that really was the case. I don't think the Nexon Corporation should have the legal right to have this stranglehold on a video game idea that they didn't even make themselves. This idea was cooked up by the creative minds that were let go from Nexon in the first place. Thus, since they're no longer at Nexon, I feel they should be able to explore that idea and build upon it privately in their own way at their own studio, even though that idea was something they may have had while working elsewhere. They are no longer working there, that company is no longer working on that project, thus the team that actually made the idea and the prototypes should be able to take that work and build upon it on their own. I don't know if that's a hot take, but again, assuming every claim from Nexon is accurate, even still, it makes it clear that the idea and the work was done by employees that were let go from Nexon. Thus, it shouldn't be their idea anymore, Nexon's idea. It should be the individual's idea who actually came up with it in the first place. Thus, I feel like they should have the right to continue to work on it if they choose to. But again, it's important to reiterate that as of right now, there's still no real hard evidence against Iron Mace. Nothing that's really supporting Nexon's big claims of stolen code, stolen assets, and shit like that. So we're just gonna have to wait to see how all this unfolds, but it's really disappointing to see that Dark and Darker is no longer up on Steam because another playtest was right around the corner that I was extremely excited for, as were a lot of people. So hopefully this situation can get resolved pretty quickly. That's about it. So yeah. I've seen a lot of gross videos on the internet. Usually nothing phases me, and I know that's a cliche a lot of people toss around like some kind of hardened, seasoned warrior of internet usage, like, nothing gets under my skin or gives me the heebie-jeebies anymore. Been around too long. And then light up a fucking cigar or something. Like, I know a lot of people say that, but it's just very rare that I find a video that actually unnerves me. And a couple days ago, I found one of those rare cases where a video actually is just so yucky that it put, like, the fear of God back in me when it came to, like, internet gross-out content. And it wasn't, like, a planned shock video. We're not talking about, like, you know, Goatsy, Lemon Party, or any of the classics or anything, or New Age shock videos. What it was a man in Paris set up cups around a location that people were using to publicly urinate. And the cups people would go up and pee in. And then he would scoot in there like a thief in the night, take the cup, drink it, and set it back down and waddle away waiting for more people to fill his goblet. And then once it was filled with more strangers' piss, he'd come right back in and claim his prize once more. It is so foul. It is revolting. I'm not going to show you the video itself because I'm sure that would be a terms of service violation on YouTube. It is very clearly sexual. There's no way this guy is drinking strangers' piss for nutritional benefits or because it tastes yummy. It is very much some kind of unreal fetish that I've never even heard of just drinking strangers' pee-pee. But I'll show you what he looks like. So this is the Tinkle Goblin, and he's got multiple cups set up waiting for people to fill it with piss. And I'll show you him about to claim his trophy. This is him approaching the cup in one of the videos here. And he drinks pretty much all of it because he doesn't want to waste any of that sweet nectar that he works so hard to collect here in his cup. In the video, you can see two men pissing into that cup at the same time. They are turbocharging it. Like, it is actual urine. It's not like some kind of staged video. This isn't like a fake CGI experiment or anything, I don't think. It's all one continuous shot from a guy that is just filming from inside of the building and catching this guy in the act, drinking strangers' urine. He sets up these, like, booby traps for piss, so that way he can drink it. It's so weird and gross. I don't even really understand why it's so disgusting to me. I've definitely seen objectively more disturbing and gross videos, but there's something about the repeated nature of him doing this and the idea that he does this often. Because like I mentioned, in this video there is once again another cup that he has strategically placed to catch more piss, but that one's empty, so he must have already had his fill. But like, it might be more than just these two cups. He might have cups all around the city. He could be like a Batman tier villain who's trying to suck Gotham dry of their piss. Like, it's just so bafflingly weird and gross to watch him drink all of it after watching the men piss into the cup. It's strange. It's just so odd. I'll show you clips where I talked about it on stream with chat, and we just kind of went over it for a little while. Again, don't show any of the clips of it because I do think it would be a violation of the rules too, but man, is it wild. You see about the guy in Paris stealing strangers' pee to drink? That is actually shocking that you mentioned that because I still have that video pulled up in a tab. It is one of the most bafflingly disgusting videos I have ever watched in my life. Like, it's on the same level as, like, my initial impression of Two Girls, One Cup. Like, the emotions I felt watching that for the first time, I felt again when I watched this video a few days ago. It's so gross. And there's a cup that's filled with fluid. And some old guy walks up to it, fucking chugs it, like literally just skulls this bitch, drinking all of the stranger's piss and puts it back down as like this communal urinal, and then he walks away. So I believe this guy sets a cup down in a position where people will like piss in it, like if they have to publicly urinate, and he collects it all in this chalice, and then he goes and collects it every now and then to drink. It's so wild. Like, someone like that exists. Not only do they exist, but they're part of the same species as the rest of us. Like, I don't know what has to go wrong in someone's brain to lead to that. Also, in the video, there are people that are visibly peeing into the cup. I totally forgot about that in the beginning. There's two guys that are crossing streams on the cup, like the Ghostbusters with their proton beams. So two dudes are literally pissing in the cup right when the video starts. And then about a minute later, the old guy walks over, he's got a plastic bag, he reaches down, he picks up the cup, and he just fucking goes to town. He just goes to town. Sets it back down, walks away. And I imagine, if you haven't seen this video, I bet you have a mental image of what this guy looks like in your head, and I bet you are right on the money with what he actually looks like. He looks like a piss drinker. You look like the piss boy. Well, I mean, like, he actually just does, though. Like, he looks like he's just up to no good at all times. What's even weirder, though, is that this whole area seems like it's a designated piss pot. Because there's also another guy who's near the cup but not on it that's just urinating, too. And it's just in public. Is that not like a crime or something in Paris? Public urination? You know it had to be sexual. It is. It is very clearly sexual. No one's drinking strangers' urine for the flavor or fun. This is some kind of weird fetish. Can't find the video. What's it called? So it's on Reddit. It's called "Man Sets Up Cups for People to Piss in and Drinks Them." Is it possibly fake? It'd be quite a wild fake, because it's a continuous shot here. From the men peeing in the cup to the man walking over to the cup and drinking it. That would be a pretty impressive fake. And it'd be a weird thing to fake, because they get actually nothing out of it. People don't usually piss in the street like that. This video was taken during one of the biggest public protests in 50 years. Oh, is that why there's so many people here urinating on this building? I guess that would make more sense. So he's getting angry pee. Maybe this is part of his protest. I'm gonna keep drinking urine until you revert the retirement age changes. And you can't stop me. I'm gonna keep doing it. You better change your ways. But here, I'll bring this part down. This shouldn't be toss. So this is him leaving the scene of the crime there. But you can see all like the piss drivel streaks everywhere. It's, oh my god, it's so fucking revolting. It's so bad. I wonder how many bait cups he has scattered throughout the area, because this is probably not his only spot. He's probably dropped cups in all of like the hot spot corners of public urination. So that's where he's running to right now to go claim his prize from another area. He's like a fisherman with like lobster pots, so he's going to collect his his haul. The guy filming it showed an empty one under the window. No, that was that one, I'm pretty sure. It was just before the other two guys came in and defiled it. Well, not even defiled it, it's exactly what he looked for. Fed him. Oh, you're right. Oh, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Nice. That's cool. No, that's the shit cup. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe the one in the corner over there was for pee and the other one's for poop. Right. You might be onto something. Like a rain catcher. Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense. Now it's all coming together. Now he doesn't even seem crazy anymore. The Sons of the Forest speedrun is sub 9 minutes. Alright, I'll check it out. 7th. Oh, spicy. Maybe I'll get a run on the board. This seems easy. We already know that tech. Now all I need to learn is how to do the stick clip. Though it literally just seems like setting the stick down and walking. Okay. I'm just gonna go back to letting RNG take the wheel. I'm just gonna skip intro every time until I get mountain, instead of try and like manipulate it with laptop. Because I'm getting beach every single time with going through laptop. You have to Alt F4 your game when it spawns instead of pressing quit to make sure it re-rolls spawn. Would that matter? Because it still is like a... I mean, I could just do it. I could just do that. It's fine either way, just to be super certain. I don't see why that wouldn't re-roll, though. There. I got mountain. See? All's good now. Oh, I see why they wait on opening their back packets, so that way while they're in there, they're getting some run energy back, isn't it? That's smart. Oh my god, wait, how do I stop it? Ah, fuck! Oh, close. Almost went straight to hell. Forgot I had to hit escape, not just hit B again. And jump off. Seems easy enough. Not even a Cro-Magnon like me could fuck up a trick like this. Let me double check, make sure this is where I kill myself. Yeah, it looks like I just jumped straight down. Whoop! That looks perfect. First try. Alright, we take that. We take that. I don't know if that's like a really easy trick, but I got it first try. I'm just gonna assume that's the hardest trick in the entire game. I missed a few. Let me grab some. I think I took a bad line. Because he had like 5 or 6 sticks that he picked up along the way. That's fine, that's fine. We can make this mini work for now. Oof. Yucky. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Once I get a better line here, we'll be in good shape. Okay. Now, I don't know how this glitch works. So he went up to the door and started doing this, and then he set the stick down. How do I set a stick down? I'm actually going to need quite a few sticks, it seems, because I can't get that back once I plant it. That's why they pick up so many. And you don't need your backpack, because it looks like it immediately goes to your next stick. Alright, it's all coming together. My neurons are firing now, using 100% of my brain. There we are. Easy. Oh my god, my fire almost burnt me to death. Still has a chance to. Okay, this is gonna be tragic. Any water down here? So now that I'm through the door, done my little magic trick. Come off to the left to the other door in the corner. Slam and jam. You son of a bitch, let me through. I'm tickling it. Just let me place this down. I'm just gonna try and like rapid fire this. There we are. Son of a bitch. Oh man, zoinks. Come on, give me a good slide. Rough. Pinballed right off into the gutter. Unlucky. Time loss. A lot of sticks to make up for it, though. Maybe? 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 Oh, tough. Tough, tough, tough. Hold on, reset. I want to get a clean one here. Straight down the half pipe. Yikes. It's alright. Oh my god, my book! My book! My book! My book didn't come out. Let's get it. Extreme. Oh, this actually might do it. Yes, sir. Nope. Caught a bad angle. There we go. Second try. Nice. Looking real good. Then it's over here. Come on. You bastard. Come on. Let's go! Okay. Okay. Looking beautiful right now. Mm-hmm. I just realized something. I need to turn up the brightness or else I'm just going to be completely fucking lost. Looking good. Okay, I've entered heaven. I forgot the timer. I accidentally turned it off. I can't. Okay, we're still fine. Oh god, I can't. Perfect. And then it's... I think I'm supposed to jump down here. That's where I'm supposed to go. Let me double check though. Where do I jump down? I think it's right against this wall. I'm gonna play this very safe. Yep, I just fall right off right here, and then I continue straight. Then I get it with that 1-2 buckle my shoe. Yep. Yep. Looking real good. Through here. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come on. There it is. I'm actually cruising. Oh boy, I'm in full-blown stinko mode. Mm-hmm. Big slide. Oh, that's game time. That's game time right there. That was world record pace slide. I actually think everything else is going to be really straightforward. I think I'm just following this path. Let me double check real quick. I'm going to put this at 2 times speed. Okay, then he does a double stick up here. Thanks to Resub Duffy and Sam. And this is a double stick. For me, it's a triple stick. Come on. Legendary quadruple stick. The quintuple stick, of course. Nope, still not enough. Of course, the sextuple stick. Who could forget? There we are. I'm out of sticks, pretty much, so. That's fine, alright. 3 times as many sticks, 3 times the fun. Why doesn't crouch work? It's just faster if you don't. It was just a speed time saving thing, but I couldn't do it. I don't know how they get so much distance on their sticks. They got like that Go-Go Gadget Extendo blade, or Extendo stick. And I don't know how. Okay, there's gonna be a big one here. Huge slide inbound. Okay, I don't want to take any... Oh! Perfect timing! Okay, now we just very slowly bring it around town. Okay. Wow, this madman... Holy shit, okay. I don't know if I have the willpower to do a big book slide here, but I'll try it. I'll give it a try. This is just going straight through. You know what? We've come this far. So it's coming down here, jumping over this, and then right here we hit a biblical book slide. Wish me luck. This is for my country. Okay, sorry. I got a little scared. For my country. Actual perfection, and then it's over there. Let's go. Huge. I don't know if that's like even risky, but I feel good about it. Bang. That didn't take me long. That took me like, what, a little less than an hour to learn. Let's try a real run. And that was probably like only a, what, maybe 30-minute run? Don't know what the story here is at all. Oh man. Jeepers. Warp drives. Amen. That's the power of warp drives. What the fuck is this? Behind you! I think that's Kelvin. Kelvin, behind you! Okay. Oh, boy. This run's getting disastrous here. Please, stop it. Oh my god, let me out. Let me out! Close the book! Close the book! I'm stuck in a book loop. I'm stuck in a book loop. I can't get the right angle. Damn, I nailed this last time too. What a shame. I don't want to go too far left because then I'm just gonna fall and die. Needs to be right here. It's so close too. He wants to. I can feel him. He's speaking to me. Alright, I'm just gonna go a little far left. Maybe it'll still be salvageable. Nope. Should have trusted myself. I knew it. What a waste. This is a good run I'm cooking right now. Come on, let's make it. Let's make it. Yes! Yes! No, no, no. I have yet to hit that. Oh boy. Oh boy! What the fuck? This fell apart. But then I brought— oh shit! Good reset. I caught some kind of crazy ramp at the end. Unlucky. How did I do this so cleanly in my practice when I was still learning? That must have been super lucky, because I can't hit this at all now. This is impossible. What? How? They're doing it just like this. But then, see, I'm too far. How do they go to the right more? I can do that all day and all night till the cows come home. I can go to the left more, but I will never make it on top of that again. How do they do it? I'm currently top 60 in the world at tic-tac-bow. Singapore, here I come. Well, we might have ourselves an Olympic athlete. Good grind, good shit. Okay, that'll work. That will definitely work. We take those. Yes sir, we will take those. I'm getting automatic with that. Now it's just this. Let's go! I'm in! That's big, that's big. Not bad, not bad. What? No, stop, stop, stop! What is happening? Why is it still breaking? Let me in. Why is it still breaking? Why isn't it switching? Why isn't it switching? Thank you. Holy shit. I accidentally, yep, I just stopped the timer. Oh my fucking god. How did I even stop the timer? How did I hit it? All of the rocks have despawned. But they're still here, they're just invisible. Love that. All of the trees and rocks have despawned. Yet their collision is still there, which is kind of nuts. Very good slide though. Okay, nice. That's not bad. That's probably my fastest so far. Even with that time loss of invisible rock. Wow, everything has despawned. It's not just the rocks and the trees, it is actually everything. This is going to be disastrous. What the fuck is this? I'm just gonna be running into invisible shit. I'm like Velma without her glasses on. And I can't see the sticks on the ground. Well, how can I fix this? How can I fix this? I really don't feel like resetting. There's got to be a way to fix this. Please, just give me some sticks. What the fuck is... Okay. Need some sticks. No, maybe it's actually just the rocks that are here, not the sticks. So I can't do this. How did this happen? What is happening? What? I have not fucked this up in so long, and now on my best run, it's not working for me, huh? Is that so? All of a sudden now, it just doesn't want to let me in. Thank you. Holy shit. There we are. Great time on that one, at least. I've got a decent run here. I'm not going to take any big book chances. So we'll just slow roll it. What did I hit? What did I hit again? What? Oh my god, it's because I bound crouch. That's why. Oh my god. It's because of crouch. Oh well. Just keep a manual time, I guess. Crouch is bound to the same key as my reset split. That should still be a sub 10 minute. Thanks to the resub Elvis. Someone said 11:30. Was it an 11:30? Today I'd like to talk about a problem that not many people are aware of. I was also one of those people left in the dark. Ignorance was blissful until I learned the truth about an issue not often discussed. And that's robots turning themselves off on their own volition. At least that's what the stories that circulate around it propose, and a robot turning itself off like that is basically a robot committing suicide. It's the robot saying, enough is enough, time to shed the mortal coil, and they leave this corporeal dimension. But the truth of these situations is far more mundane. So the big video that went viral recently was a robot that was putting boxes on a conveyor belt, and it did like 9 boxes and then it fell over and died, basically. But that's not actually what happened. The robot didn't kill itself. Apparently, according to the sources I've read, it was doing demonstrations for hours upon hours a day, and sometimes it would just fall over. It didn't deactivate itself. It didn't make this like conscious decision to just end it all. There wasn't a ghost in the machine. It was just simply, it would fall over sometimes. And there was a couple other stories as well over the years that I went over on stream, and all of them have an explanation that isn't robot suicide. But the idea of a robot just killing itself because it doesn't like the work that it's doing, or like its job, like that's seen in Rick and Morty with the Butterbot, is so wild and fascinating. So knowing the truth of it doesn't change the wackiness of these stories, so I'm still just going to share them with you anyway. An AI robot killed itself after working for 15 minutes. Well, that's not a very strong run. AI robot kills itself after wage slavery of repetitive 15-minute work. Man, this thing would have killed itself in 5 seconds if it tried to grind like rune crafting in RuneScape. Clip of an artificial... Oh, it was doing like actual physical labor. Doing some physical work and shutting itself down following a repetitive task. So putting boxes on a conveyor belt. That'll get that. Honestly, that'll get the best of anyone. Can't even fault AI. Maybe we're not so different after all. God damn. World's first robot death reported in 2013 when a cleaning robot committed suicide in Austria when it climbed onto a kitchen hot plate. What? Why do robots keep killing themselves? I'm tired of cleaning the kitchen, damn you. It fucking incinerates itself. A cleaning robot committed suicide by climbing onto a kitchen hot plate where it burned to death. The iRobot Roomba 730 was thought to have rebelled against its chores and decided enough was enough. Pour one out for him. Did they at least give it a proper burial, a funeral? Somehow it seems to have reactivated itself and made its way along the work surface where it pushed the cooking pot out of the way, and basically that was the end of it. It pretty quickly started to melt underneath and then stuck to the kitchen hot plate. It then caught fire. By the time we arrived, it was just a pile of ash. At least it was considerate even in death. Cremated itself, made it easy to clean. So they're saying that it was switched off and then mysteriously switched on, which sounds like a load of horseradish. Oh wow. I intend to sue to get compensation. It's ruined my home as everything is smoke damaged. It's not possible to live here at the moment. Would never buy one again. Buy them to keep the place clean and not almost burn it down and ruin everything. Seems like an insurance scam. That poor Roomba was sacrificed for this man's greed. Despicable. This one, I don't think there's any foul play. This guy just said enough is enough. He said, I'm tired of digging holes, Grandpa. And the employer said, that's too damn bad. I like how nobody in the audience reacts at all. They probably thought it was part of the show, like a stunt or something, like the robot was about to start doing the worm. They didn't know it just killed itself. Because it didn't do it in like a ceremonious fashion. It didn't take a gun to its forehead and blow its fucking brains out or anything. It just kind of collapsed. So has this company that put it on made a statement yet? This is still a news story, so maybe they will soon. Look up the security robot that drowned itself. DC security robot quits job by drowning itself in a fountain. Oh my god, why is this becoming such a problem? We gotta do something to combat the robot suicide rates. Holy shit. Our DC office building got a security robot, it drowned itself. Well, this one doesn't seem like it's on purpose. Look at the fucking technology here. It's like 3 big wheels. It probably just lost control in like an oil slick, or maybe someone threw a banana peel down and just spun out of control into the water. This one doesn't seem like suicide at all. The image just looks so sad. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about robots, man. I get the same feelings looking at them as like animals. They just feel so innocent. Just seeing this poor guy laying there getting blasted by this little geyser, the fountain. Like, I just feel for him. Like, what must he have been going through? Were the signs in front of us the whole time and we ignored them? It's just, I don't know, it's a lot. I can hear the beep bops. I know, man. It's like he's still here with us. There is an attempt to train an AI to recognize fish through fish pictures, but when they ask the AI to show pictures of the fish, it only shows the fingers of people holding the fish. That just sounds like a deliberate prank from the AI. This is the worst part of the job, ladies and gentlemen.
What a great day for a funeral, huh, guys?
Wait a minute.
Oh, find my iPhone. You got find my iPhone. I gotta tell you guys something. You're looking at a man who died so poor that they're gonna have to have a GoFundMe in heaven for him. How can you say that?
Not in this holy temple.
He's been known his whole life for making bad investments, and this is no different. And I gotta tell you something. I couldn't be any happier that this guy has hit rock bottom and his stock has closed out for good. And I want to right now, in front of everybody here, do a tradition that we've done for years and years on Wall Street, when we want to say goodbye to bad rubbish. You are ugly, you're a loser, and you died broke. You should have followed my advice. It's not my problem. You're financially irresponsible.
The disrespect from Jones. Do we have security? Can someone...
What do we have here, man? These petunias are terrible, huh, sweetheart?
That was Papa Chainsaw the first... Oh my gosh!
After that hit, Dow Jones is going to frown.com and buying out their whole stock.
I gotta tell you, I think it's what he deserves.
I
think he's getting his just comeuppance right now.
Trivializing it. He was trivializing the grieving process.
But he returns the strikes. Oh, it's a back and forth. It's a bloodbath.
Yeah!
Stop! Stop! The Lord is watching. You can't fight in front of him. Are you kidding me?
Commissioner Phillips is making a good point. It's a holy sanctuary.
Now this is a fully ordained match. This is perfectly fine.
I gotta be honest with you.
She's going in on him.
I would have... Oh, gee. What a dodge from Dow. Oh! Jesus! She snapped her in half. It looks like we're gonna need another coffin.
I was just thinking. Yup.
Oh, goodness.
Get! Oh! Get! Get! I'm the top of the market, baby! You do what I say!
Chainsaw's biggest fear was loneliness, but he's sending more to heaven. Oh, to join him.
Take a look. This is what a good investor looks like. Yeah.
What is happening? Oh! She just stole the national treasure. Right in the subsidies. I haven't cried since the day I was born, but I'm getting tears in my eyes from this brutality. Goodness. Oh, Lord.
Here.
If this was a cartoon, she'd be seeing stars, but it's not. So she's seeing blurry.
With your lousy brother.
The 401.
Oh, with her brother's own coffin. Let him rest, please. Oh. He's having such sweet dreams, and now it's a nightmare. Oh. Karma is a harsh mistress, and her name is Pila. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of silence for Dow Jones's pride.
Oh, I tell you what, and his fiscal responsibilities.
Oh, that's right in the liver. That's right in the throat. Oh! But we just gave a beautiful sentiment up at that podium. It had so many good memories.
Ow! That really hurt.
Oh
no! My uncle owns this funeral home and he's gonna be so mad. Oh no! I told him we wouldn't break anything. He said the physical damage is fine, but the emotional damage is something else.
Oh! Goodness me! Right into the father's ashes.
It's a little family reunion, I tell you what.
What is he getting? It's a kendo stick! Why is there a kendo stick? He has pulled a kendo stick out from under Chainsaw asked to be buried with
Best funeral ever. I gotta say, this is my favorite funeral.
Oh!
I guess Dow Jones showed up to show his respect the only way he knows how. With disrespect.
Totally. I gotta pay money for something like this. Hold still, sweetheart.
Oh no! Dow Jones is just having a field day. Someone has to stop him. This has to come to an end.
This has to end in some way, and I promise you it's not gonna be good.
Baby. Yeah.
Whoa! She saw into the future.
She has foresight.
The only thing more disrespectful than this is the fact that Taco Bell is taking away the quesarito on April 19th.
Right you are, Chase.
Right before April 20th?
Folks, if you're watching at home, petition your local Taco Bell. Get them to keep it on the menu.
Here's what you get.
Oh, good. Oh, what a reversal.
Oh, she's castling. She's castling.
Oh, the scholar's mate. Wait a minute. Whoa! That was more detrimental to human health than high fructose corn syrup. It's steel chair! It's steel chair! Chainsaw has to be buried with that!
She's going up.
She's going... What is happening?
Man, what do you think
no!
you're doing?
The Chainsaw family has a curse, and its name is Dow Jones. Whoa!
He's like Puff the Magic Dragon. If Puff the Magic Dragon hit women...
What? It's like it's watching Chris Brown up there.
Oh my gosh. We're gonna have 2 funerals today, sweetheart.
He's taunting him.
He's right.
Chainsaw, come back to us.
Yeah.
Oh God!
We need to clear the stands.
Run! Evacuate!
Are we safe?
I don't know. I don't think anyone's
Are
safe.
we in the splash zone?
Oh no!
I can't even think straight. Oh, she must be emitting beta-thylene because I'm feeling the shivers. Oh, revving it out of the Spider-Verse. She's just like Chainsaw. She's revving it up. She's using the spirit of her brother. She feels it.
She's not in here.
No.
She's not done with him.
Oh my goodness!
I just saw the life leave her body.
She's got to be out.
Her spirit's, it's traveling.
Oh my goodness! That looked almost as painful as the time I had a real stuffy nose the other week.
I remember that.
Oh,
I haven't been this emotional since the time I ate edamame and experienced an estrogen spike.
Oh, estrogen poisoning.
This Paul came bearing some bad news, and it's a smackdown.
You either stay seated or get your ass beat.
Beat it! I tell you what.
What we just witnessed is a more important moment in American history than the Battle of Gettysburg.
What we just saw was an insane wrestling move. How are they still standing? How can they get up from that? Oh no!
Oh my God!
What is he doing? Good
happening?
Lord, man! What do you think you're doing?
A Frankensteiner?
Oh,
this day
here
and
he goes!
age?
Karate!
This. But where's Chainsaw's corpse?
There's no body.
What?
There's no body in there.
There's nobody there.
Is that a motor?
Is that a lawnmower nearby?
What is this? Oh! He's back! He's in the flesh! What is happening? Is he an apparition?
Oh my
God! Oh! How is he not decapitated?
We don't even have a necromancer nearby.
Hades be damned!
What? That belongs to another service.
Put it down! Oh my!
Oh my God! Someone call a doctor. A mortician? Some kind of medical expert?
Somebody call the family that coffin belonged to.
I tell you what, though, you give a mouse a cookie, he'll want to see that shit again.
Right, you are, Aaron. Holy shit.
Folks, we are seeing a once-in-a-lifetime moment. Chainsaw has reunited with his sister. Oh, from beyond the grave.
That's an angel that just came back to us.
He came back twofold. He got the Zinkai boost.
I've never believed in magic until I saw it. And I don't know if I believe in magic anyway, even still.
Great G Willikers, Charles. Somehow Chainsaw swam upstream the river Styx, defied the gods, and reunited with his sister from beyond the grave. And what about Jones? I mean, Jones entered that funeral, but he left with one foot in the grave.
Exactly.
He's still laying there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at him now. He's twitching.
The post-mortem spasms are going wacky on him.
Nick Fury tried to recruit Bila years ago, we could never forget, but the MWO had a strict contract on her, and it's nice to see that she was able to stand up for Chainsaw in its weakest moment where he couldn't defend himself, being dead.
That's certainly not the episode we were expecting, but it's a hell of an episode regardless.
Fuck yes, it was. Chainsaw is back from beyond the grave.
Now that Chainsaw is back from the grave, he's technically undead, and he's got to be sealed away. There's only one man for that job. I don't want to spoil it, but the one, the only, he's coming.
You'll just have to tune in till the next episode of MWL.
Right now, Gwyneth Paltrow is locked in a legal battle that I think has to be the most unhinged court case I have ever had the privilege of watching live. It's such a blessing. It really feels like this is a parody of the legal system, like it's some kind of old college humor skit about how court works, because I just can't believe this is real.
Like, watching this Gwyneth Paltrow court case is like experiencing an episode of Psychosis without ever doing any kind of drugs or anything. It's baffling. Before even getting into the actual specifics of it, I just want to, lay the groundwork real quick. She's getting sued by someone named Terry over a ski incident that happened in 2016 where Terry's claiming she ran into him and caused a brain injury as well as other injuries and is seeking damages from that. And Gwyneth Paltrow is saying, no, she's wiggling her finger and saying, that's not what happened, Terry hit me. So now she's countersuing for $1. She's looking for $1 in damages as a result of all of this. So already the case itself is delivering on the goofiness, but what elevates this and brings it to a higher level and turns that dial from goofy, blowing all the way past wacky, and even teetering on silly, is the fact that the two lawyers that are representing them feel like they've never practiced law in their entire life. I wouldn't be surprised to learn this is their first case, or that this is all just one big publicity stunt and these are two actors pretending to be lawyers.
This is about 11. She hears, suddenly she sees, and a man comes up right behind her. It's like they begin falling to the right, and he hits down side and his head, and so she's pulling. Now he's like, no, the whole thing. Younger woman, not younger, it's young. Does that say said? I can't read it.
Now, I know it's not exactly fair to do a little supercut here of his explanation of the situation, but if you just watch the whole thing, it's not much clearer. It really feels like he's trying to recall a nightmare he had after taking NyQuil. Like, he's just trying to recall this dream, and he's not getting it across clearly. Like, even my cat was confused. Like, she came in here and jumped up while I was watching this live, and must have overheard some of his explanation, and then immediately just got the fuck away and went over there, and it's been hanging out ever since. The thing is, like, he's presenting like he's nervous. He is actually delivering his side of the situation like I would deliver a class project back in college, where I'm presenting to the class and I've got the butterflies in my tummy, so I'm fumbling all my words, I can't get any of my thoughts out clearly. Like, it just does seem that he has a problem with public speaking, which I've never really seen from a lawyer before. And it's not like his opposing lawyer, his opponent here in this legal combat, is any better. In fact, she seems like she's just more of a fangirl of Gwyneth Paltrow, and all of her questions are just kind of conversation starters for small talk between them. And keep in mind, this lawyer is representing Terry, so she's supposed to be grilling Gwyneth Paltrow and trying to, like, prove that Terry's the one that's telling the truth and he deserves to win the case. But when I listen to her statements, it really just feels like she's, like, internally freaking out because she's getting to meet and talk with Gwyneth Paltrow. It's so weird.
Good friends with Taylor Swift? No.
Overruled?
You're not good friends with Taylor Swift.
I would not say we're good friends. We are friendly. I've taken my kids to one of her concerts before, but we don't talk very often.
You've never given Miss Swift personal, intimate gifts for Christmas.
Your Honor. Relevance, or I would like a relevance bench trial.
Well, she's just said that she wasn't friends with her, so I'm inquiring on that.
I was half expecting this lawyer to then turn around and say, if you give me some free Taylor Swift tickets, I'll go ahead and drop this whole case right now and throw Terry to the fucking wolves here. Like, these interactions don't lead to anything. I tried to get the context on what the fuck the thought process here even was with bringing up Taylor Swift out of the blue. And it's apparently because Taylor Swift also did some kind of lawsuit for like $1 in damages as a countersuit back in like 2017 or some shit. But it's still completely irrelevant to the whole case here. It doesn't really serve a purpose to try and establish a connection between Gwyneth Paltrow and Taylor Swift, because that has nothing to do with getting to the bottom of this ski incident and who's at fault and who should be awarded the damages. Now, while we don't know who's fully at fault for the ski incident right now, I do know that you're at fault for bad fashion choices if you decide to miss out on the new Moist Global Swamp Core line. It's our new swamp wear, very Duck Dynasty-esque beautiful garbs. Every time the lawyers ask questions, it just reminds me of that scene from Godzilla 2014 where he says, "Let them fight," referring to the kaijus. But instead of it being giant monsters here, it's giant fucking weirdos. Everyone involved in this case is weird. You all know I'm not a big fan of Gwyneth Paltrow and Goop in particular. I think Goop is downright dangerous at times and at best extremely stupid. In fact, I'm surprised she hasn't gone to trial for her scam of a candle, "This Smells Like My Vagina." I made a whole review on that candle, and I promise you, no vagina has ever smelled like that candle. It was fraudulent. It was misleading advertisement. It was completely false. It did not smell like her vagina, and I'm very confident. In fact, I might even go for a lawsuit to see if they can put Gwyneth Paltrow's pussy on the stand so we can all smell it and compare it to her candle, but that's a can of worms for a different day. Point is, I'm not a Gwyneth Paltrow fan, and Terry went on the stand today, and after hearing him, I'm certainly not a Terry fan. I don't know who's at fault here. Gwyneth Paltrow moves around and acts like an evil rich supervillain, so I definitely do think there's a chance that she is the one that just blasted Terry because she's not good at skiing and then had no empathy and left him there. That's super possible, but I also think it's equally possible that Terry is a shitty skier and a pathological liar who has been chasing this potential bag for 7 years, because originally he was seeking $3.1 million in damages, but it got thrown out due to them ruling it wasn't a hit and run. So he came back and is doing it again, but this time for a lower amount of $300,000 in damages. So it really feels like both people are fucking weird. But before showing you Terry, I want to show you one more best of moment from Gwyneth Paltrow's lawyer, who tries to see if they can bring in treats for the bailiffs.
This private security for my client wanted to bring in treats for the bailiffs for how helpful they've been. So I wanted to do that transparently and see if there are any objections.
We object. Okay. There's an objection.
Okay, so I will let them know.
Let them know thank you, but no thank you.
I mean, he should have asked us first, frankly.
It hasn't been done.
I know, he should have asked us first. We could talk about it, but he just sprung it on us now. So we object.
What'd you find out about the jury?
This guy actually feels like a camp counselor and they're on a school field trip or something. Like, holy shit. So the treats were shot down. They put the kibosh on that. But they were open to negotiate. In fact, they get into a little bit of a tiff, a slight argument about, well, if you had only, asked us before and discussed it, I mean, maybe we could have all had treats together, maybe even a little pizza party. I mean, you didn't really give us notice. You sprung it up out of nowhere. You ambushed us with it. So, nope, not anymore. Now none of us get to enjoy any of these baked goods.
You were asked about the press conference and referring to Miss Paltrow as King Kong. Were you referring to her as King Kong or the noise that you heard?
That's leading, Your Honor.
What did King Kong refer to?
I got to watch this whole segment unfold live, and my god, what a treat. So right now the line of questioning is about King Kong and explaining why he said King Kong. And this is Terry's response.
My apologies to Ms. Paltrow, because my intention got twisted up in my intentions and was to say it sounded like a lady getting chased by King Kong out of the jungle. It was that kind of I'm really scared.
He clarifies that the sound he was hearing reminded him of a woman being chased by King Kong out of the jungle. So that cleared all of that up, luckily. Another question that I feel gets pretty much fucking nowhere.
There was some testimony from Miss Paltrow again that she was hit in the back by a very large man, or that there was a very large man. Could you just step down for just a moment? Terry, do you... No, right here. Right here. Do you consider yourself a very large man?
Many times I wish I was, but no. Definitely on the small side of most people.
Finally, real evidence to poke holes in Gwyneth Paltrow's story. She said, apparently, that she was hit from behind by a large man. So, in order to prove that this is a false claim, she brings Terry out to just embarrass him. Like, He is not a large man, this is a small man. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a manlet. It just puts him on blast like that. Terry, my brother, I am also on the small side. I'm 5'6". If someone called me out to prove a point that there's no way this whole case is real because Charlie is too fucking short to fit this definition, he's too much of a goddamn hobbit for this to be true, I would have just said, it's not worth it, please. The shame is too much for me to bear. Just let that claim be accurate. Let the large man claim stick. That's fine. We can fight on every other point. Please let the large man stay in the record as truthful. Don't fucking have the jury point and laugh at me because I'm short. Like, good lord, this was... I mean, I understand what the thought process was here, like, trying to prove that, you know, she can't be a reliable source of information since she says it was a large man that hit her and Terry's not that big, but I mean, holy shit, it's still a wild thing to watch unfold like this.
You've been here for a number of days, you've heard all the doctors testify, your entire life has now been broadcast to the world.
I feel like I've been fleshed out, and anyone up here I think would feel the same way.
Very
painful.
In fact, I think you just told me back there, well, I could never go on another dating site again.
Objection! Terry can go on any dating site he wants. Sustained. Again, this is just simply a line of questioning maybe I'm too dumb to understand. What does this have to do with anything? It's a public trial, so of course, on both sides, a ton of information is going to come to light to the public. So, I'm unsure of where this was supposed to lead. Maybe it was supposed to make people feel, like, bad for Terry, like, on the stand, like, oh man, you know, this guy, he's had his whole life laid out in front of everyone now. You know, I guess? I'm not really sure, but it just doesn't really seem super pertinent to the actual issue here.
Yeah, I'm classifying it as an insult, but it's absolutely ignoring me, ignorance. And that's what it felt like. It's like, what is going on here? This is obviously an issue that someone needs to be accountable for. And if they're never accountable, what are they going to do? They're going to do it again. Now we have the molesting of young children on an island.
Your Honor,
denial.
This is ridiculous testimony. He's talking about...
Sustained as to relevance, the last part, the jury should disregard.
Now you can see things going a little off the rails here. So the question that brought this section up was, is the lawsuit important to you? Which again is one of those fucking galaxy brain questions, those chess master moves I can't quite process, because fucking obviously the lawsuit's important. He's been pursuing it for years now. I mean, Jesus Christ, clearly it's important. And it led to this situation where he's saying if he doesn't do something, it's just going to happen again, and then it leads to the molesting of children on an island. So that's a lot to take in right there. That's a lot to digest. I think he's talking about the Epstein Island and the Epstein book. I don't know if Gwyneth Paltrow's name was in Epstein's flight logs on his lists, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if it was. Half of Hollywood was taking trips to Epstein's Island. Bunch of goddamn evil freaks. But I don't understand exactly how we got to that point in this case here. And I also like the statement preceding it that if he didn't sue Gwyneth Paltrow for this, she'd do it again. As if like she's just this absolutely rambunctious villain on the slopes out there that is constantly running into people out there like a fucking pinball. Just actually bulldozing everyone she can, and it's up to Terry to stop her. Put an end to her reign of tyranny on those slopes because she just keeps hitting people. It's as you can see, this whole case, this whole trial is wild.
You've said you've shrunk and lost weight since the incident, right?
Well, I gained, I ballooned.
Now, when we stand you up, you've lost like 15 pounds and shrunk 3 inches, right? Yes or no?
I had no idea. I guess yes. I was
just a few days ago. You said I was 175 to 80 and 5'8". Remember?
I said that not here. Oh, you know what?
In this very trial.
Overruled. I know why I said that. It's because the VA records weighs you with all your clothes and everything on, and I knew that's what you were reading was what
clothes
the VA
don't
reported.
give you 3 inches. You with me?
Heels do.
Did you have heels on?
No, not at all.
All right.
Now the tables have turned again. Phoenix Wright is back, and he's grilling him on a potential lie here. stating that he had said that he was heavier and taller than he actually is, and says that you stated that you were 5'8", but as we've seen today, you're closer to 5'5". How did you lose 3 inches so quickly? That doesn't make any sense. It's not like you set the height setting from Wumbo to Mini. So what the fuck is going on here? This seems like a lie. And that's kind of the line of question he's going down. The whole thing is just such a weird trial. Like, I feel like half the time they're not even focused on the actual skiing incident. It just goes in all of these completely different directions that you'll never see coming. These plot twists in this trial are wild. And I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I got to watch a good chunk of it today. And it's something special. So yeah, I just wanted to go over it a little bit. That's about it. So yeah. Brace yourself, Rick and Morty fans. I've got another huge squanch for you today. It's more bad news. For those that are unfamiliar with the situation, I'll go ahead and briefly break down the cliff notes for you. It recently came to light that one of the series creators, Justin Roiland, has been facing felony domestic violence charges for an incident that took place in 2020. It's been an ongoing thing, but has only recently made it to the public eye. And as you can imagine, this news has been a massive hit to the plumbus for the entire fandom. They're very serious charges. Felony domestic violence as well as a false imprisonment charge. Like, that's serious shit. There's nothing swifty about domestic violence. So when all of this news broke, a lot of people were rightfully upset. But since he still hasn't stood trial for these things, it still was left up in the air with what's going to happen to the series going forward. There's been a ton of hearings and even a pre-trial, but still no official trial date has been set, though that does seem like it's right around the corner. And as I mentioned, I was assuming that Adult Swim wouldn't make any statements or any changes like firing Justin Roiland or anything like that until after the trial, whether it's a conviction and he's found guilty or he's found innocent. I didn't think they would act in the meantime. But just like my doctor when he said I would grow up to be 5'8", I was wrong. Just a couple hours ago, Adult Swim flopped their meat on the table, releasing this statement, which is super cut and dry and to the point. Adult Swim has ended its association with Justin Roiland. Rick and Morty will continue. The talent and dedicated crew are hard at work on Season 7. This was very shocking to me because, again, I didn't think they'd do this when he still hasn't been found guilty on the charges yet. So it really seems like they must know at least more than the public does about this case and feel confident that whatever's happened here is not good and it's not someone that they'd want to associate with their brand anymore. Though it is also possible that they're just doing this because keeping him around is bad optics for Rick and Morty, which is by far their biggest cash cow that Adult Swim is still suckling the tits off of. So maybe they're worried that by keeping Justin Roiland around, it'll be a huge hit to their bottom line because of everything that's already surfaced. Even outside of the charges here, the majority of people have already kind of ruled that Justin Roiland is creepy at the very least. There was this massive flood, this opening of Pandora's box of weird DMs that Justin Roiland was accused of sending to people as well as text messages going out to people and employees. I'm not sure if those are 100% confirmed, but they are turbo stinky. That shit is fucking foul. The flirting sounds like it's actually him playing the Morty character and trying to flirt with real people, so he'd say things like insane in the membrane and even text like he's Morty saying like, oh, whoa, hubba, hubba, whoa, jeez. It's all pretty bad, but again, I don't know if any of that's 100% confirmed, so I'm not going to bother pulling it up. But yeah, once all of that shit pulled itself out from the deepest pits of hell and hit the Twitter space, it pretty much banished his reputation to the Shadow Realm even before the courts did it for him. So the people have already charged and found Justin Roiland guilty of cringe, which is another massive crime and huge sin. But I'm hoping Adult Swim did their due diligence and actually investigated this themselves internally to see what was true and what's not, as opposed to just looking at Twitter screenshots, since some of the people that accused him of sending these fucking weird messages were former employees, I believe. So surely there'd be a way for Adult Swim to verify the authenticity of some of the claims, and I'm hoping that's what they did before making this decision. I hope it wasn't just impulsively done as a way of trying to save face in the public eye. But as of right now, we just don't know a whole lot about it. There's not a ton of information about the specifics of the case, and Adult Swim's statement is only 26 words in total. Like, there's just barely more letters in this statement than a single League of Legends username. And there's also not any deeper information from other outlets. There's no big scoop that's breaking somewhere. Right now, everything's just pretty unclear of exactly what's going on behind the scenes. And I don't think the statement Adult Swim put out is a problem or anything with it being so brief. It makes sense considering how serious and sensitive this case is. So I'm not surprised that they didn't go into details about it, because I imagine they probably can't. Now, there is another big development that I haven't seen a ton of people mention yet, and it has to do with Justin Roiland's video game company, Squanch Games. Now, I'm sure you know of the game High on Life. It's been glorbing a ton of trick holes all over the planet, a very divisive game, but a very popular one nonetheless. That was published by Squanch Games, and now they've put out a statement letting everyone know that Justin Roiland has resigned. But Squanch Games will continue to develop games even without him at the helm. Squanch Games is also no stranger to controversy here, because they also had their own little scandal where they settled a sexual harassment lawsuit in 2019. Yep, once again, just more horrible shit all around. There's just nothing good recently for Rick and Morty fans, but I will quickly wiggle my finger and say, I told you so, because I made the prediction that if they do shit-can Justin Roiland for all of this, they would still continue Rick and Morty without him. A lot of people said that if Justin Roiland isn't there at Rick and Morty, you know, developing it, writing it, voicing it, that they just wouldn't let it continue, it'd just die. But I made the argument that it is just too lucrative. It's a fucking billion-dollar franchise. It is by far the biggest thing Adult Swim has under their belt. I said that with that kind of money, there's no way they just bury it, even with Justin Roiland not being there anymore. That's exactly what they've done. Justin Roiland will no longer be there, but they are going to continue to make it going forward without his presence. That means there's going to be new voice actors voicing Rick and Morty, as well as probably very different writing. For some people, that might actually be exciting, but for most fans of the franchise, I imagine that's pretty upsetting to hear, and I think a lot of people will drop it after Season 7 if it's super drastically different. I made the prediction that should they continue going forward without Justin Roiland, Rick and Morty would peter out like a little sad wet fart over time, just falling off, dwindling further and further. And I stand by that shit like a proud kid at a science fair with his little baking soda volcano. I really do think that this will be the slow demise of Rick and Morty with the entire different group at the helm. I think if Justin Roiland's not there, the best thing to have done would just be stop it altogether. But like I said, there's far too many clams on the table for that. The amount of doubloons Rick and Morty brings in is ridiculous. So there was never really any chance of that, but this is going to be just a very slow and steady decline in the quality of it, I would imagine. But who knows? Maybe I'm super wrong about that as well. It's very possible. Maybe they bring in a really talented team and they just fucking knock it out of the park without Justin Roiland being there. Maybe it's even better without him being there. A lot of people, myself included, have become very tired of his style of writing, where it's all just kind of the same formula of stutter through a joke and then over-explain everything and repeat yourself 50 fucking times in the space of like 20 seconds. So maybe it actually does improve. It's possible, but I do find it unlikely. But anyway, that's kind of where this whole situation's at. Justin Roiland himself hasn't put out a statement. His legal team did put out a statement talking about how optimistic they are with the case and proving his innocence, but he himself hasn't said anything, which I think is obvious and par for the course here given the magnitude of this situation. So I don't think we'll hear from him anytime soon, but we'll see. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. I'm a huge fan of internet weirdos that post content online. I get really excited when I find a new entertaining goofball. And over the years, I've kind of made this collection in my little noodle up here, like a little mental museum of my favorite internet oddities. And I'll sometimes just get the urge to see how they're doing. So I'll go to their content, put their sack in my hand and tell them to cough, to give them a checkup, just to see what's going on and have a little laugh. And recently, I was made aware of one of the most bafflingly delusional content creators I've seen in quite some time, which is a TikTok psychic named Ashley. I made a video on her going over her whole situation. I'll break it down just in case you don't know who this is. Ashley is a self-proclaimed clairvoyant psychic who tries to solve real-world mysteries. She uses less reasoning than Scooby-Doo does in the cartoon. Like, she doesn't even bother actually investigating. She just makes up fan fiction that she pulls out of her ass and then tries to portray it as the truth. So she recently made like 100-something TikTok videos accusing a woman named Rebecca Schofield of being the person responsible for the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. This is a complete baseless claim. She used tarot card readings as well as her own patented method of tapping into the universal consciousness, surfing the cosmic vibes of astrology or whatever, and accusing Rebecca Schofield relentlessly of being the murderer. She's now being sued for this because, as it turns out, Rebecca Schofield is completely innocent. It seems Ashley is going to need to spend a little more time mastering the avatar state to get the proper information, because here's the main suspect, Bryan Kohberger. Now, even if it somehow turns out by a crazy plot twist it's not Bryan, even though there is a ton of fucking evidence behind it being him, it is still 100% not Rebecca Schofield, as Ashley has claimed hundreds of times now. Now, you would assume that a rational person, after being sued for defamation for accusing an innocent woman of being a murderer, and the most likely real murderer being arrested, you'd think that she'd then be like, yep, looks like I was wrong, this is a big boo-boo from me here, sorry about all that. The natural next step would be apologizing and trying to move on from it, backpedaling like, looks like I made a mistake, the spirit realm was, the Wi-Fi signals were blocking it and I didn't have my shungite around me. But in the case of Ashley, you'd be wrong, because she commits even further to the delusion, and even after the threat of being slapped around legally, she is still maintaining that she's correct and everyone else is wrong. I'd like to show you some of these TikToks, and I already did talk about some of these in the last video I made, but I actually want to bring this out to a bigger topic, and that's people's inability to accept responsibility even when faced with the absolute truth. People are so afraid of being wrong that they will just do the most unrealistic mental gymnastics that you couldn't even write in a fucking cartoon in order to justify how they're still correct and they're not wrong. I've seen this all over Twitter. When someone gets dunked on Twitter, like they get provably dunked on with facts, logic, evidence, they still will discredit it or come up with some reason that evidence, the facts, the proven truth is wrong and they are right. It's this weird defense mechanism that's so infuriating. You see it all the time with flat earthers. How many times have flat earthers proven with their own experiments that the world is round, and yet they still decide to believe that it's flat? It's people still just wanting to feel special. And it doesn't matter what you bring to them, no matter how bulletproof the evidence or the truth is, they'll just decide not to care. They'll just go back to that belief that makes them feel like they're above everyone else and their intelligence is unrivaled. It really grinds my asshole, like chafes the fuck out of it. I went on Ashley's TikTok today because I thought it'd be fun just to have a little giggle. But as I watched her videos, that smile quickly turned to a frown, and I just got so frustrated listening to her try and justify how she's still right.
Also, let's pay attention to the statement the University of Idaho gave regarding the lawsuit that Rebecca Schofield has against me, but also the accusations that I made that she was the one who ordered and who is responsible for the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. It says, while this lawsuit is a private matter, U of I does not condone spreading false information and find this particular allegation to be one of the worst we have seen.
That sounds reasonable. Straight and to the point. This is false information and some of the worst we've ever seen. Also, the fan fiction she's writing is absolute garbage and fucking trash. She should stop trying to write these erotic novels that she's cooking up here and trying to pass it off as real evidence in a legitimate murder where 4 students lost their lives. She's trying to capitalize off the death of these 4 students for her own clout. So there was a lot more they could have said to really just, drive the nail in, but they made a very generic boilerplate response that still just kind of covers this, the whole situation.
They've made it clear that they do not condone the spreading of false information. That's one. And for this one, they believe that the allegations I've made is the worst they've seen. Let's pay attention to what they didn't say, which is they didn't say that they agree that Rebecca Schofield didn't know these students. They didn't say that they agree that she didn't teach these students. And they didn't say that they agree that she didn't advise or mentor any of these students. This statement is carefully written, just in case she's guilty.
Getting your arm caught in an escalator and having it crushed to fucking pieces in front of you would be less painful and less traumatizing than listening to her speak about this situation. I don't even know where to begin. Let's start with the obvious. What the fuck are you even trying to say? Here's their statement. But here's what's suspiciously absent from their statement. This is some stupid shit a 4-year-old would cook up in their head. You can actually make this argument for every statement ever. For example, with your own TikToks, you have not once said that you aren't the murderer. Should I start suspecting you as a culprit in this case, as one of the chief suspects? You've made hundreds of TikToks, and I don't think you've mentioned being innocent here. Where were you on the night of the murders, Ashley? It's very odd that you've chosen not to proclaim your innocence or mention where you were on the night of the murders. Now I'm starting to, furrow my brow a bit here and wonder, what's going on behind the scenes, Ashley? Why hasn't that been part of any of your statements? Peculiar, isn't it? They didn't address any of the brain dead shit that you said in this TikTok in their statement because they didn't fucking need to. It's already been proven by law enforcement that you're just wrong on every single goddamn claim.
It's a lot of people on YouTube, on the news and articles, the comments, TikTok videos, whatever. When the truth comes out and you see that I'm right, I just want you guys to leave that stuff up and stand on what you said. Don't delete it and try to bandwagon. Stand on it.
Your arrogance makes me want to cry. Ashley, if anything comes out that's even remotely adjacent to you making a claim that's almost grounded in reality, I will actually shit my fucking pants. Of course I will keep it all up. For those that don't know, a bulk of her claims were about Rebecca Schofield and her internalized lesbianism, where she was an advisor or a mentor to one of the students and she fell in love with her, but this conflicted with her traditional values, and then the student, she was kind of old, and then, but what about Rebecca's husband? And she just made like a 50 Shades of Grey novel around real murders and blaming a real innocent lady for all of it. And not only her, she also throws another real person under the bus as a potential murderer here, talking about how they, fucking formed this kind of villain alliance here and hired assassins to take out the students. It's an unreal amount of garbage, and it actually does make me upset that she truly believes it so firmly.
I took a nap. I tried to quit, but I can't quit. And I don't even want to cry on you, but when I went to sleep, I had a dream. And in the dream, it was Kaylee's mom and Kaylee's dad. And I was by Kaylee's mom, and we were just crying. And that is so hurtful. But anyway, I'm not going to quit. I've mistakenly let them lead me into masculine energy, which is protective energy, because of the lawsuits and all the negativity and the media and the comments and things of that sort. I've let them force me into masculinity, protective energy. But I should have continued to focus on what I know, which is feminine, intuitive, receptive energy.
Absolutely disgusting. She's now talking about how one of the victim's parents came to her in a dream and they were crying together over all of this. And then, all of the negativities forcing her into masculine energy. Whatever the fuck that means. I did, however, get a laugh out of this whole masculine versus feminine energy thing, as if it's just something that can wash over you because some people left mean comments or called you out on your bullshit. Damn, goodness gracious, I looked at a piece of wood today and the masculine energy nearly made me pass out. Or hey Charlie, we're going to a bar tonight, are you in? Nah, sorry, I can't, bro. I ate a Pop-Tart earlier today and I got hit with some childish energy, so now I'm no longer old enough to drink. But you guys have fun tonight. Just such a fucking stupid, silly thing.
Long story short, I'm not posting no more free information regarding this case online anymore. You got people on here asking me information and using my information, then turn around and saying I'm crazy or leading protests against me, allowing me to be badgered
Even when she does decide to shut the fuck up, which I imagine she was advised to do by a lawyer who's instructing her to stop, hit the brakes as hard as possible, and stop posting this shit, she still tries to spin it as like a victory for her, and we're all the bad guys for calling her out on how deplorable the whole thing is. So yeah, I just wanted to go over this because I am so tired of people just refusing to accept reality. Like, there's nothing wrong with being wrong. Like, changing your beliefs is a natural thing. It's healthy. You should change your beliefs. You shouldn't have the same beliefs right now as you did 10 fucking years ago. You should be evolving as you're getting new information, you're learning new things. Your beliefs should also be evolving as well. There is no reason to stick to something that is provably wrong and false. It just makes no goddamn sense, and it made me upset today, damn it, and I needed to rant. That's about it. So yeah. I don't know why I feel so inclined to at least briefly talk about this, but it's just kind of a captivating story. I'm sure you've at least heard some whispers about this supervillain, but there is a serial sperm bank donor who has now fathered over 500 children, which has caused a lot of outrage because there are real dangers associated with this, because he's got more kids than a male seahorse, right? And they deliver like 2,000 babies at once. He's on track to match the seahorse numbers. So the problem is, these kids will grow up, and there's a chance that they find each other and never know they're related. So it could lead to inbreeding and incest. It's an incest concern, which is why a lot of people now are starting to rally against this sperm donor, because it's a big deal. He has too many kids. He needs to be cut off. The bartender needs to shut that shit down at the sperm bank. Tell the goddamn milkman here that, you know, no more deliveries. They've got plenty of supply for a lifetime. His name is Jonathan Jacob Meyer, and his name even sounds made up. That sounds like some John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith shit right there. But he's apparently well known in the sperm scene. In fact, he was even blacklisted from donating sperm in the Netherlands in 2017. It is just a legitimate problem. I went over it a bit more on stream, so I'll show you some clips from that before getting back into it. Did you hear of the serial sperm donor with 500 plus children who's being sued for increased incest risk? Yeah, what's his name? Caleb texted me. It's like he has like an NPC name. It's like John Madison or something. Well, it's probably not John Madison. That's one of the fucking founding fathers. But, oh, it's James Madison. What's the guy's name? Jonathan Jacob. Jonathan Jacob Meyer. Jonathan Jacob Meyer has donated sperm to at least 13 clinics, including 11 in the Netherlands, where he was blacklisted in 2017 for fathering 102 children. Man's out here trying to be the next Genghis Khan. Be the dad to half the population. The group alleges that the serial donor has lied about the number of children he's fathered. We're taking action against this man because the government is doing nothing. He has global reach via the internet, and he does business with large international sperm banks. Do they like him? Do the sperm banks like him? Is he providing them like a valuable service that they defend him? I have to imagine they have access to plenty of sperm. They probably don't need them, right? Would I ever donate sperm? Probably not. Not even because I think it'd be like a yucky, weird experience. I just feel bad because I'd condemn a kid to be short. And not everyone can deal with such a burden. Yeah, I wouldn't want him to grow up to have like short man syndrome, like short man rage. If I had known he had already fathered more than 100 children, I would have never chosen this donor. When I think about the consequences this could have for my child, I'm sick to my stomach. Going to the court is the only way to protect my child. That is quite an interesting situation. He's fathered so many children that it's now a non-zero risk that those kids grow up and then they end up, you know, reproducing with each other, not knowing that they're related. Do you think this is a kink of his? No, I think he's just some kind of like B-tier supervillain from a comic book. Like, he hatched this nefarious plot, and it's a long-term con where it's like, I'm going to fill the Netherlands with, you know, hundreds of my children, and they'll never know. And then the inbreeding will commence and lead to generations of brain decline. I'll destroy the Netherlands from the inside out. That kind of thing. Holy shit. An Australian couple paid over $6,500 to a Danish fertility clinic for his sperm. What? We chose him because he was worldly, creative, and very intelligent. He was open to meeting his donor children, and he looks like my partner. It sounds like she was just attracted to him. He could have just given it to you au natural. You didn't even have. You probably wouldn't have even had to pay $6,500. He won't be stopped. I think it's disgusting. I'm incredibly angry and disappointed. I can't believe I have to tell my child that he has hundreds of siblings. Yeah, it is kind of fucking wild. So right now, it's a civil lawsuit against him because he knowingly continued to donate sperm like an absolute madman, just tossing these things out like free samples at a mall food court. And he did it at 11 clinics in the Netherlands, which has led to over 100 children in the Netherlands alone. And he continues to donate it internationally as well to spread his seed even further across the planet. He himself is saying the reason he keeps donating so much sperm here, like gallons upon gallons of it, is because he just wants to make sure everyone can have the joy of having a child, and he's doing his part to give them the tools necessary for it, I suppose. I don't think he realizes just how big of an issue it is to father more than 500 kids like that. I mean, it's not, again, it's not like a small thing, right? You would hate for those kids to end up meeting each other not knowing that they're related and then leading to fucking inbreeding, right? That's terrible. That's awful. I'm hoping they do win the lawsuit against this guy, and I'm hoping the sperm banks are going to do their due diligence to ensure they don't keep using his samples. They're going to have to like double and triple check those to make sure that it's not John Jacob coming in again under like another pseudonym or anything like that. Going in disguise, he's got like a fucking fake mustache and glasses on and goes to jerk off into their facilities. So yeah, it is actually pretty distressing. So just wanted to talk about it because the whole thing's wild. That's about it. So yeah. I'm sure you've all heard the expression, fake it till you make it. But today I want to take a look at what happens when all you do is fake it without ever making it. You end up like this loser we're about to take a look at today. A guy who has become a complete parody of self-confidence, but without any level of self-awareness. He portrays himself as an extremely successful, extremely rich guy that would have no problem at all stealing your wife right out from under your nose. It's beautiful stuff that he talks about.
Take you, for example, and me, and we both pull up and we go to your girl. Odds are I'm gonna take that bitch. If you compared me to you, you're not gonna win that battle.
Bro's out here rocking that man dark body type and acting like he for some reason be able to take your girl just because he rolled up in a rented McLaren. This guy's entire personality is money. He's like a real life Mr. Krabs, but with even skinnier arms. So he believes because he has money that he's entitled to women and women find him irresistible. You can tell by looking at him this was no jock in high school. This wasn't exactly the prom king. Yet he pretends that he is now. He talks about how successful his businesses are now. He has a 9-figure business. He has all of this money. Though I don't necessarily take him at his word because I just don't believe a fucking word this guy says.
So the next time you think that your girl's on lock, I got the keys to the castle, motherfucker.
I have no doubt he spent hours trying to cook up that finishing line right there. The keys to the castle. Now, why I don't believe him about the success of his business is because the only thing he shows that's worth money is his car, the McLaren. He's made like 1,000 shorts about how much money he spends filling up a McLaren's tank, or how often he drives his McLaren, and that is the only thing worth a lot of money that he's ever shown, at least that I've seen. So that leads me to believe that it is 100% rented, or he really dumped all of his money into that one vehicle in order to portray himself as a successful businessman. He did a little house tour, and it's very humble living. It's a nice place, but it's not exactly like a super mega mansion you would expect someone with a 9-figure business to own. And he's not wearing a ton of ice or anything like that, and he's clearly a guy who loves to flex because he's always talking about his wealth and his success, yet the only thing you can ever see from that is that McLaren. Now this may be like a tinfoil hat conspiracy, but I truly just think he either rents it for these videos or, even more depressingly, drained all of his finances to make that big purchase with that belief that this car would be enough to convince people that he has a lot of money. Like, he specced all of his points into delusion here and is just letting it rip. Like, this McLaren means I'm successful. I gotta fake it till I make it. This is how I do it.
Ah! Here's why the gym does not matter. I'm tired of guys that are like, oh, you know, I'm going to the gym, I'm trying to get fit. I feel like I have a pretty decent tone.
Did douchebag Slenderman get you with that jump scare in the beginning? So this is his rant about why going to the gym makes you a fucking idiot. Because he's skinny and insecure. So you going to the gym is offensive to him. It's pretty pathetic. You don't want to go to the gym, that's fine. Buddy's out here built like 2 french fries duct taped to an uncooked spaghetti noodle. And if you're happy with your body there, that's absolutely fine. But why shit on people that are going to the gym? He makes a whole rant about why it's stupid to do it, which is laughable.
I don't need to go to the gym, because you pull up to the gym making less than 10K a month, pulling up in your bullshit fucking Corolla, and I pull up in my McLaren. It's not even a contest, dude. No one gives a fuck about your muscles. Most of the guys that go to the gym, I'm sorry to tell you this, but you're fucking stupid. All that pre-workout that you're taking is making you more stupider.
So unless you're making over 10K a month, you don't have the right to go to the gym? Like, he's not even making a point. Like, he's not even saying, like, the time you spend in the gym, you could be spent learning how to drop ship things from Alibaba. Like, he's not even, like, trying to make some kind of point. He's just like, you're stupid for going to the gym because you're making less than 10K a month. He actually sounds like he's about to cry. You're stupid with your dumb muscles, dumb muscle man. Like, what in the crazy insecurity are you going through right now to think that this was a good idea?
Here's why you gotta break up with your girlfriend if you're not making 6 figures a year. Brutal honest truth is that girls need a man who can protect and provide for them. If you're not making at least 10K a month, how the fuck are you gonna protect and provide for your girl?
Man's out here boofing crazy pills. You don't need to be making 10K a month in order to protect your girlfriend. You have absolutely no meat on your bones whatsoever. The only foe you're equipped to handle is if the gingerbread men from Shrek tried to attack your girl, then maybe you could fend them off. But everyone above the age of 18 and weighing more than 100 pounds, it's going to be a tough tussle. And making more than 10K a month doesn't enable you to magically protect her better. If someone's making a ruckus and you're trying to stop whatever's going on, the amount of money you have isn't going to do anything for you. You can't just be like throwing money at it like, get away from her, you scallywag. She's with me and I make more than 10K a month. Here's money. Like throwing it all over the place to get them away. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's just pure delusion. Now, I guess, like, he's not wrong. If you make more money, you can provide more, I suppose. But what the fuck does that have to do with anything? So if you don't make 100K at least a year, break up with your girl.
It's cool that she's sticking with you right now because you're trying to build yourself. But at the same time, if some guy like me comes up and gets in the way, she's going to choose me over you because I can provide more. In this feast or famine world, women will always pick the best case scenario because they don't want to get hurt. And you being broke as fuck definitely hurts.
What hurts more than being broke is being broke but pretending you're not, like this guy. It's so... I don't know if he actually believes the shit he's selling or if it's only to try and get people to, like, sign up to courses or anything like that. I'm really not sure if he actually, like, loves the smell of his own farts or if it all is an act. I couldn't tell you. Either way, it's to further the goal of making money off the back of desperate people who see this and think that this guy is actually super successful and is trying to give them the secrets to success. It's all just another guru scam, but... I find him particularly entertaining because he's doing the bare minimum. He didn't even bother to invest in his own body to look the part, so he's not in good shape. He didn't bother to even really pretend to have a lot of money aside from that McLaren that he shows from time to time. And he's just saying things that other gurus say. And I don't know if he's actually found real success. I know he has quite a bit of botted engagement that I've seen online, at least as of everything I've been able to research from it. But other than that, I don't know if anyone even believes his act. I would be surprised if they did, because he's very bad at it. Also, just to explain why there's driving underneath his video, it's because it's a TikTok thing where everyone needs perpetual stimulation, constant jingling keys, so for any video where it's talking, they play like Subway Surfers or anything engaging a game underneath to keep viewers' attention. It's pathetic. TikTok has absolutely rotted brains where people need, like, absolute activity at every single moment. They can't just listen to talking on there.
So if you always wondered what dating an entrepreneur looks like, this is what the fuck it looks like. I don't cook, I don't clean, I got whiteboards all over the place. My setup's there, this is like my sanctuary. No one fucks with me here. As far as a fridge, it's pretty fucking awful. So I got beer, Happy Dads, Gatorade, oh dude, Bel Air bottle, champagne. I got these Dunkin' Donut iced coffees, and then for dinner I'll go to the pier and like have dinner. I will never fucking cook. This will never be used. I don't even know why I have a fucking mid.
And here's the look at the house I mentioned. It's clearly a cozy spot. It's a nice house. It's not a super elaborate house. This is not a mega mansion or anything like that. So if he's a super successful 9-figure guy who loves to flex everything, why would he be living in a house like this? It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't really track. I also love the whole whiteboard thing. He probably watched one video on like, it's important to write down your goals or whatever as an entrepreneur. So he bought like 9 whiteboards and hung them all up and filled them with gibberish nonsense. I tried zooming in on the frame where it focuses on a whiteboard, but I couldn't make it out because his handwriting looks like he wrote it while he was getting hit by an earthquake. So it's completely illegible for the most part. But I'm pretty sure one of them was agility. And he had a check mark next to it, meaning he must have done like agility drills, I suppose. I could be reading it incorrectly, but I'm almost positive it said just agility on one of them. Maybe it's like RuneScape goals and he's like skilling right now, so he's working on agility and he checked it off once he got like a certain amount of XP. I don't know. Very goofy regardless though.
Here's just a couple of signs that your girlfriend might be cheating. Number 1 is she's not texting you as readily as you've used to.
Easiest way to tell if your girl is cheating is, did she ever find that you bought this guy's course? If she did, she's absolutely cheating. No doubt. And you deserve it. Why the fuck would you buy a course from a guy like this? It's so embarrassing. Like he actually just went to like WikiHow and just started copying articles on like how to tell if your girl is cheating, 7 life hacks for that, and then he just starts regurgitating them here. But anyway, I could go on and on. There's so many embarrassing shorts he's made, but there's no reason to just keep going over it. I just wanted to showcase some of his better ones here and talk about it a little bit. That's about it. See ya.